surfers, we are getting ever closer. 7:56. First heat at 8:05. Just 11 minutes away.
So about 7 and change to the start, 7 minutes or so to start. Once again, that first team, we're going to see a great matchup here. Quarterfinal number 1 in the red, Jake Marshall up against Gabriel Klausner. Brazil versus USA.
Another big result already for Gabriel Klausner. I mean, for all the surfers, looking down the rankings, this is by far, I think, the best on the Challenger Series. I'm going to shoot him the world up. Here is event number 2 on the Challenger Series. Also at a quarterfinal finish down in Pacifico. Another solid result. Backing up his championship team.
So we said it throughout the week. I want to say it one more time. Big shout out to all the locals for giving us your break here on the south side of the pier for this event, 9 days. Also, I want to give a big shout out and early thank you to the crowd that has been here throughout the week. You guys have been very supportive of all the surfers. I know they appreciate it. And looking forward to hearing you guys cheer here today on finals day.
So it's funny as I walk around the coaches row, it's cool to walk around thinking, oh, this is my office. I'm barefoot with sun, getting a good check in with a bunch of old friends and athletes, and posted along the shoreline. Has the beach gotten bigger in Huntington? Because I remember some years with the high tides, literally, surfers finishing, it felt like right in front of us.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think you are kind of identifying something that I think that has played out over since last year, that the beach maybe has stretched out a little bit more sand. We need, whatever we're doing here, we need to have it down in San Clemente because we're losing beach down there.
I'm taking the train recently from Lebanon back down to Cincinnati, Salmar, and you go right along the coast and south of the pier, that whole area, past Riviera, isn't there a beach along there? But that's just hard to get to, I guess.
Well, if you're running that train just south of the pier, I think coming around there by Hopkins, you got all that rock there. Shoot, on the higher tides, you better know how to duck dive on that train because water will literally go up and over that train on the high tide, the peak tide.
Okay, well the day I went by, that whole stretch was fiery and I saw all of 10 surfers pretty much from the Riviera to Hopkins. And it was just
It all comes down to this. Finals day at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Got just a handful of surfers left. Men's and women's will be crowned champions today. As you see, the waves are still with us. And we have got an incredible list, an eclectic list of surfers who will be competing for one of the most illustrious trophies in all of surfing. I'm talking about the Lexus US Open of Surfing title, which, as we know, stands the test of time in surf lore. We're live from Huntington Beach. It's already popping. It's going to be a super Sunday. Sun came out early today. Swell is still here. and we're super excited to bring you all the action. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Tanner Gadaskis. Bro,
yes.
Is this going to be fun or what?
We did it. We're finally here. It's been such a crazy week to be a part of and see it unfold. And today the conditions look, obviously, like you're saying, they've come down a little bit. They've settled in. So the dynamics of like, how do you close this event out and how do you see yourself on the podium will be so exciting to watch.
Yeah, I feel like today is a high performance day, right? Those big airs that we saw surfers getting through earlier rounds definitely going to come into play. You know, even though it is smaller, power surfing always reigns supreme. So this is another one of these very unpredictable finals day, right? You've got these underdog stories developing. You got the titans of surfing competing today. The women's side of the draw features 3 Australian surfers. So there really is something for every type of surf fan that's going to happen today.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, it'll be interesting with the matchups, right? In the first 2 heats, you're looking at Jake Marshall going against Gabriel Klausner. Then the next heat, you're looking at David Silva going against Hayden Rogers. So right there, that's that veteran knowledge coming over the top of these upstart energies. And so clashing styles, you know, like you mentioned it perfectly, like power surfing always is supreme. It's a surfer's approach. However, now we're dealing with this young generation with all their crazy progressions. So
100%.
Eyes open.
One of my favorite stories of this event so far is the return of Joanne Defay. She's on the sand right now with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, that's right. Joanne Defay has been a standout, the only former winner left in the women's draw. You were free surfing this morning. What are the conditions like?
Yeah, well, it's a bit smaller today, but I mean, still a little bit of energy, but yeah, definitely smaller. Like the picking wave is going to be tricky.
And talking about energy, finals day, you've made it. What is the mindset coming into a big Sunday at the US Open?
Well, you know, I guess just like yesterday and stuff, like hit by hit. I'm super excited. I mean, yesterday I had like a high afternoon. I was like, oh my gosh, really? But I had to calm down a little bit for this morning and be like kind of focused and ready. But yeah, just enjoy the moment and the wave. And to people out there, I'm sure we're going to get enough waves.
Best of luck today. Massive finals day is set up. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Rosie, and thank you, Joanne. How fun has it been to see her return, like, better than ever, just ripping through an incredible list of surfers. Here is your Pacifico bracket, your semifinals, featuring Sierra Kerr going up against Joanne Defay, Sophie McCullough and Isla Hupatz. Sierra and Isla definitely pushing the progression envelope. These are 2 surfers that have the ability, have the capacity to actually change the face of women surfing. They're that good, that gnarly in the air. But Joanne Defay and Sophie, these are 2 veteran power surfers. So Sierra and Isla will have their hands full in the semifinals. Flip things over to the Lexus US Open of Surfing Pacifico bracket for the men. All right, quarterfinal heat 1, Jake Marshall, Gabriel Klausner. So this is that true underdog story. Klausner's been ripping through this event. Quarterfinal 2, Hayden Rogers, David Silva. That's kind of that same rookie versus veteran storyline we're watching.
Totally. Oh my gosh. I mean, honestly, every single one of these heats is pretty stacked. Like that's a heavyweight matchup with Griffin Colapinto versus Mateus Herdy in quarter 3. Both have been on fire this entire event. And then finishing with Luca Macinas going against Kanoa Igarashi is a very great matchup. I like the way that pairs.
And the buzzer just blew, so that means we're on. Welcome to finals day. Quarterfinal heat number 1 featuring Jake Marshall of Encinitas, California, Gabriel Klausner. This guy has been turning heads in this event. By far and away, his best result ever in a Challenger Series contest. And this is one of those matchups that you really don't know what's going to happen. So it's going to start. Gabriel Klausner. Gabriel flying down the line, hunting the ramp, goes upside down. Yep, we knew that. Well, that's one thing we knew was going to happen, that Gabriel was going to go to the air.
So it's almost like each of the fighters go into their corners, right? We see the way that this is setting up. Jake Marshall is further down the beach to the south end, where Gabriel is in the corner pocket by the pier bowl. And this, for Jake, reminds me exactly of his approach with Crosby Colapinto, where in his post-heat interview he said, well, I'm not going to compete in an air show. I'm going to do what I do. So I love this. You're going to find throughout this heat surfers choosing their own point of difference. Gabriel coming out of the blocks, showing exactly what he's going to be doing. Looks like he's got a new board. Chris, how funny is it, too, when you see a black surfboard nowadays. It equates to the lightest surfboard that you can have in your quiver, as it's most of the time going to be epoxy.
Well, it equates to pop, and you can feel it from Klausner. Even that one, that was just a little tester, but it just seems like right when he stands up, he's just rocket launching down the line, and it's really obvious what he's trying to do right now. Throw some big airs, and he had a pretty high strike rate yesterday, so I'm expecting after 2 tests, the next one's probably going to be landed.
And we've talked a lot about, Gabriel has a lot of support here at this event. He's working with Leandro Bastros. He's with the Sharp Eye family. Yufu's down in the sand. It feels like his approach in every single one of these heats has been to start strong and create like a frenetic energy, throw scores at the board, and kind of pile on this like Gabriel narrative over his competitors and kind of steamroll past them. So I'm sure he's got a big task here. Jake Marshall has been unflappable this entire event. He really just feels like he's steely in his approach. So Gabriel's trying to get under his skin, make the narrative about him, impose himself in this heat, make it about the Klausner story. And on a day like today where we see the conditions have dropped, like you said earlier, Chris, that progression is just going to be such an advantage. It'll be something like he's able to throw these airs on pretty nothing waves and manufacture scores where Jake might be cornered a little bit more into the bigger waves with the bigger maneuvers.
Combos on the outside, of course, super important. That first opportunity you have out the back, right? You got to get involved so quick because everything's condensed today, right? The pockets of these waves are just going to be a little bit shorter. Making it all the way to the inside, that may or may not make or break your heat. Wasn't a huge factor yesterday. It was all about what went down on the outside. And I feel like the surfers that are light on their feet and have good air game have a slight advantage today because there's still plenty of ramps out there. We've already seen Gabe try 2 airs on these little right-hander pier bowls. So a big air could be the big difference, could be your ticket to winning the US Open this year.
Yeah, he has a supernatural pop, like him. Mateus chose to ride a board that looks similar the other day. And whether or not it's the same construction, we're going to guesstimate that it is a carbon-wrapped epoxy surfboard. It looks like it has a lot of rocker, which allows for a quick snap off the bottom for him to get into the lip. Yeah, so Chris, that wasn't really a big air section, yet he's able to launch quite a distance above the lip.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about these airs. If you make it look like you're forcing it, the judges will notice, right? That takes away from the flow element of what they're looking for. So it has to be natural. It has to be done with loft, right? You have to be kind of floating in there. We've seen 360 airs here at the US Open for 20 years, right? You remember Jadson Andre and Kirk Flintoff coming out here, blowing minds, basically like innovating that trick in a competitive format. Whereas nowadays, like, you have to do a pretty special air to get a big number because the judges are fully aware of the technicalities needed to make one of those airs a special big number.
And like we've been seeing in heats, it's like one surfer throws an air. Let's just use Gabriel as an example in his heat against Taj Lindblad the other day. Now you're on a scale against each other. So the judges really scrutinizing how difficult the maneuvers are.
And here we go straight into some power surfing. Jake Marshall, 2-turn combo there. Exactly what he did yesterday to get himself into finals day. A little bit smaller of a wave, but the surfing was plenty big.
And here's something to chew on. The story of Jake Marshall has been from the first heat this entire event. And when you get into that rhythm where you show up and you start competing directly after the free surf, you can kind of create a familiar feeling of comfort. And Jake looks comfortable, I would say, on this wave. He doesn't look forced. The timing is really not rushed at all, which delivers big maneuvers with impact, even though the wave is about half the size of what he's been surfing these days past. So Jake, I always felt like when you do, it's an interesting energy, especially at the US Open, because by midday, this beach is going to be packed. It's going to be like shoulder to shoulder, but Jake gets to roll up where it's relatively calm in the morning, get into his zone, possibly get a free surf, get the jersey, go straight into the action.
And both of these guys riding Sharp Eye boards. Jake Marshall has been a Sharp Eye rider for a long time now. He is, in person, he's a big kid, and he's underrated for how powerful he is. I think he has one of the best styles on the championship tour. And it's just something we don't talk about enough. Like, he is just such a complete surfer. He's going to charge in big waves, big barreling Tahiti pipeline. And, you know, his power coming through for the number of the day so far, 667. Watch out. Here goes Klausner on his backhand. He's looking for ramps.
Wow, Chris, look at the way Jake Marshall is stalking around in your peripheral vision. Doesn't have power. I was kind of wondering, like, why is he paddling with such intent? And of course, that's to force the hand of Gabriel to really make him think, oh, if I don't grab this wave, Jake's going to get another score on the board. And right there, it kind of felt like Gabriel bobbled somewhat coming into that air section. He's looking right, he's looking left. Like, was he confident with his wave choice decision? And ultimately, kind of feels like he just threw the maneuver up. So Jake right here, I mean, kind of torquing some form of the bolts down, because he does this. This is a world tour mentality, and more than it being a man-on-man heat, now you're dealing with the psychology of it being a finals day. This is where the event ends today. And the difference of having it be a quarterfinals and a semifinals and a final is humongous. And Jake knows that difference. He's played that game a lot. So Gabriel coming up, like, you know, for him, this could be one of the biggest results of his life. I believe it is. So he's already thinking like, oh, this is the biggest heat of my life. Whereas Jake is like, okay, let's get clinical, let's get over the top of him, and let's just keep the pressure on.
It really is another day at the office for Jake Marshall. 22 minutes left. Peak coming through here. Doesn't look like any interest in this first wave. And wow, beautiful glassy conditions. This one's going to go unridden as well. I don't know, maybe. Klausner scrapping around on the inside. Little left-hander. Decent wall in front of him. Sticks the first turn. A little late on the second. So a pretty direct comparison to what we just saw from Jake, as we see now Jake on a beautiful right-hander. He's gonna ramp out. Nice alley-oop to start this wave.
Wow.
Just when we thought Jake was gonna be stubborn and stick to power surfing, he goes ahead and throws a big alley-oop. And again, that's like something that the judges eat up, right? Power surfing, and then you go, oh wait, I can also do this. Pretty much picture perfect alley-oop for Jake Marshall.
I'll be curious where this score comes in, because you don't see the alley-oop being used a lot in this event. In the transition, he's able to get up over the lip, come down directly over his toes, engage for a bottom turn, and get a pretty nice carve out of that second hit. The theme of this event for me is, if Jake Marshall is semi-claiming a wave, he's coming out of his skin.
This is one of the few times I've ever seen him claim.
This could be a really good score. And it's funny, Chris, we were talking about Jake. Not a lot of people talk about his younger brother, Nick Marshall, who could be like literally one of the best aerialists in the world.
I think the most underrated surfer in California. And I think that for Jake, you know, the comfort level he's feeling right now, this right here is a lot like his home break Seaside Reef. You know, there's a right there, there's a left there, and he's always kind of bouncing around the area. And I've seen him do alley-oops like that. You know, at Seaside, I've seen him do big backside hooks. So he's been here, and I like that you said earlier, you know, he's just kind of like imposing his will, not only tactically, but also where he is in the lineup. Like, he sold Klausner that last wave so easily. Gabriel's an amazing surfer. And if you get on the Challenger Series from that region in South America, going through all of the best, thousands of incredible Brazilian surfers, that's akin to like winning a title. It's so hard to stand out on any level in Brazil. So obviously Klausner has a high heat IQ, but we're talking Jake Marshall, who he's so chill, right? He's so cruisy, but he can get scrappy. I've seen Jake in some hectic paddle battles. Like, he will make you earn it. And yeah, he's on the beach smiling like, you know, like just chill, but then I mean, he can be a demon in a jersey.
Oh, yeah. And it's funny because that was pretty uneventful moment, right? It was a super small wave. He kind of looked like he just forced Gabriel in, but then that creates this massive opportunity for him to drop a 7.4 score. And it's not even in the same area in the lineup. He had moved at that point towards Gabriel, towards the right in the pier bowl, just to stay on top of him. As soon as that happened, you saw him move back down the beach where he's been preferring to surf this whole entire event, and he gets that right. What I love about it is he's now starting to show all of us his presentation of the finals day. We haven't seen Jake go to the air in this event. So his bag of tricks is getting bigger and wider, and it's almost just like we're wondering if this is the day we're going to see Jake Marshall on the podium, because his best friend Levi Slauson won it last year.
Well, we'll see what happens. 18 minutes, 30 seconds left. Jake Marshall way into the lead with a 7.4 and a 6.67. Now this will be a test to see if Klausner can remain calm. While we wait for the next set to roll through, I know the Red Bull Athlete Zone is starting to come alive because Mitch Salazar is in the mix.
Yeah, very good morning, guys. What an epic finals day right here. Shut up at 5:45 in the dark, saw a couple of peaks, but I'm really surprised with the amount of swell that we have in the water right now. 2 peaks really available, the left at middle peak that's really going into the pier, and of course the pier bowl right at the moment. It seems like we got a big scrap and a paddle potentially right here from Klausner. He's looking to answer back at the moment. Pretty deep on this one though. Let's see if he makes it around. And he does, so potentially an air. So his first one that's complete today. And seems like Jake maybe on the outside looking in. Going left, Chris. Just the one car, but really wanted to touch on, the experience factor right here in this round for the men. We have a lot of returning finalists. Former multi-champion Kanoe Igarashi is going to be in the last quarterfinal against Luca Messinas, a good buddy of his. Remember, Jake Marshall, Griffin Colapinto, Mateus Hurdy, these are all guys that have either won the event or made the final right here. I think competing today, Tanner, more than anything is going to be even more important than surfing, and that's why I feel like Jake so far has done extremely well in the first 15 minutes of this heat. But more than anything, I mean, swell on tap right now. It is decreasing that southwest that we have seen in the water, but the wind swell has truly picked up. We're really blessed. For a 9-day waiting period, we've had waves all 9 days, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mitch. You can feel the energy starting to rise. The sand is filling up quick. Well, we're looking at 8:15 Pacific Standard Time here in Huntington Beach, and Klausner during this break. So a lot of work, and to me it looked like a slight glitch on the takeoff of this air.
Well, I mean, great effort coming down with that. That wasn't the type of section that you want to hit. You could tell he was just forecasting the entire wave, and we all thought, is he actually going to make it around? And to have the willpower to throw up through the lip and make it, he's trying to create his, Chris, this is a classic example of just getting your name back in this heat. And he's been throwing those air reverses to create rhythm because he's able to do one-turn maneuvers and get scores of merit. But this is where you start to see Jake be more tactical. He has the priority. He's going to sit right around Gabriel and just take away 50% of the options that are available to both of them. It's not necessarily at this point for Jake to be sitting on him. It's just more he's sitting around him, and whatever comes in that he wants to ride with the priority, he'll take it.
And there are unknowns in the lineup. I would be pretty surprised if Jake has surfed against Gabriel in the past. They're kind of in two polar opposite ends of competitive surfing. 6.6 for Klausner's. Nice frontside air. I mean, in watching the replay, I still saw that just that there was a slightly off, but the fact that he was able to maintain his control, like that could have been an air section where he could get up into the excellent range. He had so much speed.
Yeah.
The timing just, again, I mean, this is like pinpoint style of analysis here, but watch the timing on the takeoff, Tanner.
Yeah, it just looked like a fast running right. And I feel like with aerials, they are similar in some way to barrels, where you have to push it to the very edge of what is pullable to get those highest scores, and that ultimately puts you in a really precarious position of not pulling it. So I liked how he was coming from behind the section, because that sometimes is where you can get like a crazy burst of speed up into the pocket. And you see guys like Italo use that a lot. However, it was just coming into an oncoming section that was folding in front of him too fast.
I loved how fast he was going on that wave, though, right? I mean,
yes.
If that ramp would have cooperated a little bit more, he might have been twice as high, twice as far.
Totally. And he hails from an area, so Gabriel Klausner from Ubatuba, Brazil, which that we talked about Jake Marshall. He has a support system here in San Diego, but you really have to shine that in Ubatuba, the surf can be very similar to this. It is its surf city of its own accord. You have guys like the Dantes brothers, the Felipe Toledo story, Hizunome Botero. The list goes on, and they used to run events down in that area. So this guy knows how to feel comfortable in a landscape like this, coming up against big names.
And you know he'll battle. We just saw some elbow-to-elbow action. These guys are tightly wound in the lineup with 13:45 to go. Jake has priority. Scanning this wave, we'll see. Gabriel on his backhand. Nice quick snap to start. Secondary setup turn. Wave gets a little weird into the pier, but did about as good as he could on the second turn. Wow, we're shooting the pier already. Okay, I like it.
Okay, here's a theory. I'm not saying anything, I'm not suggesting it, but we now see a board switch. And diving into the superstitions of a competitor as you move through these days in this event, it's crazy. You want to surround yourself with a comfortable feeling, and sometimes a magic board is exactly that. And when the conditions change, you have to be adaptable. We talk about it all week. This board does look really good. I actually love the blue color over the black bottom. It looks spicy and zesty for these small conditions. I think it's the correct move, but you just never know if things like that are at play in the background of your mind, thinking, oh, it's a change in my game plan in some kind, so now I'm adjusting.
You know, as a surfer, something that is super cool to me, both these guys are in trunks. The water is 77 degrees. Got a chance to jump in after the event wrapped yesterday. We're talking straight up Hawaii style temperatures. So for these surfers to have the freedom to just, you know, this is as pure as it gets, right? Just jersey, trunks, that's it. And there is such a good feeling when the water's this warm and you feel like you're on a surf trip, right? You feel like, you know, you're experiencing something special, because I would say like 90% of the time, unless you're in Tahiti or Hawaii, most of the time we see in competitions here in California, and, you know, think about like half the stops, it's like you're always in a full suit, you're in a short arm, which, whatever, wetsuits are so good these days, but there is just something so pure and so fun about surfing in trunks, even in a stressful situation like this, where we could see a split peak. It's going to be Klausner.
And this is super dangerous.
Wind up. That was a nice tidy tail slide to start. Kind of a late hit. Vertical jam up into the whitewater section. So Gabriel's keeping the pace. 6.6 and a 5 for now. Jake Marshall's still in the lead. Klausner's looking for a 7.47, and that's one air section. You know, that's, to me, it's like you don't want to let him start to heat up. He had 3 throwaways at the very beginning of this heat, but now he's starting to put things together. And I know Jake knows that he's not safe, but priority is going to be vital today if you want success.
I mean, it's so unnerving to compete against a guy like Gabriel Klausner. He's done a great job of getting back into this heat. If you take his 6.6, he only needs a 7.5. And so you watch Jake Marshall as he's paddling directly back to Gabriel, because he just wants to be around him for the rest of this heat.
So at the moment, we've got Jake Marshall on top by way of a massive alley-oop. But what's going to happen next? Stay tuned to find out the culmination of quarterfinal heat number 1 after these messages.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing. official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Let's get back into quarterfinal heat number 1 on a super Sunday here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Chris Cote with Tanner Gadauskas. We're watching Jake Marshall control and command this first quarterfinal matchup going up against Gabriel Klausner. We also have a feeling that Klausner's not done yet. This guy is a menace when it comes to doing big airs. So this one is long from over. 8 minutes to go. Tanner, so far, Jake Marshall is showing us the complete package. Power surfing on his backhand. He threw a big alley-oop, added a carve to the end of it to get the highest single wave score of the day so far. That's 7.40. So with this amount of time, Jake's sitting out there with priority. What do you think his strategy, I mean, strategy is whatever, kind of a cliche word, but what do you think he's going to do with this priority for the next few minutes?
So Jake Marshall wants Gabriel Klausner to see him at every point of this heat. He wants to be in.
He wants to
his
multiply
peripherals.
his image all 360 degrees around him.
Yeah, and look at, you can tell because a surfer like Gabriel, he's just has such a raw talent. And like when you're dealing with an upstart energy, we talked about it in these days past, they don't see the ceiling. This is like one of the biggest results of his life. So he's like, well, shoot, how big is it? Am I winning this event today? And that's only 2 more heats away for him. So that energy deep inside of him, he's ready to throw those X-Factor maneuvers down.
Klausner, a little left runner, building up speed, looking for the section. That was dangerous. That's a near credit card situation. If you know, you know.
And Jake's playing a really, it's a knife's edge game because the more you allow Gabriel to ride waves like that and create his own inertia in this heat, then the narrative starts to become about him making this surge back for this score of a 7.5. And if he's pulling radical maneuvers like that after a first vertical turn, it's starting to feel a little bit close for me.
Gosh, and like how much do you bluff into these waves, right? And it's such a weird skill set to have to look at a wave and in a split second go, that's not a 7, or that is a 7. I'm gonna go, I gotta put myself in position to block him. I honestly think that surfers, I mean, in the whole world of athletics, surfers probably have one of the highest, synapse firing abilities of any sport. You know, in baseball, when the pitcher throws the ball, you have, I don't know, a split second to react, but it's the same thing out here. You know, Jake's looking at a wave and literally computing what he think is possible. Like,
he's in the Nebuchadnezzar.
Pretty nuts.
Yeah, so, but the thing is, what's a 7.5 for Jake Marshall isn't always a 7.5 for Gabriel Klausner. So he now needs to do it 2 times. He's like assessing, well, is this going to better my situation? Or actually, more importantly, can Gabriel just pump down the line and get 6 feet out, fully rotate and come down, and then all of a sudden you're the guy that gave him the score. So there's a lot on the line. Like you said, Chris, it feels like you snap your fingers and the heat's over. So imagine like seeing a wave and just having to decide that in a split second.
Well, and the difference too, let's say if Jake was going up against Kanoa or, going up against Griff, even David Silva, who I'm sure he's surfed against, like you kind of know what they're going to do, you know what they're capable of. Klausner, though, he's got this like kind of mystery around him. Obviously, you know he's a great surfer, but in looking at this wave, Jake's going, well, this kid could go out there and do a huge air on a waist-high wave and get that number. So it's probably a lot of a different of a scenario than Jake's kind of used to. He's been on the championship tour for a long time now. He's competed at all levels. He's already had success in the Challenger Series this year, so obviously he has the ability to kind of like control a heat. He's like a composer right now, and he's got to just do all this math in his mind when every wave pops up, because again, Gabriel is that type of danger surfer. He's just got that kind of buzzer beater style that we've seen throughout the event. Here we go. Klausner now on a right, building speed, finds the ramp.
And I think
tail high front 3, pretty
your
good.
Solace for Jake Marshall is that he can't ultimately control how radical Gabriel's going to get on all of these waves, but at least he can try, because if he's not giving any of these opportunities to look himself personally, like right there, he assessed, okay, that doesn't have a 7.5 on it, and Gabriel throws a nose pick, which you just got to feel the stress for Jake Marshall, because this guy keeps swinging and swinging, but like, again, Jake wasn't going to get the score on this wave, so he has to let it go. He has to assess that Gabe's not going to get it as well. But if Jake's further down the beach like he's been this whole entire heat, then the door's wide open for someone like Klausner.
And this number tells a story. 3.5 for Klausner. That was a cool air, but the judges have seen it before. Here we go now. Backhand on the 9th wave ridden for Klausner.
Yes.
Second snap was
lethal. Wow.
He's feeling it, and just, again, showing the judges something totally different than he has done on his previous 8 waves. Was it a 7.47 though?
It's so weird. You want to like define these surfers. You want to put them in boxes. Oh, that's an air guy.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's like, wait,
no.
He's
a power guy now?
I'm absolutely remembering these first couple heats where Gabriel was making it off the merit of monstrous backside turns. So again, how do you compete against that? It's so difficult. This wave right here, I love the way he kind of hits the e-brake on all of these bottom turns, gets really pivoty to maximize himself getting vert in the pocket, which ultimately throws up just a bucket load of spray.
Jeez, I don't think he could have surfed this wave any better. I mean,
look at the amount of spray this dude's throwing up.
And really just expert timing, perfectly placed.
Oh, wow.
A little pivoty, you know, when you like,
yeah.
There's a lot of spray, so there is power there, but there is a difference between a backside like power hook and a pivot turn.
Totally.
Which, don't get me wrong, I think any of us watching that would love to do turns like that, but you know, the judges, they are looking at every nuance, every tiny detail that happens on these waves. Hence the reason, huge surfing on a small wave of 5.60, that's a very respectable number, but just didn't quite do enough. The 7.47 is going to take something really special.
And I actually like where that score came in, because you're so correct, Chris. Like, the difference is when it's a smaller wave, you actually have to pivot in those backside turns. There's not enough room for you to come off the bottom. So crafty for Gabriel to keep that inertia, but he needs to really pop up over and get himself onto the 7.5s. And I just don't know if this is the strategy of continuing to ride these waves or wait for the set waves, but we'll see. Maybe he's going to produce something on the inside. He is that type of a surfer where he gets the right section inside here. We could see something special.
I mean, win or lose, he's selling me this board. I'm like, as far as a small wave surfboard goes, this thing looks perfect. Wow, with a minute left, so Jake out the back, all alone.
Oh,
big tail slide, quick snap. So this is most likely going to be a victory lap run for Jake Marshall. He lives right down the road in Encinitas, California, a certified lot troll. And he's been here before. He's had huge results in Huntington Beach. And it looks like he's on to another. We've got to wait to make it official. But regardless, you know, win, lose, or draw, I feel like Gabriel Klausner has put his name on the map. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with for the rest of the Challenger Series. You know, he's getting rid of not a great result from Bolito, but quarterfinal finish, it's an absolute keeper going into the end of year standings.
I mean, this is unique to see the surfers walking up the beach, both of them, with almost under a minute left. And I think Gabriel was just thinking, what more can I do? There's not enough of these opportunities on the set waves. I don't have priority. I'm throwing my entire bag of tricks at it. And Jake Marshall, such a great job, like truly surfed strategically in that he had to get over the top of Gabriel to make it seem like that 7.5 was going to feel like a 9.5. So, and like you said, Chris, we all know who Gabriel Klausner is now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in the fan club. I'm an official card-carrying member of the Gabriel Klausner fan club. But give it up to Jake Marshall. I mean, that was so decisive. You could almost tell after his first wave, that 6.67, you're like, this is Jake's heat to lose, right? He just looks so tapped in, so focused and relaxed, you know? Like,
oh yeah.
He did not show any signs of stress. He did not show any signs of worry. He did his own thing. His board looks incredible too. He looks like he's riding kind of like your standard high-performance shortboard, and he's making it work. Jake Marshall into the semifinals, just like that. We start off with a great heat. 7.4, the high of the day. Klausner's throwing airs, Jake's throwing big power hooks, and I'm loving the numbers we're seeing. So that tells us that super contestable out there. There's excellent scores potentially available throughout the morning, and we got a lot more surfing to come. Congrats to Jake Marshall from Encinitas, California, moving into the semifinals. Who's next? Stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back.
Another surfer representing the United States in the red, Hayden Rogers from San Clemente. And another surfer representing Brazil in the blue, David Silva.
Talk about a solid campaign going into the second event. I was coming off quarterfinal berth, finished last event down in Bolito, and half of around the planet to come home back to HQ and it's up 16 in the semifinal. Congratulations also to Gabriel Cosby, we were saying, best result ever for him in the Challenger Series in quarterfinal.
Here we go, Rogers, the groupie, immediately hucking the fins up and over the lip, and then re-engaging the rail, back up in the white water there for one more hit. So first on the board will be Rogers, now priority established, here's the surfer in blue. And now blue, leaning on the backhand here, Silva, deep up into that section, and unfortunately pokes the nose.
Welcome back to finals day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. You want to meet our first semifinalist of the men's bracket? Let's do it. Jake Marshall's with AJ McCord.
Strong, steady, collected. That's the way Jake started this finals day here at Huntington Beach. Just talk me through your strategy, Jake.
Well, the waves got a little smaller today, and so I just really wanted to be on the good waves. That's kind of been what I've been trying to do most of the event. And yeah, I don't know, like kind of just did a alley-oop. I haven't done one of those in a while, so not sure what I was thinking there, but it worked out, so I'll take it.
We always love it when a plan comes together. For you, as you move into the semifinals, looking to hoist the trophy here at Huntington Beach, just how do you move through the day?
Yeah, I'm just going to try to stay calm and relaxed, and I feel like my game plan has been working, and me and Chris have been doing a good job of identifying like what we're trying to do against our competitors. So yeah, just going to enjoy it and have fun, you know, get surf finals day all the time, so just to have fun with it, and hopefully can make a couple more heats.
We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, Tanner, he's not talking about me. Nobody wants to know my heat.
Oh,
guys.
really?
He's talking about Chris Gallagher.
That's so funny. I thought it was you.
Of surfing. So we get into quarterfinal heat number 2. This is another epic matchup on so many levels. Hayden Rogers, hard-charging rookie out of San Clemente, California. This is a video part type of surfer. I've seen him do some of the wildest airs on YouTube, on Instagram, whatever. You type Hayden Rogers into your phone, you're going to see big, crazy airs. David Silva, call him the human cannonball. This guy has so much power, but let's take a look at the first wave ridden from Hayden. 417 to start.
All right, we're getting the rhythm going. This is going to be a really fun heat. Hayden Rogers has been working with Matt Myers. He is really, actually, Chris, you're like, I feel like we're just in this new era of understanding Hayden Rogers as a competitor. He comes from San Clemente. He is like almost like we talked about the other day, like a Yago Dora, like starts as a free surfer, thinking outside of the box, massive maneuvers, and now he's having a great run already on the Challenger Series.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a backflip right here. This kid has every trick in the book. I would put Hayden Rogers in the category of like up next in the San Clemente Cyclone. He surfs a lot, you know, with Griffin and Crosby. I know he's definitely under the wing of Kolohe Andino. He rides for Stecco, Kolohe's company. So he's in that mold of like the next San Clemente wave, which I put, you know, the Walla brother and sister combo. He is just right there on the precipice of a huge just coming out party with a quarterfinal finish already. That's a big statement. If he can get past David Silva, that would give him the belief that he can beat anyone, because David Silva is one of the most consistent competitors that we have on the Challenger Series. He's got CT experience. He is relentless in terms of priority usage. Like, he's not gonna fall. David Silva is really gnarly, and he's going to make you earn every bit of it. So again, we have the power versus progression kind of matchup here, and I'm just excited to see how this one unfolds, because so far 417, that's decent, but we know there's 8s out there, and we know that a big air will get the attention of the judges. And we also know that power surfing will always win Shapeem. So this one's up in the air for now.
And in the beginning parts of these heats, this is the cleanest area where both the surfers just elect to surf the heat how they really truly want to. And we knew that David Silva was going to be preferring his backside. He's just got an incredible whip. I say geometric a lot, but his ability to turn on a knife's edge and get vertical with so much speed is his superpower within surfing. So he really wants to start strong, because a guy like Hayden is similar to a guy like Gabriel. The more, you know, room you give a surfer like this, the more they're going to take and make the most of it. So Hayden down the beach a little bit further south, he gets his own rendition. He's going vertical. Chris, you talked about Hayden and where he sits within that, you know, you're calling it the San Clemente Cyclone, which just means that there's so many great surfers coming out of San Clemente. And Hayden has been handpicked by Kolohe and Dino, and this surfing is awesome, actually. Like, 2 vertical turns, kind of understated on the first one, and then has to poke through the lip on the second. But not only is Hayden just riding for the brand of Stecco that is Kolohe's, he actually surfs with them pretty much every day. So this crew of kids now is getting direct lineage from Kolohe and Dino, who was like, honestly, one of the most like competitive prodigy surfers in California, in the world. And so to be able to tap that mind and just be like, hey, like, and I know Kolohe's so good with working with the younger generation, so he's almost like hand-picked Hayden, and you can now see him transitioning into becoming a competitive surfer with that whole background of starting in free surfing with monstrous maneuvers. So it's actually, watching it from the outside, it's really actually, it's happened quite quickly, and it's cool to see.
Yeah, props to Kolohe, you know, for really sticking with the youth, right? You know, he's still ripping at an all-time level.
He's still so young himself.
Yeah, it's like
insane.
And I think it's just really cool that he's surrounded himself with guys like Hayden, you know, guys like Cole McCaffrey, where there's just these like really cool personality rippers with just it's the whole scene is just rad. And that's how you build a kind of Brazilian Storm type of situation, right? It's not competing against the surfers that are coming up, it's embracing them and learning from each other. You know, nothing's going to fire you up like a younger generation person that's coming for your crown. You know, might as well not battle it, just embrace it and rise up together.
Totally. And another side story for Hayden here, with the potential of him getting a result today, is he then gets to open up a slot in the Lower Trestles Trials. So Taj Lindblad already involved because he won last year. They're going to take the highest rated challenger surfer going into that event. So Luca Messinas and Hayden Rogers are kind of in their own little micro battle that we see here. And then you talk about San Clemente, there's like one other spot available in that trials for the board riders. So
super cool. That's
you go
really cool.
Back to like who's doing the trials for that spot, and it's Cade Matson, it's Jet Schilling, it's Ian Crane. It's like the list is so long and wide. It's really incredible.
Silva now finds a little left-hand runner. So super precise, powerful. His first score comes through a 4.60. Hayden's last wave a 4.90. See where the judges go with Silva's frontside snap combo. 20 minutes, 30 seconds left. I'm starting to love the story of the whole lowers trials, but let's take a look at Silva.
So I really actually want to spend just a second talking about David's board and the design of it.
Yes.
It's a Dan Man, it's a Slater's design. It's a round tail. We saw Jake Marshall in that last heat opting for a round tail as well. And I always felt like when you competed in a small day here at the US Open, you wanted a lot of curve and a lot of flip, kind of what Gabriel Klausner was riding. And that's one way to achieve just having all that pivot in the pocket. David did really well in that left to create that energy and pivot, but sometimes you think it's almost like the first thing you think is, well, just put a lot of flip out of the tail, but a round pin creates that same sort of angle that when you lay the board over on its rail, you're then being able to unlock a lot of curve underneath your back foot, which you can pivot on or around. So that's kind of why, like, you know, sometimes you think, oh, a round tail, that's a step up, but it actually can be used a lot of times in these smaller waves too, because it just can get angular, especially on your backhand. You see David loves the way that that board swings with all of that pivot, right? Right there is a pretty great example of him being able to basically jump off of the bottom of the wave and connect with the lip.
Ooh, Hayden went upside down, but so did David. Pure power, 2 huge snaps out the back. He makes it all the way through to the inside. And I feel like this is another one of those surfboards that you just want to find and hold and feel the magic of it, because David is so connected to this Slater design board. And I feel like Dan Mann is obviously, he should be getting a lot of credit, but through the the stab events and through what Slater has done with these boards, Dan Mann to me shapes some of the best small wave surfboards that we've ever seen. I've experienced one, and they truly are just like magic carpets and waves like this, and you can tell that David he's like one organism with his board. They're just fully connected here.
Well, those turns, oh my goodness, he just continues to belt it. The turns out the back, this first one is not pivoty at all. He drives right into the lip and slams it hand on deck, compresses perfectly, but this one, he basically just e-brakes, bam, gets right up on the lip, makes the most of a condensing section. He has such a tight stance, but he's able to be such low center of gravity, and a lot of times you see surfers having to do one or the other. You know, it's hard to remain so low through the turns and so compressed while your stance is that tight. So David is one of the best, truly, at that game.
And you know David Silva grew up, like us, worshiping Aki, right? You see it in the bottom turn, you see it in the top turn.
DVD.
And the thing about competing against David Silva is he's not going to make a mistake. He's not going to make a priority error. He's going to use every second of the clock. He's going to always throw up 6s and 7s in this heat. You know, he might not necessarily be the flashiest surfer. He might not be doing backflips, but what he does well. So he's got a 6 and a 4.6 here. Your Pacifico fan picks. The global fan base agrees with Silva getting 64%. Hayden Rogers climbing the rankings, 36%. I mean, this is a relatively new name to Challenger Series surfing. If you're a fan of, you know, YouTube edits, you know about this kid, because Hayden is really good in the air. That's exactly what you need to do if you want to stand a chance beating David Silva. Spectacular, big surfing, perfect technique, quick little stall on the takeoff, and then launches.
No, this is so hard. He's actually coming from behind that section. Woo. And where you normally get caught in that lip, he's actually able to use it to advantage and push himself to the flats where he lands, and you can tell that looked like a really just guttural landing. Hayden Rogers not letting the story get too far out in front of him, where he's going to throw a really good score back at David. And that, Chris, is what, in my opinion, so you look at David had to work his way all the way to the beach, tons of maneuvers on the wave, and he gets himself a 6.0. Where Hayden Rogers now goes to his strengths. One turn, he remains out the back, and he gets a 7.17.
And that's what you have to do going up against Silva, right? He's going to make you earn it. You're not going to, out power David on his backhand. He's like in the draw. He's probably one of the most powerful surfers we have left, especially going backside. That turn he's got, it's like a switchblade. It's just lethal, powerful, all the way down. Again, he's not going to fall. So if you're going to try to beat him, you got to risk everything. And I believe that's exactly what Hayden just did. That was not an easy wave to ride. That was not an easy section to launch off of, but he just did it perfectly. And the judge is sending the message now. Get out there, get radical. You will be rewarded. 717, the high mark of this heat so far. And now Hayden is in the top spot.
Well, we kind of chatted about, like, you know, these David Goliath veteran upstart energy combos and clashes this entire event. And what you're seeing play out real time in this heat is exactly that, where you have a kid like Hayden coming up on the scene. What would a US Open win mean for him? It would just quite literally be the biggest event of his life.
Life-changing.
It would take him and just pummel him directly into the World Tour conversation. And then you have someone like David Silva, who really actually has never had a US Open win, but he's had a lot of time on tour. Everybody knows how great of a surfer he is. So he's going to use this as that conversation piece of, like, okay, David's back on. This is David's swinging again. So everybody, you know, quarterfinals, you start these heats, you have to create intention for your finals day. You're setting a standard that the judges are seeing. You saw Jake Marshall in the last heat start to pull out maneuvers that we hadn't seen yet, because he's telling everybody on the beach, everybody watching, that I've got more to give. I'm ready to close this thing out. And Hayden Rogers, you're seeing him say, I'm ready to do whatever I got to do to get over the top of these big names. This is a great heat. And really, it's not over by any means. Like, David Silva's looking to get a 6 to get back in and over the top of Hayden. And so he's sitting where he got his first 6. In the Pier Bowl, we're going to probably see more backside vertical bashes. So let's see.
13 and a half left. These surfers are way apart from each other. Previous heat, Marshall v. Klausner, saw a couple elbow-to-elbow paddle battles. And, you know, that's something you like to see on finals day. You like to see the passion. You like to see surfers who want it. In this heat, polar opposite styles. And, you know, you got the Air Wizard here, this young upstart out of San Clemente, showing us his firepower, and you know he's not done yet.
Yes. And
once you get a taste of it, right, you land a big air, that fires you up.
You nailed it, Chris, on the observation of this, but why? And the answer is because Hayden still feels like he's not at the top of his total. When we saw Jake Marshall start to rearrange his strategy, he had a 7 and a 6. So the game for him, he felt like, okay, this might be my high water mark in this heat. Hayden is carrying a 4.9. He just got a 7.17 doing one maneuver. So he either feels like he needs to get to that 13, 14 total to ultimately beat David, or he just wants to get his second score at the level he wants to see it before things start to get strategic. Now, on the other side, if I was David Silva, I have a 6. If David was in the lead, we might see an approach similar to Jake Marshall, because it's about how your competitor surfs heats, and you kind of have to trap these upstart energies, because like we saw with Gabriel, they start throwing airs. Hayden just threw an air and he came down with it. So you have to be a little bit more mindful, and it's harder to trap these guys in the corners, and ultimately that's why they're so difficult to beat in these heats.
Yeah, thinking back to an earlier round, Hayden dropped an 8-point ride on the biggest day we had. Huge frontside snap on a massive closeout. So that tells me, yeah, he has the entire skill set. But today, he's just got to, I feel like he's just got to pretend he's surfing with the homies. You know,
yeah.
T Street morning session. Go out there and stand out. So if you can stand out in a heated lowers session on a summer day, all the Colapintos, the Houshmans, all the crew out there, you're doing something special. Hayden Rogers has been doing that. This run of swell, Hayden's been out there getting clips.
Yeah.
You look at his Instagram, everybody's on there going, you know, giving him props.
Well, if for some reason you're just
cool.
learning of Hayden Rogers right now, you should do yourself a favor, go into YouTube, click in Feels Like Yesterday. Now that's the San Clemente crew. It's the entire crew putting out this movie that's insane, and Hayden is a star in that movie. He's traveling now on the Stecco team with guys like Rasta Rob McCormick. You've got Cole McCaffrey from down in your neck of the woods, Chris. They're unorthodox. They're like X Factor. They're lightning in a bottle. So what he's used to being around is that kind of approach. He's not pedigree from the sense of, 3 to the beach. I don't think he probably has ever really started with that conversation. He's more like 1 to the air, kind of a thing.
It's kind of like the new what's really going on type of situation. We love it. 10 minutes, 26 to go. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with culmination, quarterfinal, heat number 2. Who's going to be our next semifinalist? Stay tuned to find out. Piece right there. Thank you, Go RV, for being part of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. It takes a village, and the village is going to be raging today. A lot of fun activities. If you're in the area, you still have time, but let me tell you, finals day is going to go by like a flash. We have 7 minutes, 45 seconds left. We're already into our second quarterfinal of the day. Hayden Rogers is in control of this heat, going up against a wily veteran in David Silva. Hayden, I would say with the air of the day so far, enough to get him a 7-1-7, but now it's a battle of the backup scores. David's sitting on a 6. He would need another 6.08 to get into the top spot. So, of course, stakes are high here in the quarterfinals. You know, the numbers are going to increase, the prize money is going to increase, and just the status that you have on the Challenger Series will increase. You make a semifinal, that is just, you're like looking over the edge at qualification. That's a huge result.
And like you said, this day, the experience of being a competitor in these heats on a finals day, you said it'll be over in a flash, and it truly will. These guys need to stay present in these heats to honestly not let it slip through their hands. You know, when you see that door of semis, that's a huge opportunity. When you're in the semis and you see the door of the finals, you can't get too far ahead of yourself. You know, you went to sleep last night, if you surf today, thinking, well, am I going to win the US Open? But the thing you really should be thinking is, am I going to make my first heat in the morning? Because if you don't focus on the competitor in your quarterfinal, then you're not looking at the ball. And these other competitors, the draw is so insanely incredible. So you're going to need to surf 3 of the best heats of your life today to come away with the trophy that actually looks really sick. It's sitting here in the booth. It looks like a miniature Huntington Beach pier, and you want to be lifting that thing up in front of thousands of people this afternoon.
Trophy strong. So for David Silva, I mean, we've known him for a long time, right? He is a QS, CS, CT stalwart, right? He's been around the block. He's got a lot of heat wins under his belt. Right now, he's got a I wouldn't say a Herculean task. You need a 6.08. That's totally attainable. That's 2 big David Silva style backhand snaps. But let's talk about the origin story for Hayden Rogers. So Silva got here, grinding through the ranks of the QS all the way to the CS. He's getting back into it. Hayden Rogers, though, I know he comes from San Clemente, but how did he get into this Challenger Series event? Just qualifying there is huge. I mean, he definitely took a different path than David.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a different ethos, not just the path. So, and then maybe, I don't know if we got to zoom out and get cultural, but San Clemente, you look at guys, your influence dives back deep into the Fletcher family, Nathan, Christian, guys who were literally pushing progression in the water. And Matt Archibald, we had in the booth the other day, and that is like this interesting genesis spot. And you had Potts coming into town, Wave Warriors, then it goes into Chris Ward and the whole Lost generation, and then, out comes everybody after that, and so Hayden's looking that direction, where David, I believe, and you mentioned it earlier, doing the domestic Brazilian tour is truly one of the most challenging domestic tours you can put yourself on. So they're these thoroughbred competitors. When they come into these heats, they know how to close, they know how to come back. So Hayden has to do his work, which he ultimately is. He's thrown another singular error to the flats, so we'll see where that comes in.
That was tough. Launching kind of like not up but out straight in the flats, which is actually, I feel like a more difficult place to land than the one he did previous. But here we go. Just sees the ramp. That is so hard to do, and he made it look so easy.
The reason that's so hard to do is because it's just the timing. It's so awkward. You're coming into it, you're not lifting up over the lip, you're actually just pushing the board to the flats, which when you land, you have to continue the inertia of your spin from a body mechanics standpoint. And the wave's energy is dissipating under you. So it's not like there's a lot of force pushing you to keep going. You really just have to have the timing be really correct in those moves, especially when it's smaller like this, because we're not seeing a lot of the Huntington hop coming to the inside. It just kind of goes into dead water. So Hayden did a really good job of just making the literal most of what was being offered there.
Yeah, that was an example of couldn't do much else better on that wave. I mean, a floater, something like that, but Hayden just goes ahead and throws it up there. Not even Hail Mary style. He was in complete control the whole time.
And you were talking earlier, like, oh, the surfers are in their own corners, right? Further down the south for Hayden, to the north we had David. Now you see how this is going to transpire. Hayden Rogers sitting on pocket 7.17, so that score comes in at 7. So now he's closed the door where he's going to say it's all about defense to make sure I'm making this heat. And he's sitting, again, it's not sitting on David, you're sitting around David. He doesn't even have priority, but you just want to be in that conversation of waves coming, who's looking, what's happening.
Silva now fighting back. Score just dropped for Hayden Rogers. Wow. Equals his previous 7.17, so lucky sevens for Hayden Rogers, who qualified for the Challenger Series via the North American QS. So events up and down the coast. We have spots in Morro Bay, Pismo, so it's a really cool kind of, I would say, more low-key tour. When you're thinking of, the tours that we see in Brazil and South America that are just so gnarly, with guys like this still competing at a super high level. Second turn didn't go his way. Most likely not going to be the 8.34. That would have to be the best wave of the heat.
The bummer here, Chris, is he got slightly hung up in that first turn, which then put him behind on the second turn. So both maneuvers just barely out of rhythm for David, but could he have unlocked the 8.3 that he needs on that wave? I don't necessarily know. And now you're going to start to see Hayden come around, just basically to be there, be in the peripheral vision. And now David's 8.3 is going to start to feel like he needs a lot.
Well, Hayden's free surfing in a jersey, but he's also using tactics, and you have to. You see him right here, just in the peripheral vision of David Silva. So Hayden does have priority. This will be a good test of this rising star of San Clemente, California. Can Hayden Rogers hold David Silva off for the next minute? Will a wave come in time? Will we see a buzzer beater?
Well,
Do I need this chair? I mean, come on. I'm standing up.
We spoke Hayden getting the influence of Chloe Andino, but directly here on the sand, he's getting the influence of Matt Myers' surf mentorship. And so Matt Myers has a really killer stable of competitors, and he actually is coming off an event win with Cole Hauschman down in Bolito. And so he has the ability to work with these athletes and say, hey, it's finals day, let's get the rhythm going. And so for Hayden, I think it's really cool because this looks competitively savvy, in my opinion. He's really not made many, if any, mistakes in this heat. So if it does ultimately go his way, really great job for Hayden.
15 seconds left. Hayden's going to use his priority, so he's held Silva off this wave. Nice little 360 throwback. Shout out Shane Horan. 5 seconds left. We are witnessing the rise of the next big star out of San Clemente, California. Give it up for Hayden Rogers. If you can beat David Silva in waves like this, you've done something incredible.
Here
We're
we
witnessing
go.
something special right here. Hayden Rogers, a semi-finalist here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Props to David Silva, he made it a heat. Strong 6-point ride to start. David shows us that he's apt in the air. That's gonna be it for the run of David, but wow. Red jerseys ripping their way through heats already this morning. We're gonna take a quick break. We know you're not going anywhere. A huge heat coming up. Griffin versus Mateus. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to see what happens next.
Well, yesterday we saw him never put a foot wrong in his heat, and reflecting back to last year's final, where Mateus came runner-up against Levi Slauson. I think Levi caught 3 waves, maybe 4 total, and Mateus took 20 waves. He laid it all out on the line. You could see him getting exhausted during the heat because those waves were just going for broke. And straight to have Griffin back. He's been in the event for a few years. Pinto, champion of this event in 2021. Score comes in, Mateus with first wave of 5.83. Mateus at 5.83. And I've seen him do about 8 billion different variations of that coincide air. And I will tell you that was him in second gear.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Board & Brew, keeping it real since '79.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. It's a dream run for the young man out of San Clemente on to the semifinals. Hayden Rogers continues to assault the south side of Huntington Beach Pier. Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, Mateus Hurdy, popping it up, putting it down. High performance surfing is what we're going to see all day today, and we are going to be crowning champs in both the men's and women's division of the Challenger Series. Big things happening, and the crescendo of an incredible week of surfing action, Mitchell.
Yeah, no, 9 days of straight waves, Kaipo, which is something miraculous, really, when we talk about professional surfing, too. Really fun out there right now, slightly overhead on the larger sets. Those take a little bit of while, but 3 to 4 feet, I would say, on the majority of the waves out there. It's perfect for finals day for 2 people.
Yeah, and again, the tactical approach is going to come into play today, and so we're going to see surfers, how they construct their heats is going to be just as important as the actual surfing.
Absolutely. I thought Jake Marshall did that very well first thing in the morning, dropped 14 points pretty much immediately, and, you know, Hayden Rogers, same thing in his last heat. This is a star-studded one we have out there, Kaipo. 2 former finalists, a former winner with Griffin Colapinto, too.
A couple of the top performers, and it's an all-CT matchup. Griffin Colapinto up against Mateus Hurdy.
Well, Mateus made the final last year. Great memories at this location. Griffin's made 2 finals, winning one of them, right? Kaipo back in 21. It was his first major win, and that really catapulted him into the superstardom that we see nowadays with his presence on the CT.
Check this out, Mitchell. This is a 4.33, second wave for Mateus Hurdy.
Oh, going for a little bit of a slob right there. Really small wave, though, but he's going to back that other score up real quick, Kaipo. So excellent surfing right here on display quickly by Mateus. It seems like this was the game plan. Get things going early. Don't wait for any sets. They're not a guarantee, especially with the declining swell. Love that energy. And yesterday during his post heat, he knew that he was coming up against Griffin. And this is going to be a difficult task for both guys, but extra motivation right here, Kipes.
Yeah. A 5.83 opener, backed it up already with a 4.33. He's into the double digits at 10.16 for Mateus Hurdy.
Comes from a long lineage of professional surfers himself.
Yeah, Uncle Guilherme was also on the championship tour, representing Brazil.
Interesting story today, though, Kipes. Only 2 surfers that haven't either been on the CT or are currently on the championship tour in the quarterfinals, and one of them is Hayden, and into the semis he is. So a lot of these guys obviously very experienced when it comes to championship tour competition, more than anything right here at the Open.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a big breakthrough for Hayden Rogers, who's been probably looking up to Griffin Colapinto for his entire surfing life. 2021 champ here at the pier. Ranked number 12 on the championship tour. We're going to see Griffin resume his run on the championship tour pretty quickly. August 8th is when the Auto Tahiti Pro starts.
Less than a week. Things are looking good when it comes to activity right there in that part of the Pacific as well.
Ooh, I gotta check the forecast, Mitchell, and see what's going on over there.
It's looking good.
Really?
It's looking good.
Is it looking fun or scary?
A bit of both. It depends on who you ask, too.
Yeah.
Some people might be saying, couple 4-footers. Some might be saying, okay, it's 10 feet out there.
Yeah, well, anything over 4 feet at the end of the road, that's pretty scary. Here we go, Mateus. Oh, he's just on point right now.
Goodness.
Yeah, that's right. Wow.
He's taking it to the next level today. I mean, 6 minutes into the heat, he's got 3 keepers already by today's standards. So has the 4.33 as the backup currently. Kaipo, that score is long gone with this last one.
God, just puts it up and slaps it down.
Oh, and much more aggressive. Great use of the speed right there. And that was a power air, too. We talk about power airs really going through the lip with a lot of strength and, of course, maneuverability on point with that JS. So that's one of those JSs that has the PU construction on top and it's full carbon on the bottom. Just a bit more spring for these lackluster conditions with the wind swell and the water, Kipes.
Yeah, it looks like it's stringerless, but with carbon fiber reinforcements on the deck to give it that spring.
Yeah, absolutely, and epoxy too, so that thing looks great. He's going to post what seems to be the best score of the heat.
Oh, man.
I mean, 7 minutes into it right here, and Griffin is going to have to answer back quickly with a big score, Kaipo.
Yeah, Griffin can't let this heat get away from him, and it is starting to slip away. Look at that, score an 8.67, way up in the excellent range. 14.5, that's a giant heat total.
It is, and as you said, on the next wave, Griffin has got to answer back soon. A couple of 9s thrown out there by the judges, 3.85, so the average comes through as an 8.67. Great heat for last year's runner-up to the title right here at the Open, Kaipo.
That's what you want to do. You know, we've talked, Mitchell, about being tactical in your heats and structuring your heats. This early start is huge for Mateus.
And a big deep bottom turn right there on the opening section. So just the one, but talk about really utilizing the entirety of the wave for just a single maneuver. I mean, you see the way his eye line is set on the lip line the entire time. And what a great way to start off the heat. Front foot nearly up the nose. A lot of control coming out of it. Drops an excellent score.
Huge event for Hayden Rogers into the semifinals. Let's hear from Hayden. AJ.
Kaipo, you were talking about how critical it is to be tactical in your approach today. Hayden, I feel like that's exactly what you did. How did you want to approach this quarterfinals heat?
Yeah, I kind of figured that David was going to sit over on that pier bowl right, and I was kind of just trying to stick to my strengths, which is like down the beach lefts, kind of hook and airs. Me and Myers have worked a lot on that just through like the regional throughout last year, and kind of keeping that same recipe, even though it seems like a bigger event. It's kind of, you just got to do the same thing.
Well, it seems like a bigger event because it is a big event. You're at the U.S. Open of Surfing and you're on to the semifinals for the first time in your Challenger Series career. How are you making sure that you stay in the zone of, hey, this is just another event?
Yeah, it's pretty trippy. I mean, you kind of go through it like from your amateur career to the QS, like even that seems crazy winning a QS event, let alone like a Challenger. So I think it's just like finding that confidence and just sticking to what you can do. Yeah.
Well, and we were talking before about all the crew in San Clemente and the crew in Southern California that was really poured into you. What do you think is the biggest lesson that you've learned from working with Kolohe the last few years?
Yeah, Kolohe's helped me out a lot. I started riding for his company like 2 or 3 years ago. Just, I feel like surfing with good surfers every day helps push you a lot. Obviously, like you see them ripping down the beach and then you want to do better. He's taken me on trips, just all that, kind of like helping with confidence for sure.
Well, put yourself in the list. You're on the semifinals. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Great insight.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20 years of age, seems way more mature than he actually is.
You know, Mitchell, I know that you understand I'm a bit of a fashionista. The Stako stuff, I love that drip.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, baggy. The 90s are back.
It's an original kind of flavor that you put on a brand.
And it's core. It's core, which makes it even cooler for, you know, everybody out there in the surf world. You know, and same thing could be said for the company that Mateus rides for, Julian Wilson, a former event winner right here with Rivia Project. So, you know, we want to really support those brands. Florence Marine X, they've been giving us all our product for this event right here. And looking at the last one for Mateus, he's just in a flow state of mind right now, Kaipo. He can't do wrong. This one comes in under his backup, a 5.33, but still, I mean, he's in rhythm. He's out there on every wave possible, under priority, just applying some more pressure to his opponent. And realistically, against Griffin, it's the only way you're going to beat him right now.
You talked about Rivia. Back in Newcastle, I visited their headquarters and warehouse, and Julian Wilson being so supportive of someone like Mateus Hurdy. Mateus was actually living in the warehouse while he was doing that.
No way.
In Newcastle, had all the support every single day. I mean, and Julian was by his side, coaching him, supporting him, you know, both strategy-wise, but also emotionally. You know, and it was a beautiful thing to see for me from a surf perspective when you see a champ like Julian Wilson come back and give back to surfing and support the next generation,
right,
which is what he's doing with surfers like Mateus Hurdy or Hiroto Ohara.
Most of us have been in that situation competing, you know, abroad before. So we all understand that. I mean, a lot of the Aussies are sharing beds at this event, you know. The QS, the Challenger, it's a grind. And you know, we've been in situations where 6 people are in the same room. Some people are sleeping on the floor. You got to do, you know, rock, paper, scissors to see who's going to get a shot at the bed. And it makes it really fun, and it makes it even more satisfying once you actually make it to the top level.
Bro, that does not sound like fun. Griffin Colapinto, I guarantee you, he gets his own room because he deserves a big slash on the back for Griffin Cola. Trying to get back into this heat, currently in a combination, and it's a fairly significant combination with that 14.5 Hurdy just slipping out there.
This is the only thing where Mateus needs to be careful, though, about Kaipo. Last year in the final, remember, he got about a dozen waves, if not even more.
Yeah, he's excitable. He gets excited,
yes.
Right?
And you need to know when to tone it down just a little bit. So
you're 100% right, because that's the personality of Mateus Hurdy, and it's worked against him in heats that I've seen him just get excited, try to catch too many waves, try to do too much sometimes too.
Exactly, especially when you're in the lead like he is right now. Great answer from Griff. First turn was okay. The second turn, excellent. That is high quality surfing right there from the last year's runner-up to the world title, former champion back here in 2021. Big blowtail at the end, a lot of power involved, and seems like Mateus also had a wave that should be inconsequential towards the end of the heat. But Griffin's going to answer back in a big way here, Kaipo.
Wow, waited a long time, but he's right back in the game. There's no backing up Griffin Colapinto. Check that, 7.83.
Yeah, and well, just in this heat alone, they've told the surfers that there's different ways to be able to get either really good surfing or excellent surfing so far with the conditions. conditions out there.
Mateus has to make sure that he doesn't get deflated at this point, because he's going to hear that number where he thought he was in a huge lead over Griffin Colapinto. But now the reality, Griffin just needing under a 7-point ride.
Another look at it, Kaipo. First turn in the pocket, cool little tail slide. Nothing crazy though. Gets the speed up and just goes for the big blow tail at the end. Under control the entire time, that maneuver. And, you know, I think there's a big point of difference right here when it comes to seeing good surfers and elite surfers. I mean, he keeps up the speed, gains the momentum, uses the top third of the wave to generate that speed. But look at how low he gets going into the turn, but coming out of it as well. That's where most people struggle to be able to really do that at the elite level, Kaipo.
Split peak. Keep it with the left with Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto pops it up, gets caught up, unable to put it down.
Good attempt though, and split peak. Hurdy did have a quick wave in and out, so that ain't gonna change anything.
Yeah, situation remained the same.
Well, you know, calm paddle right here from Griffin with 15-20. So let's see who gets awarded priority too, because, you know, in the end of the heat, this could be a pivotal moment to who advances or not.
Yeah, Griffin in a moment of zen, just trying to, you know, summon his inner airbender.
Like the Avatar?
Like the Avatar. Remember when?
Oh, he did have that haircut for a while.
The airbender haircut.
Yeah, you're right.
Pretty cool Avatar.
So did he get on that trend? He got on that trend before Haushi did, right?
Well, yeah. No, Haushi already did that, but he did that just because I think he went through an Avatar phase.
Oh, okay.
I feel like a lot of us went through an Avatar phase.
I feel like he's still going through the Avatar phase.
I've been trying to bend air every single day here in Huntington Beach.
You've bended water a couple times, seen those hacks out there.
Thank you.
Well, that's the cool thing about, you know, working in this industry, getting to know people inside and outside of the water. You get to see their personalities, and in the end, those personalities get reflected with their surfing, right, Kipes?
Yeah.
Because it really is just an expression, a form of art out there, being able to get the canvas. And Mateus, I mean, you've seen it just with, you know, his personality right here. He's caught 8 waves.
Yeah.
So active out there this moment in the first 16 minutes.
All right, let's just let it simmer down. We're going to take a break right now. We're going to be back. We'll see if Mateus Hurdy can hang on and stay ahead of Griffin Colapinto. Quarterfinal 3. Huge finals day at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. People are coming out to see the finals, and we are celebrating here. And it's a star-studded cast that has shown up today. Of course, at the World Surf League, we are celebrating 50 years of championship tour. One of the pioneers of that championship tour, 1977 world champ Sean Thompson in the house, and with Rosie Hodge.
Sean Thompson, 1977 world champ. Sean, it's so great to have you here. We were just talking about the magnitude of the US Open and the history in this event. What are some of your favorite memories from Huntington Beach?
Well, I surfed in the first one here in 1982. Ian Cairns conceived the event, and I was up in the semi-finals against Mark Richards. So Mark and I were very well known in the surfing world at the time. I'd been a world champion. He'd won 3 or 4 world titles up to then. And we paddled out from under the pier, and there was a massive crowd, maybe 30,000 people. And as we paddled out from under the pier and we came into view, the whole crowd just went ballistic. It was amazing. I've never heard anything like it. So that was a real special memory. And then I was in the final against Shane Horan, and I thought I was like doing really well. And then the whole crowd erupted. Shane had done a backside 360 and beat me to win the final. But it's just such a great event. I think it represents California heritage and culture, and for me coming down here, you see young guys, you know, that aren't on the WCT tour, young guys that are bubbling up, and I mean, there was a 17-year-old kid from Mexico I saw surf yesterday, and it's wonderful to see this new energy here at this established break, and then also see the great guys like Kanoa and Griffin also having a go. So yeah, it's very, very cool to be here.
We love reflecting on all of those moments, also celebrating 50 years of professional surfing. Can you talk to us about some of, maybe when you reflect on your career and surfing in general, what you remember most and something that you have, you know, surfing's given you so much in your life, so maybe reflect on some of that.
Well, 1976, a very pivotal year, 50 years. This was the inauguration of the RPS that became the ASP and ultimately the WSL. So it all started in 76 with Peter Townend winning the world title. I won the first touring year in 1977. So it's amazing to see the growth. It's amazing to see this wonderful, I think, allure that surfing has for people. You don't have to be a surfer to really appreciate the connectivity that one can have to the ocean. And you know, when people think of surfing that aren't surfers, they think of the danger, they think of the turbulence, they think of the solitude, they think of the spirituality. And I lecture all over the world now to the biggest corporations and the biggest universities like Harvard, and surfing speaks to people in a very, very sort of existential way. It's wonderful to see that connectivity, and for me coming down here and, you know, having been part of it, having been part of the essential growth of it. There was 10 people that created pro surfing. You know, you had Ian Cairns and PT and Mark Richards and my cousin Michael, Rabbit Bartholomew, Mark Richards. And then you had like 3 organizers. You had Peter Beness from South Africa. You had Graham Cassidy from Australia, and then Fred Hemmings, of course, and Randy Rarick. So it was just a small group, 10 guys that had this dream that one day we'd be able to make a living of going surfing, and we'd be able to inspire millions through surfing. And we made it happen. Our dream came true.
We're incredibly grateful to the pioneers like yourself. And Sean, coming down to the US Open, it's finals day. Who are your picks to win?
Well, it's kind of difficult, but Mateus Hurdy, man, that guy is just looking pretty insane. And then on the other side of the draw, it's Jake Marshall. And that's not giving anything away, you know, for Kanoa and Griffin, who are incredible surfers. But they're just looking so fiery, those two guys at the moment.
Love it, Sean. Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy your day today.
All right. Sean Thompson, the first gentleman of surfing, like you said, 1977 world champ. The 1976 world champ, the OG Peter Townend PT, is giving away an award at the end of the day today, the PT Excellence Award. And that's going to go to the highest heat total on finals day. And look at the totals that we have right here, Mitchell. We just had Griffin Colapinto overtake Mateus Hurdy, who had a hot start. Here's Griffin Colapinto's 7-point ride.
Yeah, and an amazing gear on the outside right there. A lot of control, bigger section for Griff too. And this just goes to show the experience that he has of being pressured in bad situations in these heats. I mean, he needed 14 points from the very start of the heat, Kaipo. He was up against the ropes. Mateus did an amazing job. And this is actually a little airbender stuff right here too, Kaipo. The little front flip in the shore break for Griff, having a ton of fun, it seems. But this air on the outside, This is world-class surfing right here, Kaipo. In front of Mateus, too, when he's paddling back out. Former winner Griffin, made 2 finals in the past year at the Open, and has great memories. But so far, these CT guys, man, they are hard to really defeat. And you can just see, big smile on the face, goes for the front flip. No extra points, unfortunately, for that. My opinion, you give that a 10 on the inside, though.
Ah, crowd favorite right there. And another point, Griffin Colapinto, you know, he's high enough in the rankings on the championship tour. I don't think he has to worry about qualifying.
At least not right now.
Requalifying. So he makes it into the semifinals. He gets through in these last 6 minutes. He's going to steal 6,085 points off the table. He's going to take away that from the equation for other challenger surfers trying to qualify. That really thickens the whole plot when we look at the rankings and qualification.
And that's kind of been the case for the U.S. Open in its history. There's always been a lot of CT surfers that have want to come here. The prize purse is really good, of course, competing in front of these large crowds. And you're doing it at Surf City USA. You put your name in the history books if you win this event right here, Kaipo. There's a lot of significance to it. More importantly, there's not a single surfer representing the US of A in the top 10 on the men's side right now. He's just outside at number 12. He was last year's runner-up. He wants to make it back there and gain some momentum.
Let's check out our Pacifico fan picks, powered by Pacifico. 69% of the fans at WorldSurfLeague.com picking Griffin Colapinto in this matchup.
Yeah, so just over 2/3 picking the former champion, last year's runner-up, with just under 1/3 of the picks. I think, you know, that's pretty fair given, you know, the consistency that we've seen from Griffin so far in this event. But I think Mateus with priority right here, just under 5 minutes. That's a dangerous brother, Kaipo.
Yeah.
A 6.16 for him. He can do that with a single air. We've already seen it with the only excellent score of this heat so far. You know, a caged lion is still a lion.
Yeah, I'm loving the complexion of this heat in that Mateus Hurdy didn't run away with it. It looked like he was going to run away with it. It looked like it was going to be a one-sided affair, but guess what? Griffin, just his strengths are incredible. And the thing with Griffin is his range is huge. You can see him, he's at 2-foot Huntington right now, and he could perform just as well at 10-foot Tahiti.
Oh, easily. And, I mean, look at his scoreline. He got the near 8 with rail surfing.
Yeah.
That was with power. And then he got the 7 to back it up with an air. So he diversifies his approach when he truly needs to, according to the wave as well. And outside of that, that proves why he's been a member of the top 5 multiple times, Kaipo. But this guy, he's looking to make it to the top 5 for the first time in his career. He needs to be looking to make the final right here if he wants to really get some points on the board on the CS.
Yeah, heat recap right here. You're looking at a 7.83 opener for Griffin Colapinto going upside down.
Yeah, it's been back and forth. I mean, we talked about Mateus getting the early start. 14.5 points. He's held down to onto that for pretty much another 15 minutes. And then the response with this 7-point ride for Griff, having a ton of fun out there. He's looking comfortable. Nearly 15 points on the board for the surfer out of South Orange County, Kaipo.
There's the entire heat to look at, the unabridged version with all the waves written, all of the scores on their scoreline highlighted are the top 2 for each of the surfers. Griffin Colapinto with a pair of 7s and in the lead.
And just building momentum right here. You're heading into Tahiti. That starts in less than a week right now. I know that most people are leaving either tonight or tomorrow for that event. We got proper swell on the way. But once again, for his rankings when it comes to the championship tour, that's not an accurate reflection of how good he has been in the last few years. He was runner-up to the title last year, Kaipo. I mean, for his own expectations, he's doing poorly. And I know that for him, just building momentum off of this event right here, heading into the back end of the season where realistically he's done very well at the majority of those stops, this is a necessary moment for him.
Yeah, Griffin, you know, number 3 in the world a couple of times, and then runner-up was really close. His surfing at Cloudbreak was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and he's won that event before, regular season event.
Yeah, that's true.
So you look at lowers, he's great there. It's his home break. You have Paniche, where he's won multiple times too. No slouch at pipe either. That guy charges.
I love that we have a joker or a wild card or something that we don't know what to expect, because adding the Philippines onto the championship tour.
Gonna be really fun.
Nobody's gonna have an advantage there, you know, because it's a brand new venue for us.
Absolutely. Speaking of having an advantage at a specific break.
Oh, this guy.
I talked to him yesterday after he paddled out.
Yeah.
And I told him that that board and the other two looked amazing. But that's an epoxy that he's been riding lately.
Yeah.
511 JS Monster. Thing looks outstanding. Paired with those fins too, prototype Tech Flex, I like him a lot.
So for you, those of you who don't know, Mitchell Salazar is almost like Kanoa Igarashi's yo man. Like if like Kanoa had a posse and he was like an MC, like.
Who's Ice Cube and who's Dr. Dre?
I'll tell you right now. Like, if he was Chuck D, you would definitely be Flavor Flav.
Oh,
I'm telling you right now.
Hey, I love Flavor Flav. Shout out to Public Enemy. That's my kind of jam right there, Kipes.
I know, I never believe the hype. Under a minute remaining, and all seriousness, with Matthias Hurdy scanning the horizon, hoping for a wave, needs a 6.16, just needs an opportunity, needs something to break.
And if he does get the chance, don't try to over-surf it. Not to say that you don't want to surf for the 6.16, you definitely want to get at least something in the good range, but don't try to overdo anything and have the fall if you do get the opportunity.
Griff.
Intelligent Kipes.
All right. Griffin Colapinto will take it to the shore break, but the important waves in the back. Matthias Hurdy did not catch it. Oh, no.
This heat's over.
This heat is over. Oh, no. Yeah, he's not even going to get a chance.
A great result nonetheless. A lot of momentum. I mean, great heat total. You got to give it to this guy, though. Huge comeback after being in a combo situation within the first 6 minutes of the heat, Kaipo.
Griffin Colapinto is an absolute beast. It was looking so dark for him at the beginning half of the heat, and he came back in brilliant form. 7.83, 7-point ride. I think he's actually going to improve upon his overall score total, but it doesn't matter. By the way, 8.16 was the final wave for Griffin Colapinto. He's on to the semifinals. We're on to a break. Stick around, more of Finals Day from the HB Pier.
Introducing this heat out there in the red, Peru, Luca Macinas, a Huntington local through and through also, and then two-time champion in the blue. Well, he lives here. Crowd loves him. He's got a banner up on the pier. I'm sure they're going to do some noise. He got mobbed yesterday after his heat. A thick crowd of supporters. We got Griff coming in. Cheers and high fives. Like you said, there's no wind in the sail for Griff that first half of that heat. He just sat out there and used all those meditative mind skills to stay cool, calm, collect. No pressure, living in that moment, breathing through it. And then, even though the ball was way out in the deep rough, he just took that 7 and a perfect shot through the trees. Right on the green, a foot from the hole.
I'm calling to go out the sandbag and hit it about 200 down the fairway, somehow, some way.
Oh, very good club. And like, was it a 3-wood out of the rough?
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Oh, man. Just a fan favorite, and for a good reason. Griffin Colapinto surfing an excellent heat, coming in. Gonna have to prepare for the semifinals. Just gonna give the fans some time before that preparation and before his post-heat interview. That's what the US Open is all about. Thank you, Lexus and Pacifico, for all of your support of professional surfing. We're absolutely loving the show. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar, talking you through the action as we move into yet another heat. Quarterfinal number 4 has just entered the water.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing one right here, Kaipo. I grew up surfing with both of these guys, traveled with both of them, had the chance to compete with the two, and you have the former Championship Tour surfer, the first male from Peru to qualify for the CT, and one of the all-time greats in Kanoa Igarashi. This is a star-studded matchup, and with the waves we have on offer, going to be extremely entertaining right now.
Kanoa Igarashi, his mission coming here to the hometown with this little bit of a break on the Championship Tour to make it a 3-time title holder here at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, he's always going to come to the event due to sponsorship commitments, being right here, of course, at home in Huntington Beach. But yeah, that's the ultimate goal. You get number 3, it really cements, you know, his legacy as being, if not the best ever right here at the pier. Definitely would be doing it if he gets number 3, Kaipo, but you know, surfs here on the south side and north side according to the swell patterns, but I think as of right now, what he's been able to really grow the Asian market as well.
There you go.
And major.
Kanoa, HB. Do you get to ride in Kanoa's Lexus ever, Mitchell?
I've done it in multiple spots, actually. In Portugal, there's been times that we're just rolling, cruising down the windows. You know how it's right there on that little shoreline?
Oh, yeah. I like to roll slow right there. If I'm pushing a Lexus, I'm driving at 15 miles per hour, holding up traffic.
With the windows rolled down and everything?
Bro, windows down, base up. You know how we do.
Yeah, you know the rules.
Don't play.
I like that. I like that, G.
Do not play.
No, but he's definitely one of those guys that has his own little posse according to where he goes in the world, too. And outside of that, he's had a lot of traveling between this last event and the one right here.
This guy, nothing but polish with Kanoa Igarashi. I remember we were exiting Brazil. He was heading over to Miami to check out a World Cup game, rolling to the World Cup game. From the World Cup game, he rolled up his sleeves again, flew another business class flight over to Wimbledon to check that out, flossing at Wimbledon, then coming back here and getting his surf mind back. Well, no, where after?
He went to the Mentawais for another trip with Jack Robinson and Leo.
Bro.
Between Wimbledon and here.
Yeah.
And given, I mean, that's a lavish lifestyle, right?
I'll tell you, to quote Young Thug, that's lifestyle right there.
Yeah, it is. But, I mean, there's a lot of sponsorship, you know, requirements right there. So he's still working, per se. This guy trying to get to work right now.
Macinas, always effective on the backhand, the Peruvian. Just a couple of taps off the top, but he will set the scale in this heat.
So this is a different board that he's been riding throughout this event. 4th CS quarterfinal appearance. Former Championship Tour surfer himself. He's from the northern part of Peru, Mancora. Amazing wave, super consistent too, and closer to the equator, so much warmer as well. Riding a carbon on the bottom, and that's stringless on top.
It's a JS, right? Is it another board that Kanoa gave Luca?
It is.
So this is when things can come back and bite you. You know what I mean? I mean, they're friends, but let's think about this complex situation in this heat. Kanoa's actually given Luca his boards to ride, and it's working really good for Macinas. Can you take them back if you're in the semi?
You can't ask for them back in the water.
Okay, well, belts it a couple times. I mean, would Kanoa be able to this morning say, hey, Luke, can I get that board back, man? Like,
no.
We're surfing against each other.
Once you give it to the person, there's no takes back right
Gentlemen,
there.
huh?
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
No, and
it's a classic story, though.
Great friends. They've been sparring partners for a long time. Whenever Luke is in the area, they tend to surf quite a bit right here on the south side. But what an amazing talent, right? Because you look at where he's from, there's generally just a lot of lefts. He's putting a lot of time being right there in the capital of Lima. First turn, didn't seem like he was really enthused by the second part of the wave, but got a couple of big snaps under the lip right there. And yeah, once again, I mean, you see him from where he's from, you know that the backhand's going to be great. It's going to be one of the best in the world, and it has been for a number of years. So that was the 2.83, the other one just the 3.5. But he has diversified the way he's approached the Championship Tour, the Challenger Series, because he's truly needed to. I mean, there's so many different venues worldwide. You have to travel and get better in different types of waves, Kibes.
Kanoa looking right, popping it up, putting it down as usual. just smooth as ever. Been patient at the beginning, holding on to priority. Now it's time for Igarashi to strike. He's done this bounce to the shore break about 500,000 times in his lifetime. Zigzags in, pops it up, puts another air reverse down. 2-for-1 special. Just absolutely mopped up the floor with that wave.
Flawless wave right there from Kanoa from start to finish. Luca's going to be searching for a wave to either match this or get something above it, but the combination out the outside was just tremendous, Kaipo. And how many airs have we seen that have been that clean in the short break in the last few days? Not many.
Check this out.
Just control the peak, great positioning, comes around the corner, throws the tail around for the reverse, and then adds up a little flare right there with a variation of the layback snap. Makes it into this midsection, which generally for most people, it is impossible to be able to make the reform here to the inside. Does it pretty easily, and outside of that, look at the amount of pop he gets. Maybe not the steepest section, that's still a proper air on the inside. So 2-for-1, really, I mean, when you think about it, got 2 variations of the reverse, one on the outside, more of a throw tail reverse, but the one difference here, he gets the combo with it, with the beautiful layback snap in the pocket against the white water. What a way to start off for the 2-time Open champion, Kaipo.
Look at this, the speed he generates and a second air in the shore break.
With pop.
With a lot of pop. And the score coming in, actually, it's my opinion, I'm baffled. Muzukashi, that means I'm confused in Japanese. 6.67, great score, he has the lead. In my bones, I felt that was excellent surfing, Mitchell. But why did it come up short of an 8?
So based off of what I've seen, especially in the last seed, just think they want to see you on a steeper wave. Those are the ones, the pier bowls, that tend to shoulder off a little bit more, so the sections are a bit softer. But for us, the normal people, that's still as good as it gets right there. But we've seen 7s. We already see, you know, we saw the 8.67 from Mateus in the previous heat too. That was an excellent score. It was more of a power air too. But I think it really just comes down to where you're actually doing these maneuvers right there.
All right, yeah, thank you for that explanation.
Still though, I mean, leaps and bounds way better than 99% of the people worldwide. That's a former Olympic silver medalist in the water in the red and the blue jersey, excuse me.
So, Kanoa, if you watch this replay, I just want to tell you I thought that was excellent. But I'm not the judge, so there you go.
You can be. You got to get you up in the panel one of these days.
I like my job right here.
Well, good heat though.
Yeah.
I mean, Luca started off, you know, a couple of really small scores. I think now he understands that he needs to be on a proper wave to either match or get something better than the 6.67, Kaipo.
Well, we talked about excellent. Going excellent was Griffin Colapinto. He's on to the semifinals. Let's catch up with Griffin and Rosie.
We are not surprised to see Griffin standing on the glass, but you were comboed within the first 6 minutes. Can you break it down for all aspiring pro surfers, how you held your composure and managed that heat?
Yeah, it was funny that start. Like Mateus was just like in this crazy rhythm where like everywhere he went, a wave would come to him, and I was kind of like 10 feet away from him, and I just wouldn't be in the spot. And I was like, what? There was a moment where I'm like, what? And then I had to like refocus. So like, no, like there's so much time. Like there hasn't even been a proper set yet. Just like self-talk, my positive self-talk my way back into it. And then his 8.67, like I saw the wave and I was like, oh, 8.67, that wave didn't look like an 8.67, but he must have done something really good. But also from watching the heats before, I noticed that the judging scale is super high for the airs. And so when I did get my air section where I needed the 6.6, I knew I didn't need to go like for anything crazy. And I just did the stock standard air reverse and got the 7. So it's just a little bit of, experience there. Yeah.
Love it, so analytical. And I just want to know from you, any remorse? We love seeing your name in the draw, but any remorse watching these Challenger Series surfers grind it out and you come in and start to take a lion's share of the points?
Oh, for sure. That's something that I have a hard time with, is like when I compete against friends or, you know, in situations like this, it's like, kind of like, but I mean, the people I've come up against, like Jackson just came off a semis, so it's like, okay, he's got semis at least. Heard he's on tour. I'm like, okay, heard he's on tour. I was just hoping I wasn't going to come up against like Cade or one of our boys from SC in a man-on-man, so kind of worked out that I mean, I would have loved to have Cade in the quarters right there, but yeah, so it's always kind of a funny one there.
To be the best, you got to beat the best. How good would it feel to take home a second US Open win?
I feel incredible. I mean, this event's so iconic, like going so far back in the history. So, yeah, to have another win here would be insane, and it would be back-to-back because last time I did it, I won. So that would also be really cool. I know Kanoa's got that going on. But yeah, it's just, but the waves have been so much fun. So yeah, we're loving it.
Looking sharp. All the best, Griff.
One more thing too, I want to shout out to Mayhem, Matt Bullis surfboards. Lost surfboards. Boards have been working great. I rode 6.0s in the last days when it was really big, 6.0 driver 3. And then Matt and I just came out with a new model called the Griffin, and that's the board I just rode in that last heat. It's a 510, more of like made for wave pools and like conditions like this where it's kind of like shoulder high. It goes really fast through the flats and stuff, but still releases in the lip. So yeah, I'm really psyched to be riding my new model out there.
Get your orders in, guys.
I know what I'm ordering next.
I know. I love that he pushed that. Like the Griffin model. Check out Lost Mayhem surfboards for the debut of the Griffin model. And speaking of surfboards, it's really interesting, and it's the history here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. We heard Sean Thompson talking about 1982, where he was in a final with Shane Horan. Mitchell, nobody rode that. Sean was on a twin fin in that final. Shane Horan was on a single fin, laser zap single fin, doing that backside 360. Things have come a long way.
Oh yeah.
But the history's so impressive. Macinas trying to get back into this heat, because during that interview, Kanoe Igarashi got a great backup, a 5.67 to keep himself in the #1 position.
Well, just within this heat alone, these two gentlemen have gone through different boards throughout the week too. I mean, just look at the adjustments that they've made according to the conditions. That's how much our technology has improved within surfing to be able to make the boards the way they are nowadays. Of course, our fins have come a long way too. Most people are riding thrusters when it comes to shortboarding competition, and I think Kanoa right here, these prototype fins that he's been working with Futures, looking incredible. Right in the pocket in both sections of that wave. Backs up the 6 with a 5.67, good work. And then Luca, it seemed like he was on his way to a good score after the first turn. Maybe just a little bit hesitation off of the second bottom turn, so comes unglued on the second maneuver, but needs to be answering soon, because needing close to a 9-point ride with a single wave, gonna be difficult to be able to get that on a single score out there today, Kaipo.
Yeah. I love the equipment talk, Mitchell. The fins that Kanoa riding, they're new from Futures.
Correct.
And they're a tech flex, so they're an adjusted flex in the fin.
Yeah, they're like a combo of John and Ethan, so a little bit closer to the fiberglass, but much more tech flex involved right there. So for these waves, he just wants to have a bit more hold. And Future is also a local brand. They're based out of Huntington Beach, too.
And the Tech Flex has more flex in the tip of the fin?
Right. So you're typically getting a bigger flex pattern, which for most people, you're getting a lot more hold. And especially right here where you're trying to fit the board in the pocket the entire time, that's something that you need. When it comes to having a stiffer fin, you're usually riding that in smaller waves to generate more speed.
Yeah, it's really interesting, because you start really feeling
absolutely.
Fins, and with removable fin systems, whether it's FCS or Futures, you really can feel the difference that a fin can make on your board's performance. And even if it's the same template, different constructions feel different, because the flex in the fin alters the way the board runs through the water and turns.
Absolutely, and according to the conditions that you're surfing to, of course right here in HB, you're typically riding something on the smaller side for things, right, Kaipo? But yeah, it's a perfect canvas too, to be able to experiment a lot with different types of boards and equipment.
Macinas trying to get back in the game, looking to better a 3.5 really to gain anything. Hey, let's check in with Tanner Godowskis in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Tanner, what do you got for us?
What's up, boys? Yeah, so what's crazy, I was just down here, and it's such a difference being here on the finals day. There's so many people around versus those first couple of days, and I ran into Josh Kerr, so we were chatting for a little minute. The girls are coming up next with Sierra versus Johan, and everybody getting ready for that action. And I was like, well, Josh, she's looked so good this entire event. What's she riding? And he said that they're opting for, it is like a round tail, it's like a shortboard. It's the Monster by JS, and it's like an inch bigger because she wants to present bigger on these waves, being smaller in frame and stature. And then I was asking him his perspective, because the women coming up, they're starting a finals day in the semifinals, which can be slightly different mentally than starting in the quarters, because you're that much closer to a final. So how do you keep those nerves at bay? And actually, I had forgotten, but Josh reminded me that Sierra had a lot of sickness and health issues from last year, and it condensing and having less heat time, he felt like was an advantage for her because she was going to be able to just put it down right here in the semi, move it to the final, not have to worry about that third heat. I hadn't even thought about that, but it's a really good point to be made. These surfers have all been surfing in really pretty strenuous conditions this entire week, so for it to be relaxed, and now the women get to focus on a one-step, two-step for a win, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, it sure is. Thanks for all the info. Tanner Gudauskas on the spot. Luca Macinas trying to come back in this heat. 3.4, he did improve upon his scoreline in the last wave, but still needs an excellent score. That 8.84 you can see in the needs column to turn this heat.
Well, big inside section right here and a huge blast, Kaipo, so that's going to feel way better for Luca.
By the way, women's semifinals coming up next, and we just got the news too from Tours and Competitions that semifinals will be 35 minutes long, and we will have 40-minute finals today. So Tours and Competition, checking it out, knowing that these lulls are apparent. We're in no rush today, just because we should be finishing up
got time.
Just a little bit after midday, so we got plenty of time, so it's great to add some time to the heats today.
Yeah, totally. I mean, they're doing their job based off of the conditions, as we always do right here when it comes to professional surfing comps. Luca with the big answer right here, Kaipo. Little hung up coming out of the first one, much better on the second one. Nice and tight in the pocket, and gets the reform. I mean, he's won the Jacks Pro, the QS right here on the south side 2 times before. He's been able to win the region when it comes to the qualifying series. And then right here shows the experience of being able to free surf and compete at this location. That is a big snap right on the inside section. Calm on the outside, very sharp. First turn, strong, a little hung up coming out of it. This is the first time he's ridden this board in this event. And then the second turn, nice and tight in the pocket the entire time, Kaipo. So going to be a necessary answer at this point of the heat for Macinas.
Well, we're going to take a little intermission from quarterfinal number 4 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Right now, it's the 2-time champ, Kanoe Igarashi, in the lead in quarterfinal 4. Back after this. Don't worry, you dropped your gooder shades in the ocean, they float. You can retrieve them.
Oh, there he is.
The optics choice of Khalis Kaleopa'a, as well as Al Cleland Jr., and some big old flamingo as well likes him.
Oh yeah, that was a cool shoot right there. Very creative, I like that. Shout out to Gooder, man. They make some good products. Got some hanging on me right now. I love these things.
We'll get you in the flamingo suit before the end of the day there, Mitchell.
I don't know before the end of the day. It might be pretty hot in that thing once we hit noon. It's been warm here these afternoons, Kaipo. Summertime in Cali, baby, I'm telling you.
Kanoa Igarashi, a two-time U.S. Open champ, and he is in control, a big control of this heat. He's got priority. He's got a big lead over Luca Macinas, who's been chipping away at his need. Now he's got it down to a 6.84. Luca with a 5.5 on his last ride.
And think about the regions that both of these gentlemen represent. I mean, Kanoa is going to go down as one of, the most successful surfers in the history of the sport. He's opened not only the Japanese market a lot on tour, but of course the Asian market as well. And for South America, it's always been Brazilian dominated. Luca, the first Peruvian male to qualify for the CT, Kaipo. A great surfing history over there. A lot of people that never made it to the Championship Tour, but outside of that, I mean, really strong surfing base and industry right there in Peru.
Yeah, but back to Kanoa. Kanoa's got some Dior drip, huh? He's got support from Dior?
I think he gets product from a ton of people, yeah. But he's got some drip. Of course, a Lexus ambassador himself. Seen Gilly Brennan Gilmet, one of the best surfers from HB, now the team manager for Quicksilver too. He's been here with Kanoa and the rest of his surfers as well.
Young Guns, one of the OGs.
It was a great film. Great film.
Yeah.
One of my favorite series growing up. They had 3 originally. Dane was a part of all 3 of them, I want to say. Luke Monroe, one of the originals.
Is there maybe a new Young Guns out right now?
Yeah, there is.
I think Al Cleland Jr. was telling me about it.
Yeah, so they just did a premiere the other day of that. And fun fact, one of the OG Young Guns was actually another Japanese star, the great Masatoshi Ono.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
So, full circle moment right here with Kanoa being, on that team for such a long time. They've had a lot of support and trust in him for, his entire life pretty much.
Yeah, and Kanoa Igarashi, currently number 9 on the championship tour, like the situation with Griffin Colapinto. He's just taking points out of the equation on the Challenger Series. Likely both Griffin and Kanoa are not going to need a Challenger result, but what that does is that takes it off the table for the rest of the series as far as year-end points.
And, at every event, there's slots allocated for Championship Tour surfers. They do need to register for the event, and not all of them are guaranteed to surf in them. And that's really where it comes down to the rankings and needing those points if you're down on the Championship Tour rankings too.
You get preference into
if you have a higher ranking, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's where you still need to be able to do well on both sides.
Here she comes, Sierra Kerr, coming up for women's semifinal number 1, where she's going to be matched up against JoJo DeFay. Josh, who continues to wow us with his own surfing with the backup board. JoJo DeFay, Joanne DeFay, talking to Yufu from Sharp Eye. This is going to be a great semifinal.
Absolutely, and big credit to Jason Stevenson and his team over there in Australia, right here in the United States too, and Mark Suzuki, the OG when it comes to Sharp Eye. 2 of the best performances of this event when it comes to the board building, right, Kaipo? Because we see it on the CT being right now dominated once again by Matt Biolos and the Lost team. But I think, Jason Stevenson, Mark Suzuki, those pioneers of making these new boards right now have really been doing amazing when it comes to the shaping so far for this event.
Yeah.
I mean, these 2 guys riding JSs themselves, and both pretty much relatively new athletes. They had been on different equipment over the years.
Yeah, the board talk is really intriguing. Here we go. Big snap, but that's it. Just so I feel like Luca's just kind of trying to search under the priority of Kanoa Igarashi, but any kind of really quality wave, guaranteed Kanoa's going to take it.
Exactly. I mean, he had a quick look at it, but he saw that wave was going to shoulder off real quick, so decided to let that one go. But see how he's not fully covering him just yet? He's just around the zone. He's hovering per se. Now getting, a bit more chippy with these paddles, because I guarantee you that he's probably trying to take away more the left than he is the right. Keep him off of that one. You see where he is position-wise? He's on the outside for the left, playing some defense right there. He knows where Luca's more capable of getting that 6.84.
So you think Luca's actually looking for a left because that would be his advantage?
Well, I think at this point he's content with just taking anything he can get that'll get him that score. But I think for Kanoa, he just wants to mainly keep him off of the backhand. I mean, that's his bread and butter right there. He could easily get an 8 with a single turn going left. Talking about Messinas. Chasing him now, though, Kaipo, with just under 3 minutes on the clock. So priority going to be essential for the winner of this heat. But just a look, 2 minutes 40. That's what you need to do if you are in that second situation, though, especially under priority, Kaipo. So Kanoa just waiting patiently, as you said, really only going to go on a wave that would allow him to improve on the 5.67. And this is where tactics become a lot more valuable at this point of the event. Because if you looked at Kanoa's last few heats, he's posted more than 14 points multiple times. Do you need to do that at this point? Absolutely not. Be content with what you have on the board. Just advance into the semis.
Yeah, and pace yourself, right? All the surfers, you want to peak in the final. You want to peak about 1 o'clock this afternoon when we're going to be running those finals, because that's going to be the time where the champions decided.
Yeah, and outside of that too, the addition of those 5 minutes in the semis makes a difference, and then a 40-minute final. That's a lot of pressure on your body right there, Kaipo. You're surfing pretty much 2 hours right there in competition mode throughout finals day if you're actually making the final.
True, yeah, the man will surf 3 times on your road to a victory here at
couple
the
lines
Open. Lines coming through. Decision time for Igarashi. Kanoa looks at this one and he's going to let Luca Messinas go. Luca, 1, 2 big turns on the backhand. Wants to make this connection to the inside. And does so. So this is just going to be a little fractional improvement.
Oh!
Doesn't get the finish.
I think that was huge right now, Kaipo. I think that's huge.
6.84 he needed.
I mean, the work on the outside was so good. And Kanoa let him go on that wave too. He had a look and decided that, you know, by his standards, it wasn't enough to be able to get close to a 7. That second turn, man, I mean, he can go straight up in vertical.
Well, the mid-wave claim makes me feel like he thought he got the number just with the outside maneuvers.
He was on his way there, but I think, you know, if you make this inside connection and you're actually finishing this last turn,
but
it's right there.
But actually, you know, that inside, I've been not enough.
So you get a clean finish right there, have it be a bit more explosive. I feel like there's going to be a lot more proximity to the high 6 that he was needing at that point, and here falls just short.
Yeah, there you go. Put in the effort. He's going to walk away with an equal 5th from the Lexus US Open of Surfing, but it will be Kanoa Igarashi meeting up against Griffin Colapinto in semifinal number 2. Clash of the Champions coming up. 12.34 was enough for Igarashi to advance through.
And a rematch of one of their finals right here at the Open too, so going to be an exciting one heading into the men's semis. Going to be looking at the women next. Going to be a fun finals day right here with plenty of waves on offer, Kibes.
Yeah, great finals day and just a concerted professional effort by Kanoa Igarashi to advance into the semifinals.
Well, I mean, in the history of him surfing in this event, I can recall very few times where he lost out before the quarterfinals. So easily, if not the most dominant surfer of all time, one of them right here at the south side of the pier.
Oh yeah, 100% right. Taking a look at our Pacifico bracket, semifinal number 1. This is going to be a SoCal battle. Jake Marshall coming up against Hayden Rogers, and then semifinal number 2, the clash of the champions, former event winners Griffin Colapinto up against Kanoa Igarashi. We got so much more. And speaking of semifinals, semifinal number 1 for the women will be in the water when we return. Sierra Kerr up against Joanne DeFay.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Board & Brew, keeping it real since '79.
Coming in hot on finals day. Some huge matchups already. We're live from Huntington Beach, California. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We have surfed our way through many days of competition, all the way through to the women's semifinals, which is coming up next. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Tanner Gadauskas. Rosie, super cool matchups in the women's semis, starting with Sierra Kerr versus Joanne Defay. Joanne Defay versus Sierra Kerr. So yesterday there was a heat, Eden Waller versus Joanne Defay. I called that one Mom Power versus Ground Power. Same could be said for this one. Sierra Kerr is a hard-charging phenom. Joanne's got her work cut out for her in this one.
Oh, of course, and we've definitely seen, you know, throughout this event, the cream rise to the top. I mean, these surfers have been the best throughout this 9-day window, and to see them match up now, we've got Joanne Defay, former winner out here, up against Sierra Kerr, the World Junior Champ, all these accolades, all these expectations, Tanner. This is such a great matchup.
Yeah, this is where like the potential energy starts to become kinetic energy for a surfer like Sierra Kerr. She's already sitting in third. So now to cash in front of the greater surf industry and collective of California, United States, and put your name in kind of the Hall of Fames. There's been so many incredible female surfers to take this victory out. We've kind of been referencing it this whole week. So Sierra Kerr could be fitting, but she has to keep walking through these World Tour surfers. She's had draws this entire event. She's been really challenged. I mean, when you really do go back and look, even like in her second round, she had to go through Sally Fitzgibbons. Then she walks into Kiera Pinkerton, and then she walks into Alyssa Spencer. So by no means would she feel uncomfortable coming up against a big name like Joanne Defay.
I totally agree, and just watching that split peak situation and thinking about what's motivating Sierra Kerr at this moment as we see her on her second ride here.
Just trying to fight around a section. Wave gets a little bit away from her, so just one quick turn there for Sierra Kerr. And these surfers on the Challenger Series, right, you get to keep your 4 highest finishes. For Sierra, I mean, she is blazing her path towards potential qualification with already 2 great results.
Amazing to see her just keep this consistency. I think that's what you need on the Challenger Series for the women. And talking about motivation coming into the event, her dad Josh Kerr in her ear just reminding her about how fortunate she is to be competing at a US Open, to be making it this deep in the draw, fighting through. It's a really tricky wave when there's so much foam on the face. I think these women are still trying to figure out this lineup. We've got that incoming tide. Conditions have changed so much over the last 5 days that they've been competing. So being adaptable in the conditions has been so important.
Before this heat, I was down in the athlete zone watching both of these competitors kind of get ready, and it was really interesting to see the clashing approaches where Johan was with Yufu. That was it. They were just together, just looking out. They were in the front of the zone, so they weren't concerned about anything else but their game plan. And it almost felt like it had a quieter energy. And then there's Sierra in the back with her dad, but also with Wade Carmichael and a fair amount of Australians who came down to support. And so Josh Kerr, like, you really can't say enough about how incredible of a competitor and a surfer he is. But then you double that down with Wade Carmichael, and that's a crazy combo because Wade, in his own right, has just a wealth of knowledge how to close heats out on finals day. So Sierra is giving herself the best shot of cashing in these big events.
I like that little test run right there. So Sierra in second priority. She can just kind of cruise around and try to hunt for something. I think in terms of explosiveness, you'd have to give that edge over to Sierra. She's so good in the air. She's been doing a ton of training out at Desert Surf, brand new wave pool, where she has already put up some clips that are really shocking, how high she can fly. So if she finds that section, most likely we'll see Sierra go to the air. Joanne Defay, however, one of the most powerful surfers on the championship tour, always has been, always will be. Coming off almost a full year off, it feels like she's reinvigorated. She's loving every second of every heat she's surfing. Every post-heat interview, she's coming in, showing us that she has so much joy for what she's doing right now. You put all of that together, and I mean, this run we're seeing from Joanne Defay is it's incredible, and I think it's going to be remembered for a long time.
Oh, 100%. And Joanne's probably hearing you talk about the progressive element, and she's like, don't forget my nose pick reverse that I did at O Trestles in the event. So, you know, forehand, backhand, Joanne is very even keel and well established on any way that she wants to choose to ride this peak, Tanner.
Then top that, Chris, I think to your point with, you know, a lot of these competitors, you tap into like the why. And so when you're having a kid and you're coming back on tour and you're surfing at that high level, it's not easy. I saw her yesterday after her heats, and she's there with her mom and her daughter, and you have to have such a purpose and make the most of your time as a parent when you're bringing on a newborn or a toddler. So she's here to win today. She knows she's already engaged with the contest, so she's definitely looking to take it all the way.
Ooh, Sierra. Perfectly placed turn, blows out the tail. That's going to crack this heat wide open. That was such a nice and tidy little peak. Your classic pier bowl wedge right. And talked to Josh Kerr right before going out. She didn't want to bother Sierra, but he said, look, the same thing goes. Get out there and do some big single turns like that. Judges are going to eat that one up.
They're going to love it. And I think we tend to speculate before we see the standout moment in a heat. And I think this is where the bar gets set. This ride right here, the judges are really going to enjoy that surfing. They're going to give that higher number. She's going to set the precedent in the heat with maneuvers like that.
Yeah, Josh was also saying that they're riding a conventional shortboard. They're at the full length of her shorty. They're not stepping down into a groveler because as a strategy point, especially when you come up against someone like Johan, you don't want to look small on the wave face. You don't want to surf small. It doesn't look great to the judging perspective. And Sierra, this whole event has really met those big sections with big maneuvers. Like I'm thinking about yesterday, we were hyping her up in the booth the whole time of like, she's gonna do an air this and air that, and she really just stuck it to the wave face. She has a cool, she kind of did it on that last turn. It's like a arm back, lay back in the lip, like it's a full throwback maneuver, you know? You think of like even like Sonny Garcia and just those powerful surfers who would just lay it down. And so today we saw Jake Marshall going from power surfing to aerials, and it's just really nice to see the variety and just how wide the discipline is for Sierra Kerr to know she can rely on her full bag of tricks to get through these kinds of heats.
Yeah, and this is sneaky radical, as you see. Pretty much the complete bottom of her board, all three fins flying out the back, so the judges got the full view of what Sierra Kerr just did. And in watching those replays, you realize how on edge she really was.
Speed, power, flow, and degree of difficulty, that's going to get rewarded. And just back to Sierra's equipment as we see Joanne Defay get back to that point.
Joanne with a quick snap. That was pretty much the best opportunity for Joanne to get involved with that wave. It's not going to go anywhere. Score came through for Sierra Kerr, a 6-point ride paired with 3.5. She's in the lead. The 9.5 total. Joanne sitting on a 2 for now, but with 23 minutes, 55 seconds left, plenty of time.
But back to the equipment talk of Sierra, I think, you know, there is so much growth that happens, and we've seen Sierra from like pre-teen all the way now as she's heading, you know, into her 20s. You grow so much and your quiver changes so much in those moments, Tanner. It can be kind of tricky to have a handle on what you're going to ride as you're growing in inches and doing more training and gaining more muscle, and all of these things are happening in your life right in front of you while you're trying to compete. It's hard to keep up with when you're trying to get your quiver dialed.
Yeah, and then it's funny because we talked about it in the first heat where it's like you have a rigid approach of this board works good at this contest. You know, we saw Gabriel Klausner grab a carbon 7.7, which was different than he wrote the last days. And so for Sierra, I think it's interesting because it looks like she's staying on the same board, yet the conditions have almost halved in size. And as the tide comes in, you're starting to see like that last wave of Jahan. It's like that first turn is going to be harder to get those bigger maneuvers because there's just less energy in the wave.
22:49 to go before this next set rolls through. Let's go down to the glass. One of the most dominant surfers to ever do it here in Huntington Beach, Kanoa Igarashi, is with AJ.
Kanoa, we've seen so much how experience has mattered here at Huntington Beach. On the men's side, all the semifinalists from right here in Southern California. How did that help you today?
I mean, look at the semis, you know, we got San Diego and 2 San Clemente and 1 Huntington, so You know, I mean, those guys are an hour away or 2 hours away, but these guys all know this wave just as much as I do, and if not more, to be honest. We all surf this wave so much, and it's just there's something about the pace of the wave. It's really unique here in not Huntington, but in California itself. It's you know, I would say it's a really slow wave. It moves slow, but it's actually it runs fast. So it's a certain type of surfing and certain type of you know, I guess vision you have to surf these waves. And for me, it feels really comfortable, and it's you know, when I was growing up, it was always really uncomfortable surfing really good waves. You know, I remember I went to J-Bay for the first time, and I couldn't believe how fast the waves moved. But yeah, when I'm here, this is the pace that I'm used to, and it's been fun surfing this week.
So with that, it's been a few years, but you're back in the semifinals. Just how do you carry this forward and maybe try to hoist another trophy?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're in finals day. Everyone woke up this morning and they had the same idea. So it's a hungry four people. Everyone for their own different I guess path. You know, for me and Griffin, it's funny that we're in the semis together. It's more of like a, you know, get reps in, and obviously having the prestige of winning the U.S. Open. He's going to want to match me and get 2, and then I want to get that 1 more and get to 3. As a, you know, being from California, the U.S. Open is such a special event. So, you know, that's our side of the semis is, you know, that kind of U.S. Open pride, and then the other side is, you know, Jake is, you know, trying to solidify his spot on tour for next year, and he's obviously definitely looking like he's doing so. And then Hayden's upstart, and he's wanting to take Jake's position on tour. So, you know, it's 2 different sides of the bracket that have different looks, but either way, it's gonna be really fun.
Looking forward to it. Before we let you go, omedetou, ima no hito dodatat.
Wow, nice. Really good Japanese there. 今のヒートね、本当にはちょっとスローヒートでそんなにいい波は乗れなかったけど、でも乗った波に集中してハイスコアじゃなかったけど、でも本当になんだろう、次のヒートに向けてもうちょっといい波に乗ることに集中して頑張ります。
おめでとう。
ありがとう。
Congrats, Kanoa Igarashi. That is a semifinal heat that surf fans have to be freaking out on, because you got Griffin Colapinto going up against Kanoa Igarashi. This is a rivalry that literally goes back to when they were about 12 years old, competing right here in NSSA events. And from my memory, things got chippy, and they will get chippy again. You know, these 2 guys want to beat each other. It's pretty rad too, because they share a lot of the same sponsors, right? So they've both been in the spotlight forever. You got Kanoa trying to protect his home turf. We know how good San Clemente surfers do here in Huntington. So there's so many kind of different layers to that rivalry. And I love that he mentioned it right there, an all Southern California semifinal bracket for the men.
It's been insane. I mean, back to the days where they were double knotting their competitors' vests, and now they're competing for a second. Well, Kanoa's going for his 3rd, Colapinto's going for his 2nd. But to see Hayden Rogers in that bracket, in that mix, to see him get a breakout result like this is pretty cool.
Reading between the lines of those 2 interviews with Griffin and Kanoa, you can feel, like you're saying, Chris, that little tension. Like Griffin mentioned, well, I'd love to win this event because the last time I surfed this event, I won it. So in his mind, he's just as hot with the capability of Kanoa. That was an electric turn by Sierra. But so on that interview, Kanoa speaks of something really bizarre. Actually, it's how can a wave move both slow and fast? And I think it's really true to Huntington Beach, and Kanoa crafted this maneuver. I think he brought it to the World Tour, where it's his first turn, he doesn't overly commit, and he's able to create a lot of personality in the lip while he's looking down the line at that last section, because here in Huntington, if you bite in too hard on your first maneuver, it takes away your speed, and ultimately you get bobbled. We've seen it time and time again on that second hit, and then it just looks clunky. And Kanoa is the master of that maneuver, and it was really interesting to see Griffin then in his own way bring it into the game. That matchup, for me, is kind of Hall of Fame. Like, they're gonna go blow for blow. Hopefully the waves deliver, because it's just like truly watching 2 iconic Huntington Beach surfers just slug it out.
1000%. And I love that he mentioned the tempo of this wave being really like hot and cold. We're seeing it from Sierra Kerr right now. She's not changing a thing. She goes straight into a bottom turn, no hesitation, boom, nails it off the top. That turn is starting to become kind of like a signature style turn for Sierra, and it's working in her favor. 6-point start, just backed it up with the 5.57. Joanne DeFay really hasn't got her roll started whatsoever with a 3 and a 2. She would now need something in the 9-point range to get that top spot back. So we could be seeing a huge statement right now from Sierra Kerr. And this is the textbook right here. That's the recipe. Boom. So quick, so sharp, perfect positioning as well.
Increases the scoreline. So Sierra's gone out there. She's identified her game plan. This is such a classic day at Huntington Beach. So identifying that, knowing that the tide's on the rise, we've got that dissipating swell. You've really got to generate your own momentum through these turns, and Sierra's got such a good handle on that.
Yeah, and you know what I like about it is that if you're imposing yourself in these final day heats, especially when you start, it keeps the nerves at bay. Johanna hasn't really necessarily started this heat, so she's starting to feel it creeping in. There's time clicking away, and you're just going to surf a little bit more tight, a little bit more tense, where Sierra, no matter if she's going to keep these scores or not at the end of this heat, she's walking forward towards that finals performance. And that, I feel like, it's a battle of waiting with priority for the correct wave, and then on the other side, getting your rhythm going so that you get that inertia, so that when you're surfing on the wave, you're doing the job that needs to be done.
And catching up with Griff in his interview, he was actually comboed by Mateus in the first 6 minutes. So I said, how did you keep your composure? And he was super analytical, and I'm sure Joanne's doing the same thing. She's watching Sierra's waves, obviously from behind. Here she goes on this one. I'll get back to that.
Quick snap. Decent combo for Joanne DeFay. She's going to look to potentially make the connection. We haven't seen too many of these waves go all the way through to the inside, but we could see one now. She's sticking with it, fighting for it. She's got it. And we're going to see a big finish here from DeFay. Snap, but you just saw the inside rail get caught up in the water. She goes head over heels onto the sand. So all that work, really for nothing. The turn on the outside, it was okay, but you're looking at two really dynamic maneuvers that Sierra Kerr threw down. I just don't think this is going to match the pace currently being set by Sierra.
I do like the answer back from Joanne on this wave in particular, and then also getting the bonus section on the inside. And just, I think this is maybe one of the first times that we've seen Joanne fall on an inside section. She's working hard to get onto the inside here. You can see she's got a bit of a smile on her face as she kind of heads towards that section and just kind of overcooks it there, gets the rail gobbled away. But I do think she's out the outside, watching what Sierra's doing, recognizing the numbers that she's gotten just by virtue of watching Sierra's waves from the back, and tries to implicate that into her own game plan.
So if you notice, we did add 5 minutes to the timer for the semifinals. We're going to add another 5. So 35-minute semis, 40-minute finals for these surfers, which I love. Not only do we get to see more surfing, but now these surfers can maybe relax just a little bit more, knowing that they're getting a little bit more time with every heat they surf through. With 13:50 to go, it's the Australian phenom, Sierra Kerr on top for now. Joanne DeFay needs a 6.97. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. We're trying to find our first finalist of the day. Stay tuned.
Pacifico umbrellas, lots of past event umbrellas, checkers ones, you can see them up and down.
You guys decided to join the day, have a look at that one yet. No 50 years of WSL, as I was saying before, what a special event to be part of. I know I would have wanted to know to the WSL shop and go and buy my US Open jersey. In that moment of really, I felt
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Red Bull nowadays, one of the sickest surf flicks ever. And it features our surfer in red, who's in the lineup right now, Sierra Kerr, who's been pretty much a household name for years. I mean, way back when she was in a little skate crew called the Pink Helmet Posse. We're talking 8, 9-year-old little girls wearing pink helmets, destroying every ramp in their path. Pretty cool because Bella Kenworthy, who's a fellow competitor, in that crew as well. And it's pretty rad to see, you know, in the social media era. You know, we've been watching Sierra Kerr ripping on all boards for years and years and years, but it's super rad right now because you can tell she is now becoming the complete surfer. Powerful, progressive, etc. Here goes Joanne DeFay, little left-hand runner. Nice little piece of coping. Able to fit in a second turn. She's going to try to make her way all the way through to the sand. It's a no-go. So that wave kind of let her down. You know, the judges, they want to feel the excitement, right? They're surf fans just like us. They want to be blown away by what they're seeing. I think that was as good as she could have done on that wave. It was just really flat right from the start.
And what about the composure of Sierra with priority, letting Joanne go there, making that quick split-second decision to let a competitor take that wave, recognizing it wouldn't have the scoring potential on it. Those are all like kind of nervous moments when you're making those decisions.
And Chris, you mentioned the longer heats, and I feel like it's because tidally we're seeing more of this, where it's fuller underneath the wave itself. So A, peters out faster, but the sections out the back aren't quite as crisp. So Johanna really tried to like polish something up, but Sierra must have assessed that it really wasn't worth her time to score over a 5.5 or a 6. But I kind of get so stressed out when we watch that Nowadays trailer. It's so great. Oh my gosh, like, because I've watched the full movie so many times.
That's your review. It's great.
It's just
I agree
like
with that.
Gnarly. And so Sierra Kerr, Sky Brown are really interesting within that movie because you're looking at the other 3 have world titles. Erin Brooks doesn't quite yet, but I think we all know she probably should. And it's this crazy, like, almost momentum generation within the women's surf progression. Like you said, Chris, like, Sierra started on a skateboard, kind of. She's always surfed. Josh surfs, her dad. They've done surf trips. It was always about dual sport. But her and Sky Brown bring in this whole different aspect of, like, aerial surfing comfortability. It looks so natural. They're able to tap into it when they need to. So for me, I get so excited seeing them compete because it's no big deal to throw airs.
And look, I mean, tactically sound as well. She battles Joanne for this left. I mean, it wasn't much of a wave, but she was able to keep Joanne off that wave, which it can be a matter of inches, you know. The takeoff zone, pretty tight here today as we see DeFay not liking the look of that wave. 7 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Neither one of those scores going to be hung on to. Joanne, the under a 1. I feel like similar for Sierra. Yeah, the Sierra Kerr Sky Brown story is pretty interesting. Like, they got together 10 years ago and decided, okay, you're going to be the world champion skateboarder. I'm going to go ahead and be the world champion surfer. We'll meet later on, and it's already a life worthy of a documentary for either one of those surfers. So good things to come. And the fact that we have this awesome rising generation of talent it just makes it so exciting. And I can't wait to see what happens in the future.
It is insane what you can be exposed to, though, at such a young age, like growing up in the world these days, as we see Joanne, important way for her.
Nice opening turn, leaning in on her heels, throwing tons of spray. Like the second cutback as well, and this one could give her a pretty easy path to the shore break. No hop needed, just cutting a serpentine path through to the inside. Looking for the big finish. Boom. Textbook Huntington Beach wave right there. 2 nice turns out the back, kind of a little setup, and then boom, gets the quick float. Good, clean surfing all the way through. That's going to get Joanne Defay right back in this heat.
Yeah, the word that comes to mind is flow. I mean, just flowing through every section there, not forcing anything. Maybe she could have got a bit more like forceful with some of those outside turns, but a clean finish from her and a tidy wave. 6.97 is what's required, so almost a point better than the high mark of a 6.
I agree with what you're saying, Rosie. There could have been a little bit more bite on these 2 turns out the back, but nonetheless, to get 2 wraps outside, and now with the tide, some of the waves petering out, but some get this little wedge off the pylon. So Johann is able to tap that turn right there. It's not just about one maneuver, and she auto-corrects from the wave before. That's probably why she's feeling that zest, is like, okay, look, I'm in the game. I'm not letting points disappear. I'm doing the job.
I mean, should we call it? Like, I feel like she's going to get that number.
6.97.
6.97. Like, the opening turn was really nice. The second was more like keeping it in that pocket of the wave to find the flow and momentum to make the inside section. It was a tidy finish. Oh,
a little bit of a rock and roll floater, 2-stager through the inside.
For me, on the outside turns, I think sometimes with Sierra Kerr, she meets a convergent closing out section.
Yeah.
And that, either whether it's just like how you perceive it, it just looks bigger. It looks like, for me, like when I look back at Sierra's turns out the back, at least, they might have more presence. But not to take anything away from Johann, because that was an incredibly surfed wave. I felt like she had good cadence through all of her maneuvers. She looked switched on. So I don't know if that reflects into the scores or not.
I feel like a big difference there is the critical element that the judge is looking for, right? The critical section, the risk of falling. Joanne's wave was so perfect and so rippable. Like, there wasn't much chance that Joanne's falling on that opening series of turns, whereas Sierra was up in the lip, was a closeout, and that's a super risky maneuver. Because there's so much happening in those quick closeouts. So I think that's why the judges deemed that one just under a 5.10 for Joanne Defay. It was good, clean, solid power surfing, but the judges just want to see a little bit more electricity in those opening turns.
I really like Joanne's wave. I think it could have gone a little higher than the mid-range score of the 5. I do agree that the outside turns were a little bit more lateral versus that really critical approach in that section. But hey, I think Joanne's going to take a lot out of what the judges are throwing her and know that they are asking more of her.
Or like, even if she can, there's limited opportunity wave-wise, but maybe switching things up and saying, okay, instead of a good-looking right that has a shoulder, I actually want to close out because I need to be forced to pivot into those big maneuvers. This whole event, it's almost been a surefire recipe that if you can match a big section with a big move, it just actually equals a big score. And so I feel like today, as it tidally becomes a different game, those arcing wraps are going to look a little bit flatter on the wave face throughout the high tide. So just being able to be adaptable. We talk about that this whole week. The conditions are going to change day to day. They're going to change hour to hour. So Johann's an incredible competitor. I bet she's already auto-correcting in some way to just get the job done in front of her. 6.5 is so doable for a surfer like her.
We're inside of 3 minutes now. Sierra Kerr in control with priority. She's sticking right to Joanne's side. Just kind of scanning these waves. Is this enough? She's going to let her go here. Quick little backside whip to start. Test run there for Joanne Defay.
But what a moment for Sierra if she makes it into the final, coupled with a 5th place finish in Valido. We know that Teresa Bonvalo fell out of this event early. There was a number of upsets in the rankings coming into finals day. So she's really created a lot of space for herself on the Challenger Series rankings. She can hold that composure here in the semi-final and into the final. She's going to give herself a really nice little bit of runway coming back into the back half of the year.
Let's check the temperature of what's happening in the water. This is your heat check. So with 2 minutes to go, looking at the score line for Sierra Kerr, 6 and a 5.57. That is a nice and tidy 11.57 total. Joanne DeFe's last wave came through at a 5.10. We're kind of split here in the booth. Rosie, you're thinking it maybe should have been a little bit above. We're thinking it was kind of right there on the money, but for Joanne, do you think when you get a score like that, when you maybe expected more, how do you kind of bounce back and recover from maybe disagreeing with what the judges said?
Ooh, that was a good little tactical move from Sierra, faking left, going right. But yeah, back to that point, I do think that that stings. Like when you hear that from the judges, you are just like angry about it, and I'm sure she's going to fight back. But even looking at for the conversation's sake, like Joanne's backup ride, the 4.6, the 5.1 was a lot better than the 4.6.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And only marginally improved. But I think in the judges' minds, you've got Sierra, who you kind of comparing numbers to, and you have to make that distinction clear where Sierra has done the better maneuvers on the outside in this heat and has been rewarded for it.
Here we go. We're in the 1 minute mark, 52 seconds left. The rise of the phenom happening right in front of our eyes. Joanne DeFe is one of the best surfers to ever do it. Her resume tells us that. If Sierra Kerr can just hold her off for 35 more seconds, I mean, the feeling of destiny is really starting to creep into my mind right now.
Wow.
But don't let it slip away, because Joanne was the one that forced Sierra on that last wave to flip the priority, right? We were looking at it, I was like, oh, cool, that was like, maybe it was a left or a right. Sierra, I think, kind of got a little skittery in the situation and said, I should hold her off. I don't know which way I should go. Not that any opportunity has come in at such a slow heat. She kind of basically had to make that call, but DeFe really wanted it. That's what I'm saying, is like, this heat was great from the start to the end.
And you know what? This is not a passing of the torch. Joanne DeFe is going to be here for a while. She is an absolute ripper. I can't wait to see what's next for Joanne DeFe, as she has already mounted an incredible comeback to the world of professional surfing after her maternity leave. But give it up to Sierra Kerr. This young Australian phenom just keeps proving everybody right when they say how good she is. She's a title threat. She's a championship tour threat, hopeful after this event, already off to a massive start. Our first finalist for the women's draw is Sierra Kerr.
I love this final. I'm so excited for this next semi-final, because the Australians have been dominating the women's side of competition. It's cool to see them all in the competitors area, getting behind their surfers and creating that energy and momentum.
Well, we have one more semifinal left for the women. It's coming up right after these brief messages. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We got Sophie McCulloch going up against Isla Huppets. Stay tuned.
Directly under the pier. Some interesting start here from semi-final number 2. We'll see how this one unfolds. At the beginning of the heat, there is no priorities. Who holds the inside position on the peak? And let me guess, they're not looking to go left.
In the meantime, if you just got down here, welcome to the finals day of the Lexus US Open Surfing presented by Pacifico. I believe the young here with Todd Bryan and Baldy. So great, glorious day. We've been provided with the pristine conditions. We've seen some excellent surfers get through this morning.
Yeah, glorious week.
We've got the semi-finals for the men coming up next. Jake Marshall
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Congratulations to our first female finalist here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Sierra Kerr coming in to mom and dad, who are obviously super proud. And the beach is now about to mob a surfing superstar. So Sierra Kerr is a finalist. Now it's time to figure out who she's going to be surfing against. Whoever gets out of this semifinal number 2 is going to be a challenge for Sierra, because just to make it to the semis in an event of this magnitude is a huge accomplishment. We got Sophie McCullough going up against Isla Huppets. Sophie, in my estimation, one of the fieriest female competitors on the Challenger Series. Super cool, funny, fun to be around on land. You do not want to meet her in a jersey, because she is going to make you earn everything in the water.
Yeah, she leaves nothing up to chance. We're talking about her career throughout this event. This woman's been through it. She has had some character building moments. She's had big injuries when she made it onto the championship tour. She's been relegated to the Challenger Series, so she wants to shut this down, leave nothing to chance.
And here we go, straight into it. Sophie McCullough cranks it off the bottom, straight into the lip. One of the turns of the day. I told you she's fiery. She is amped right now, trying everything she can to make the connection, but the damage was done out the back. That was so cool, because both of these surfers were just cruising into the takeoff zone, and just like that, fireworks to start. Huppets now comes around a big section. That wave dives beneath her feet. So all signs indicate that Sophie McCullough is going to have a big number to start this heat. Exactly what you want to do in the semifinals.
Well, I'm going to bring in some extra info here, because what we saw was a different start for this heat than we've seen in heats in the past, where it almost feels like the surfers are one down the beach, one by the pier. They've chosen different peaks. Let's start fair and square. We saw off screen before this heat, Sophie McCullough and Isla Huppets were legitimately under the pier. And I noticed that Sophie was holding Isla deeper. She wasn't going to paddle over and interact with the lineup until Isla broke and lost the priority for a right-hander. Sophie, a veteran competitor, I think that's a really smart way to come at this younger generation, because I had to do it against the older crew like Bede Durbridge, Adriana de Souza. These guys would put you in that corner to start things out. So all you can think about is, A, I'm not starting my heat. This is the example right here. We were watching this. Some of us were thinking, well, what's actually happening? And watch, there's a moment. It's actually, maybe we won't see it because it was kind of a long time they were waiting here. Sophie doesn't paddle at all until Isla starts to paddle, and then Sophie waits, gets priority in the rights, and just stays with her, ultimately getting her this right-hander where she belts it. So for me, vet knowledge coming in total fruition. She starts this heat with a 6.3. She's imposed herself over Isla. Like, that was pretty gnarly in my opinion.
Let me add another layer of information for you here. Is she is working with Reynos Hayes, and he is just the master of those tactical starts and controlling a heat and really getting into the headspace of your competitor. And I think Sophie just executed that so well there. She didn't want to break before a competitor. She knew that she wanted to hold the line and create that point of pressure, make a competitor nervous even before the heat had started.
Because when you're a younger competitor and you're coming up against actually a hero, right? We heard Isla say that she loves Sophie, she loves her surfing in a post-heat interview the other day. There's nothing more crushing than actually just being challenged in the beginning of that heat to say, oh wow, like the lion wants to take the meat. Like, I'm gonna have to absolutely earn every single minute of this heat. And Isla, unfortunately, didn't get a score out the back behind Sophie. So now Sophie is one step closer to getting a lot of pressure put over the younger generation.
And look at the separation in the lineup right now. Sophie's really working the Huntington Peak inside out. She's caught one at the Pier Bowl. Now she's going further south, and she's really gonna get Isla to question her game plan.
Totally, but it's funny. It's a juxtaposition of how she started. She got right in her face, said, okay, I'm coming at you. I'm getting my score, and now I got my game plan.
27:34 to go. Surfers in the water right now, both Australian, one representing the Sunshine Coast, Sophie McCullough, the other the Gold Coast, Isla Huppert. So you'd have to think a little bit of a rivalry there, always, right? So as we wait for the next set to roll through, Sierra Kerr is our first finalist of the event. She's on the glass now with AJ.
Sierra, it's her first final on the Challenger Series, which is pretty hard to believe given how long we have been excited to see you compete at this level. What did it take to get over a previous champ in Joanne DeFay here at Huntington?
Yeah, it was tough. I just wanted to get a good start in, and then I was like just trying to get the best wave off of her, but I know how gnarly of a backhand she has, and there's a lot of like 50-50 lefts out there, so I was like, oh, I think this might not be as good of a wave for me, but it could be a good one for her. So I was like, it was tough to like just be around her and want to like get the best wave off her because we have different waves that are our best, but yeah, ended up working out, so glad I got that good start.
And then you're on to the finals here at Huntington Beach. I know you want to get the trophy, you want to hoist it at the end of it, but just when you think back to this time last year, what are you most proud of yourself for, of getting back to here on the glass in the final?
Oh, there's like not even words to describe how like proud of myself I am, really. It's been very, very hard. Didn't know if I'd ever be surfing in these comps again, just be able to surf and feel like myself. So yeah, I'm just blessed to be where I am, and yeah, I couldn't be more happy.
You got your mom and dad here. I saw Josh give you a solid debrief after that one. What do you say?
He was like just pumped to the inside, stop kicking out. I was like, we actually made a deal yesterday that I'd get to my interview before we debriefed the heat, but he didn't get it done today. Maybe after the final.
You know what? There's always room for improvement. That's what we say. We'll see you in the final.
Thank you.
I love that. I got no notes on her surfing, but I love that she had a note for Dad.
They're listening in.
What an awesome family. I mean, that's a reality show right there that I would tune into. They're always out and about, whether, you know, Sierra's in a comp or they're at Kandui Villas getting barreled. They're doing airs at Desert Surf. Can I be adopted into the Kerr family somehow?
Do you know what kind of makes me tear up a little bit is I remember Nikki and Josh bringing a 2-week-old Sierra Kerr into the competitors area on the Gold Coast when Josh was competing on the championship tour. It's like a full circle moment, and it's just so awesome to see Sierra in the finals, and also just to hear the words, I'm proud of myself. I love that she stands in what she's doing. She has that self-belief, and she's such an inspiration for young surfers coming up.
I know, that's what kind of got me emotional. It's like very rare that you hear like such a talent just so frankly say, hey, I'm actually really proud of what I'm doing and where I'm at. She's been really challenged. Like, she had to step away for things for a while, come through some health stuff, get back engaged with the scene, which when you're that good of a surfer, that puts this extra pressure of expectation on you. And so she must feel like it's all off of her shoulders now. She's heading into the final in one of the most prestigious events that you can get on the Challenger Series. So big things.
Isla Huppert comes through with a pretty proper resume herself, a World Junior champion. And so far this week, she has surfed her way to her best Challenger Series result yet. This rising star out of Australia is in the Phenom class as well. She does really good airs, super fast surfer. And, you know, obviously her heat IQ is huge, working with the Surfing Australia program. You know, she's just surrounding herself with ripping surfers. She's in the scene, you know, studying everything she can. And already with a world title, it's like the future for Isla Huppert is massive. With 23 minutes to go, with Sophie already dropping a 6.33, she's got a hill to climb right here, Rosie.
It is her first trip to California. Her first time in the US Open. Her family and the Gerlachs are good family friends, so Isla's staying with the Gerlach family here at the US Open. I mean, what better way to get the fast track into inside knowledge of Huntington Beach? But just really cool to see Isla in the semifinals, her first trip to California, and competing at the US Open. I mean, it just shows how talented she is.
This could be a telling sign of things to come. So we've been seeing a couple lulls, right? And with those lulls, the tension rises. When surfers sit for 3-4 minutes without riding any waves, you can almost see, hear, feel the gears turning in their minds. Am I sitting in the right place? Should I paddle over there? You know, it really starts to kind of just pull the string, doesn't it?
Well, the craziest thing is when you're surfing those kinds of heats that are slow, the first 5 minutes is no different than the last 5 minutes. You get judged the exact same way. It's the same scale. But mentally, sometimes like a 5 and a 6 feels like a 9 because there's so much pressure. So when you see Sophie just getting on the board, even if that isn't necessarily a score of consequence, now she's applied 2 waves over the top of Isla. So as the clock starts to tick away, it's like it starts to compound in a very negative way on you as an athlete. So you have to stay so mentally strong and believe that it's a cup half full situation. The wave's gonna come to me. I'm going to receive that opportunity to try my best to get that score. But if you don't, it gets a little creepy.
Something I've noticed here is how quickly Sophie was able to make it up into the lip and really manufactured that section on that wave. It's so easy to get pushed out into a lateral sequence of turns, but to actually find a cupped out section and go vertical on your bottom turn like that is extremely difficult to do. So making the most of that wave.
Laser sharp and lightning fast. That was like, if you blink, you would have missed that. The judges sure didn't. You know, they see every bit of every second of every wave ridden. And I think Sophie's being so smart, getting a quick backup score. She's already sitting on a 6-3. And that's going to make Isla's job just a little bit more difficult. Score does come through, 4-point ride, so 10-3-3 total already, still with 20 minutes to go.
It's honestly, let's just take a second and celebrate Sharp Eye surfboards. Like if we watch another heat where it's just matched up both Sharp Eye, it's actually unbelievable to me. And they must have mastered, I feel like what it is it's a combination out here. You want a flatter surface under your front foot so you can keep all that speed as you traverse down the line, but you want either curve or a round tail, which we're seeing a lot of surfers opt for, so you can create that pivotal dynamic maneuver really quickly. Out the back, super important, but even more important, we've seen so many people go over the handlebars in that inside section. It's like beyond geometric, hitting that bowl. So whatever they have at the Sharp Eye camp, it's really working for their athletes.
Well, we think of Sharp Eye as a global brand, right? One of the most famous surfboard brands in the world, but started in San Diego. Marcio's been shaping out of San Diego for years and years and years, so this is his backyard too. And he knows exactly the type of boards to make for these California waves.
And Yufu, the Sharp Eye team manager, told me yesterday that in the quarterfinals they had 4 team riders. And now it's been whittled down to 3. Joanne, we saw her in the semifinals, and now we've got Sophie and Isla both on Sharp Eye designs.
Well, then also too, they just picked up Hayden Rogers.
Oh,
he's starting to have some fire. Gabriel Klausner as well.
Jake Marshall.
It's kind of like there's something going on down there, Chris.
Something in the water. We got 19 minutes, 23 seconds to go. Both surfers waiting for the next wave to roll through. And speaking of a new wave, there's some really cool things happening in Surf City, El Salvador. Some big events. We know that place always has waves. Let's get a little bit of an update of all the happenings going down in El Salvador with Mitch Salazar.
Guys, we're here in the El Salvador Tourism Activation just outside of the comp area, and guess what? We have 2 former World Junior Champions in the women's semifinals, Isla Huppets and Sierra Kerr, and we will be crowning World Junior Champs in the month of November over there at La Bocana in El Salvador. Well, guess what? We have a ton of different activations right here inside promoting El Salvador, and of course, Surf City USA, Surf City El Salvador, they are connected with that. But in El Salvador, we have 3 different tiers of competition. Of course, the Championship Tour event at the Point, the World Juniors, and crowning World Longboard Champions come March 2027 as well.
Thanks, Mitch. I know Mitch has spent a lot of time in El Salvador because I've been there with him. Tons of events, and it's not just because of, you know, the government being so welcoming to surfers and really making that a big part of their tourism, but it's because it's one of the most consistent spots on the planet. There's always waves in El Salvador, so looking forward to those events. And here we go, Isla Huppets. Quick snap to start there. So this is really her first wave of impact. Started off with a 0.50. She's going to try to work her way through to the inside. The outside snap was okay. Wasn't really a critical section, but see if she can add some points here. Nice, jams the tail into the closeout. So that's going to be an interesting one to see how much weight the judges are putting on those inside maneuvers. You know, we've seen in the past. Oh, there's Brad Gerlach right there. What's up, Brad? Probably the owner of one of the sickest floater shots ever from here in Huntington Beach, among many other things. You see Sophie now. Just a quick response. I mean, Sophie, I kind of think of Sophie like I think of like a David Silva, right? They're not going to make mistakes. You have to go above and beyond your capabilities if you want to take out a surfer as steady, as strong, as consistent as Sophie McCullough. The numbers are telling the story too. A 6.33 and a 4. She's already in double digits. And I feel like if you compare what Isla's last wave was to those first couple of waves of Sophie, her turns out the back is just a big difference maker to me.
Yeah, watching this wave from Isla, kind of cutting that bottom turn short in order to get up into the lip, and does well to make the inside section. She's one of the only surfers that I've seen in the women's draw do the ride aboard with that carbon construction. You can tell it's got a lot of pop when she meets these sections. Finding momentum down through that face, also cuts that turn short, wants to get out in front of it and make sure that she makes that wave, Tanner.
So whatever that score comes in at, I can guarantee you one thing. She's going to be stoked that she surfed it with 16 minutes left rather than 2 minutes left, right? Like that turn out the back, whatever that gets scoring-wise, for her to come through to the inside and stay on her board, get 2 extra maneuvers on top of it, I think that's actually good work because it's getting really scarce for opportunity out here. And when you're left in the back part of a heat needing like minimal scores, it's such a bummer.
Well, the judges liked it, 5.17, so that's better than Sophie's backup score of a 4, and kind of getting the script flipped on us a little bit. It feels like she was really well rewarded for what she did on the inside, but looking at the replay, a little bit more vertical than than we first saw on the live angle. So I feel like she maximized the potential of this wave.
Oh, maximize the potential all the way, even if not manufactured more score than what this wave had on offer. Isla just getting this inside connection, but there's so much feedback with this board and the carbon construction, and you just see her kind of like hopping through that little chop. It's got a lot of pop, and with a board like that, you've got to be careful that you don't like kind of over tic-tac it. And she powers through those maneuvers so well.
Well, I'm so stoked you brought up the board because we were laughing about it earlier. We were like, it's a bizarre one because like a black surfboard would look like the heaviest surfboard you could present in the water. But they actually are the most poppy. When it's carbon wrapped, the recoil that you feel under your feet, it's a different level of pop and response. And when the conditions become a little bit more lackluster, it's such a key factor to be able to rely on because the most perfect example, Rosie, you said, it's like she kind of got air on the inside before she hit her second turn. It feels so lively, it's almost twitchy under your feet. And then you're controlling a bit more of a frenetic energy that creates that little X factor in rather mundane conditions.
And that last wave, the 5.17, as a surf fan, that's the exact number I wanted to see because now we're starting to watch this story develop. It felt like Sophie McCullough was running away with this thing. Isla hadn't ridden away for the first 12 minutes of this heat, but just by posting that above average score, now she just needs a 5.17, which means we're in for an exciting ride for the rest of semifinal heat number 2. Can Sophie McCullough stay on top, or will the upstart Isla Huppets bring the fire and get the score required? You're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. We will be right back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We are summer maxing here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Good, clean family fun all over the place. Main Street's been going off. The beach is popping. It's Super Sunday here. It's 11 o'clock. And I almost wish we could add a few more divisions. You know, let's add some juniors. Let's add bodyboarding. Let's just extend this to a whole month because it's been so fun. I can't believe we're already at finals day. We're in the semifinals. We've fielded one women's finalist, Sierra Kerr. And in 10 minutes, 50 seconds, we're going to field our second. Will it be Sophie McCullough, who's sitting on a 6'3", 3 and a 4, or an Isla Huppets mount a charge, get herself a 5.17 to get back in command of this heat? Chris Cote with Rosie Hodge, Tanner Gadauskas. We've got 10.5 minutes left. This heat was feeling like a runaway train for Sophie, but Isla, on the strength of one big wave, the two-turn combo on the inside, has now made this a battle.
Yeah, I just met her for the first time yesterday after she won her heat, and I don't know, she kind of gives me Molly Picklum vibes. Like, she's kind of one of those people that's switched on. She's unflappable. I don't see her getting too concerned with her competitor, which is kind of, it's hard when you're a veteran competitor and you're trying to throw that pressure. But she does seem like she's just another one of this new generation that's coming up that just knows how to compete automatically.
Yeah, it's been really interesting watching the dynamics of these veteran surfers coming up against like truly upstart energy. And I think Sophie's played it really well. Like I think looking back at how she started the heat and being not aggressive, but just tactical and forcing Isla to just start thinking and being aware of how great of a competitor Sophie is. It's not just the Isla's story. I think it's great. We know both of these surfers are working with coaches in this event. Bradley Gerlach for Isla, Reynos Hayes for Sophie, and there's Reynos right there on your screen. And I actually had a minute to chat with Matt Myers in that exact area just after Hayden Rogers' heat, and I was wondering, from a coaching perspective, what's the psyche on a finals day? Does it actually change through these heats? And he was saying that as a team, you feel this inertia that you've created through this event. You've come down to the beach every single day, you create your recipe, and it's working. So not to say like it's a swing through factor, but you really have to trust what you're doing together as a team and just stay analytical on the conditions. That's your biggest point that you're gonna throw down on today.
We're looking at 8 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Sophie McCullough has been on a tear in this event. You can tell that she's hungry for it. She wants a shot at qualification. She's put together the highest heat total of the entire event just a few days ago, 15.77 heat total. That is massive, and that is a momentum builder right there. I mean, you look at the list of surfers that we have here on the 14 range, but the 15.77, that stands tall on that list.
Yeah, and that, like, when you are getting that validation from the judges that you're doing excellent surfing, and you, like you said, you have that recipe for success and you carry that through the rest of the event. Sophie is so highly intelligent too. Like, she knows how to surf a heat. Her partner is Liam O'Brien. He's also another championship tour surfer. Yeah, competitive surfing runs deep in her veins, and it's so good to see her in this position in the semifinals.
And our first little paddle battle. Nice and clean, though. Good sales tactic there from Sophie. So what are some of the ways that you can, you know, we call it baiting your competitors? What are some of the things surfers can do to try to get their opponent to paddle for a wave that might be a dud?
Well, okay, here's what you're seeing on your screen right now. This is what I would call zone defense. This is, I'm in your perspective, and you're thinking about the lineup, what's coming in, but you're also thinking about me, and that's a certain level of strategy. Because right here, Sophie then gets to have priority, even if this wave doesn't get ridden by either of them. She's the first one that looks at its quality. She'll decide if Isla goes or not, which Isla, you have to keep paddling to force them to ride these waves, where she didn't on that last one. And Sophie must have had intention, saw that there was definitely something of quality on this wave.
That was just a good, clean power carve for Sophie McCullough. Out the back, now easily making the transition to the inside section. Here's where things get tricky. She gets into the lip and rides out. expertly done for Sophie McCullough. Yeah, clap, please.
I'm
Rosie,
golf
go for it.
clapping.
Oh, yeah.
There was that split second where she makes the decision of how she wants to handle that section, and you can see her going through the Rolodex of maneuvers that she wants to execute on that cupped out section. And she chose correctly. Finishing on her feet, that was a pretty hectic section. But like you said, just clean power surfing out the back. So we know that the judges are rewarding vertical approach on the outside section. Unfortunately, she didn't have that kind of section out the back, but it was clean rail surfing and then brought this one through so nicely, Tanner.
Yeah, and this is where the entertainment factor of the US Open goes. I'm sure the beach was actually erupting for that turn because she's got such sick style. She gets so compact on the lip and she kind of pops off of the lip. So when you're watching this, actually, you're under your umbrella and you're just like, what the heck is happening? Like, that is so sick.
She almost flipped the maneuver choice, right? Like she did like the kind of easy, but not easy because it was a crazy move, but like the kind of round turn through there, but then the high impact maneuver really happened on the shoreline.
Yeah, really cool surfing. 5:29 to go. Let's go down to the source. Let's talk crowd factor. Mitch, what are you hearing down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone? Been so loud in there that it's blown our speakers.
He's
so
right by the woofer.
You know what? It's Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi day for the women's side of the draw. 3 Australian surfers entering the semifinals. And it's super cool to see, right? All the dudes that were competing here, they didn't have to come back and show up, but we know Australian surfers. They show up in full force. All the Aussies we have left in the draw are getting full support from basically the entirety of the Australian Challenger Series contingent. And it's super rad to see because, you know, you have Sophie, like I said, she's from the Sunshine Coast, Isla from the Gold Coast. You know, their board riders teams have gone head-to-head in the past, but it's just rad to, you know, just feel that Australian excitement because they got pretty brutalized on the men's side of the Challenger Series, so they have a lot to celebrate now with the women.
Well, they can just come on down and watch the women and cheer them on and also learn from what they are doing right here. And it's good to see that support in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and cool to see the number of Australian coaches that these women can tap into. I know Isla's been utilizing the Australian coaches and sharpening her game plan for this event. But it's also creating that community feeling, and you need that, I think, coming to these big events. It can be quite lonely on the road, so having camaraderie is such a big factor.
Yeah, and I feel like the countries, when I think about it, that have done it the best forever, Australia has to be one of them. Brazil, one of them. And what it does is it creates a collective high watermark every single event. So Australia right here, even though on the men's side, they've fallen out of the game a little early, they're still taking home a win. No matter what, you're going to see Sierra Kerr come up against one of these Australians and they will be on the podium. So you get like a collective glow. You can have good takeaway even when you travel with people and you don't get a result yourself. It actually softens the blow of the loss and it makes you believe, because it's very tangible for you to see how to win these events on finals day. It actually just keeps you guys pushing each other forward and forward, and that's why you see a lot of groups get hot as a group and all of them getting results.
Completely agree.
Inside of 3 minutes now. McCullough in the lead with a 6.33 and a 5.07. Huppets has needed a 5.17 for a while, but with the increase in Sophie's backup, now that means Isla needs a 6.24. I mean, it's daunting, but it's out there. You know, just knowing that Sophie started with that 6.33 with one big turn has to be kind of a feel-good moment for Isla. With priority, just a glance at that wave, but no serious look. Now we wait. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Gosh, they're in the Coliseum trying to just quiet the noise. The pier is absolutely packed. The beach is packed. I mean, all 1,000 eyeballs on the back of your head, and you're just trying to go, okay, I just need a wave to come through. I'm going to do one big turn, and I'm going to be in the finals. That's all. It's like when you're rock climbing, don't look down. Don't look to the beach if you don't want to get nervous out here today.
And I think for Isla, this is when it comes down to this much time, you almost start to vibrate with that energy and those nerves and that anticipation and that want for that opportunity to come your way.
Yeah, and we know she's a world junior champ, and that takes a certain level of bravado and belief to close down big events. And so you get put in these corners throughout a finals day of like, do you have what it takes to meet this moment to ultimately unlock you into the finals? And she's done it in the past. So like you said, Rosie, like she starts to vibrate that positive energy within her, and she's believing that the opportunity is going to come with this minute and a half. She's really surfed a smart heat in her own regard.
Yeah, minute 13 left. So this heat started quietly with kind of both surfers in the shadow of the pier, casually making their way to the takeoff zone. It could end with a bang with a minute left. Isla has priority. Decision time. Looks like there's a set coming into the takeoff zone. Where's Isla? Ooh, she's seeing it. She needs a 6.24. This could be a huge moment for this young Australian. Cranks it off the bottom, straight up into the lip. One of the most explosive turns we've seen of the day, just in time. That is going to make things interesting for the last 35 seconds of this semifinal heat. Now working her way straight through to the shore break. Quick turn, setting things up. She handles her business on the inside. Come on.
Oh my gosh. I can feel my heartbeat in my fingertips.
Totally, I actually got chicken skin watching.
I did too.
Unbelievable. Wow.
I mean, that is a surf fan's dream, right? Potential buzzer beater, just in time. One of the most radical turns we've seen in Sophie. She can't do anything but smile, just knowing full well. When you see spray like that, you hear the crowd go wild, like, fair enough. You know, that was incredible.
Isla loaded the crossbow right there. She pulled it right back so taut, and that first turn, Tanner?
I mean, we're gonna argue this is the turn of the heat right here, right? Lays it down on the most critical section of this wave. But again, that bravado, she's waited so long to deliver on that ride. So there is so much just stress involved with this, and I love that she's able to relax enough to get that turn, setting her up to get vertical on the inside. Just a really well surfed wave.
Do you remember like normal teenagers?
The react.
You remember when surfing had just normal teenagers that would fall apart in times of stress? Well, guess what? Those days are gone. Isla Huppets, a clutch performer, comes through with a 7.5. We have our second finalist of the U.S. Open of Surfing. Now we get to see a battle of the World Junior Champions at the highest level. Your Challenger Series women have put on an absolute show here in Huntington Beach. Give it up to Isla Huppets. Only 3 waves ridden, 2 of them counted, and 1 of them counted in a huge way. Get some congrats from the GER. I'm just shock and awe. Isla Huppets with the buzzer beater. That was incredible. We're going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Men's semifinal coming up next. Jake Marshall v. Hayden Rogers. We'll be right back.
Huntington Beach is the location. Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Coming out of the water, Isla Huppets. She is going to be in the finals up against Sierra Kerr. It's kind of going to be the new generation when it comes to the women's final. We've got to set the men's final. Capoguero, Mitchell Salazar. It's semifinal time for the men.
It's amazing right here, too. And also Cal battle to start things off in the semis. Jake Marshall, Hayden Rogers, that's going to be great. And two former champions going at it. That's a rematch of the final back in 2018. Talking about Kanoa Igarashi and Griffin Colapinto. Going to be fun.
Yeah, going to be really fun. Thank you for joining us here, Finals Day. Again, 35-minute semifinals, so we added 5 minutes onto these semifinals. Taking a look at a semifinal finish for Sophie McCulloch. So that's going to be a keeper score for her, or keeper result for her when we look at year-end rankings.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see right there, stoked with her performance. She obviously wanted to make it into the final. She was controlling the majority of the heat. It's a buzzer beater for Isla Huppets, and the current and reigning world junior champion, the 18-year-old, into her first final right here at the Open. And it's the presence of the veteran out there, and Marshall up against the youth of Rogers. Great heat to start off the semis, Kipes.
What do you think? Who do you think has the advantage here, Mitchell?
Tactically, definitely got to go way in the favor of Jake, especially with his approach this morning, the way he's competed so far. I think he's really saved the very best for last. When it comes to being in the air, though, not many people in the world can really get the pop and rotations like we've seen from Rogers so far. I mean, this gives you the perspective of the waves that they're looking at. The experience of Jake being on the pier bowl right now, and you saw Hayden being further to the south, trying to use that left, going into the pier. Third CS semifinal appearance, Kaipo. He's won big events at the QS level, and of course we've seen him do very well at the CS. Ranked number 23, just outside of qualification when it comes to the CT, though.
Yeah, and on the flip side of the coin, we have uncharted territory for young Hayden Rogers, just 20 years old. And this is his probably the highlight of his young professional career. On the Challenger Series rankings live, he's climbed up to number 8 in the rankings with this, and he keeps on going. Another thing that Hayden has achieved, we're going to see Hayden again at the trials at Lowers, because he's going to be he's the highest rated North American Challenger Series surfer. He's going to be in those trials with Levi Slauson, Taj Lindblad, and a choice from the San Clemente board riders.
Wow.
He's getting a lot done here.
Outside of Levi, the only other guy, I mean, Levi's the only guy outside of San Clemente that's got a spot in those trials. So they're dominating when it comes to really those appearances on the championship tour at that location. Well deserved, because it was either up to him or Luca Messinas, right? So whoever was able to advance the furthest out of the two. Props to Hayden, man, 20 years old, and as you said, the highlight of his career. He has won QS events regionally before, looking for his first major victory. And what a way to do it. I mean, you look at the surfers from the United States that have been able to win this event, especially the goofy footers. Got to be thinking about Raul Machado in that sense, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's been a defining event throughout history. Here we go. Hayden finds this right down the beach, winds up and pops it up in the air, lands, and unable to control that landing.
Went to a cockroach kind of stance right there for just a little bit, coming out of the air too.
Yeah, as we talk about, you know, this event and defining careers, we got to think about how it could shape the career of Brett Simpson, Nathaniel Curry, Rob Machado, like you said. Take a look at a replay of a wipeout here.
And I'd
Corey Lopez.
even say Kanoa Igarashi too. You know, because Kanoa had already qualified by the time he won his first one, but he made a name for himself at this event.
Yeah.
So big path to success later on in your professional career if you're able to win this event, Kaipo. And outside of that, I mean, look at the people on the beach. Look at the way you're able to handle pressure in big situations, especially coming up against people that have a lot more experience than you in high leverage moments too.
Oh, so a little bit of a lull out in the water. maybe it's time, you know, I've been incorporating philosophy into a lot of the segments now.
Yes.
Marcus Aurelius, Sun Tzu, Art of War, Bruce Lee. Get back to that because we're watching Hayden Rogers stay busy but goes down yet again.
Okay, what's the one for today?
Well, I'm going to the great Sean Thompson, 1977 world surfing champ. He wrote a book, The Surfer's Code, and some of the codes I'm going to give just to give you a couple. I will never turn my back on the ocean. That's one of the surfer's codes. I will always paddle back out. That's the surfer's code. I will take the drop with commitment. You can apply that to a number of things in life.
Correct.
So I've dropped 3 surfer's codes. We're going to continue to kind of sprinkle those in for the rest of the day.
Well,
thanks, Sean.
You got to follow number 2 a lot more because you do the 3 waves a session already. I needed to paddle back out so that way we're not hustling back to the hotel every time we surf together.
All right, let's check out Chris Cote out amongst it. Chris?
Hey, thank you so much, team. Yeah, as you can see, it's absolutely raging here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. The only thing that kind of equals the energy when someone goes out there and drops a 7.5, an 8-point ride for a big, huge turn is when the Board and Brew arrives. And I don't have to sell you on these sandwiches. They sell themselves. We want to thank Board and Brew not only for providing lunch for some of the world's best surfers, but also, if you've been watching the 805 post shows, the Board and Brew top 5 segments have been incredible, truly must-see TV, and I can't wait to see what happens at the end of the day. The Board and Brew top 5 is going to be packed with excitement, just like this sandwich is packed with flavor. Hey, cheers. Cheers. Yeah. You ever cheers to sandwich? You ever cheers to sandwich? Me neither. It's first time for everything.
Hey, Chris, you mind bringing a few over here?
Maybe. Let me see. All right, I'll be back. Back to you guys.
I guarantee you by the time we're done with our shift, there will be no Board and Brew left there.
Dude.
Mitchell. Just breaking the news to you.
Good.
We got 35 minutes semifinals. We're in here for an hour 10 block. Those Board and Brews will be long gone. Hayden wants to get on the board with something substantial. Keeping this one a little bit mellower, but still not being able to find any quality waves. Looking back at Jake Marshall also getting caught up.
So there's just a slight breeze going on right now, which is giving that crumble, especially when it comes to the lips that we're seeing out there at the moment. So you know, that's just something that we expected later on throughout the day. It's still, you know, before noon at the moment. So these guys having to make those adjustments just a bit earlier than anticipated. Kaipo, looking at the last of Hayden, just a quick one right here. Up and over, but really a little bit of a forced maneuver. It seems like he just recognized that wave is going to be really flat, and then Jake over towards the pier bowl, big floater, and then catches rail coming out of the second one, so it's going to be incomplete for both of them. Small scores at the moment, 11 minutes into the heat right here, but once again, just going back to the experience factor, Jake's been in this position so many times before in his young career. Kaipo has a lot to give in these last 24 minutes, and for Hayden, you have a point to prove. This isn't really the big moment that I've been waiting for to make it to the semis. I want to win this comp. Yeah. I've already made it this far. Might as well go all the way.
And so does Jake. You know, Jake came so close in 2021, runner-up finish here to Griffin. So he would love to take a win here, just go one better than that 2021 appearance.
Absolutely, and he's put in a ton of time outside of the water too. Remember, he's not doing the drive every day. He actually booked a hotel for the week, and props to him for committing to that, because I think a lot of people would just be comfortable being at home the entire time, Kibes.
Yeah. Well, they say that's where the heart is.
Truly. Especially in SoCal, where he's from, in Encinitas, one of the most beautiful places on the planet. Oh, the Sun Ninjas are out, Kaipo. Great shade down there over by the pier. Beach is packed. Looking good.
Yeah. Speaking of Encinitas, I got a rental coming up over there, so if you're interested, DM me.
I'm just going to text you instead. I got your number.
Well, no, I'm just doing that for everyone watching.
Gotcha.
Let's see, from Isla Huppets into the final. It's a big moment for the reigning world junior champ. Rosie Hodge caught up with Isla after she got out of her heat.
Isla, you are into the finals at the US Open. Your first time to California, your first time competing here. Intense final moments that heat. Talk us through that final wave.
Yeah, I don't know. Soph had me from like the very start. She put a few scores on me early, and I don't know, kind of pressure was building the whole heat, and there wasn't really a set, so obviously the nerves were there and there was a lot of pressure, but so glad that wave came, and I just wanted to get the fins out and then connect to the inside.
The turn was so sick. Well, it's going to be a battle of the World Junior Champs in the final. You beat Sierra Kerr in this year's World Junior titles. How good does it feel to be coming up against someone that you've surfed against and had success over?
I mean, every competition's different, so I don't think past success really means anything, but yeah, Sierra's such an amazing competitor, and I'm really excited to battle against her again.
Are you proud of yourself for making the final here?
Yeah, I'm really proud of myself, but yeah, it's not over yet.
And how do you get ready for the final?
I'll just keep doing my same routine, talk to the coach, get out there.
It's working for you. Good luck in the final.
She's scary. I mean, she's going out there with the game plan, with the game face. She's like, job's not done. I like that. Dude, 18 years old, World Junior Champ this year. It's a rematch of the final. It's going to be very intense. I'm looking forward to it, Kaipo.
Yeah, and you know, gosh, what the experience for all of our surfers throughout this entire event, the entirety of it, surfing all the rounds, surfing all the different conditions, and then for the final to happen right now in, you know, this kind of this receding swell, it takes a different game plan every single time you hit the water.
Absolutely, and we've seen it with board adjustments, with equipment adjustments, and this guy has been able to use his rails just as well as he's been able to go to the air, Kaipo. So goes for the layback on the second one. That is complete. Well done. Work on the outside was good. Had the carve into the big layback. Right here brings it all the way through to the inside. Looking right the entire time. So the eyeline was keeping to the right here in the shore break. And looking for one more, he was able to get it, Kaipo. So that is a conversion on a difficult wave to really surf. Not a whole lot of pocket on it. Made something out of nothing. And then Jake on the backhand, we've seen this lots of different times throughout his career. The 2-for-1 on the outside. Deep bottom turn to try to get the reconnection right here. Through to the shorey. Keeps it cool and casual. Using those rails to his advantage. And adds in a few more on the inside too. Great exchange right there, Kaipo. I feel like it's going to be real even when it comes to who gets the better out of this exchange. And another angle right here, Rogers had his eyeline set the entire time going right. So did the work outside going left, presented something different in the shore break. Well done.
Well, the exchange, I feel that Jake may have had the advantage on that exchange between the two of them. And the judges still deliberating, looking at replays. So we're still waiting for scores. Scores are finally trickling in, and yes, a 5.5 for Hayden Rogers comes through. And for Jake Marshall, he did get the better of the exchange with a 7-point ride.
Well, that's a big score right now. You're getting 14 points out there at the moment with, as you said, the swell receding, and not just that, the tide's still coming up at about noonish. So it's big for Jake to start off this early, that quick, and with a big score. Anything above a 6, I think today is going to be a major keeper, Kaipo. Don't be thinking that we're going to see a lot of excellent scores out there, although we still have 2 juggernauts coming up in the next seat, 2 former event champions in Griff and Kanoa. And then the PT Excellence Award too. Griff leading so far, 16 points in the quarters.
Yeah. Peter Townley will hand out the PT Excellence Award for the highest heat total on finals day. And you're right, Griffin is, with that 16 point, is in the lead.
It's a major number by today's standards. Jake, though, he's looking good. And for him being where he's at on the rankings, Chris touched on it earlier. He's such a complete surfer. Great everywhere. Excellent in the barrel. I think he's been extremely good when it comes to backdoor and pipeline. But the next event over there in Tahiti, the guy knows how to charge too, Kaipo. Watch out for him trying to make a push into the quarters or better over there at the next CT stop.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Jake, for the back half, the back end of the tour, the championship tour, he needs some results. He's number 23 right now, so for that year-end cut at 22, he needs to improve his standing.
Yeah, and seems like the two of them having a bit of a chat right there, which is uncommon. In a heat, you don't normally see this. They're 2 good buddies, though.
Yeah.
And
why not? Ask each other what you just got. Jake should ask Hayden, hey, what'd you just score? And then Hayden would say a 5.5, and Jake said, oh, that's nice. I got a 7.
Well, already playing some mind games. The older dude out there playing some mind games with the youngster.
I mean, that's definitely, I have no idea if that's the dialogue, but that would be a fun dialogue to have.
And there's very little separation between where they're both from, too. I mean, what would you say, about 30 miles in between Encinitas and San Clemente? So
just depends on what's happening on that Pendleton stretch.
Traffic can be bad, as we all know.
SoCal.
Jake
with priority, pier bowl right. Winds off the bottom vert on that first turn. Carves that second one all the way around and gets up, and you can see the disappointment right there.
That's the difficulty of pushing too hard on those carves with that flat section coming towards you. Well, he makes the inside and gets one more crack in the shore break. He's putting up another great score right here. The first turn, knifey, right in the pocket. And right here, just a bit too much emphasis on the power right there, Kaipo. So leave some meat on the bone, because that wave was still running down the line heading into the inside. Nice and tidy right there next to the white water the entire time. Another deep bottom turn. But right here, just a bit too much power right there, because you can see the wave just flattening out. It doesn't match power versus power at that point of the wave. It goes into that deep section, and he knows, missed chance.
Yeah, that was a bummer. And 3.33 comes through for Jake Marshall as backup.
You put it this way, you drop a 6 or better right there, the way that Hayden competes in the back end of this heat is going to be completely different to what he needs right now. He pretty much needs a 5-point ride. At that point, you drop a 6 or a 7, you're nearly forcing him to go to the air on each wave, Kaipo. So he has to be selecting a certain wave at that point.
Well, priority with the 20-year-old, and he's shown just really high heat IQ throughout this the entirety of this event. I think he's working. Is he working with Matt Myers?
He is. Yeah, been.
So I like the planning that they've been doing for heats.
And actually, the two camps pretty close to each other. I'd say about probably 300 to 400 feet separation between Matt and Chris Gallagher, who's in the Jake Marshall camp right now. But yeah, they've been set up on same place on the beach the entire time throughout this event. And yeah, I mean, Hayden, 20 years old, he's got the youth on his side. He has the air game on his side right now. He's won big events at the QS level already. Now, you know, in the position he's in this heat, only needing a mid-range score, you know, doors open right now, Kaipo. Big time momentum builder if he's able to make it into the final, potentially win, especially knowing the percentage of people that have won Challenger Series events before. I mean, they tend to qualify for the tour.
Yes, that is a true statement. I mean, we're gonna take a break right now, and as we wait for the next set to appear, Hayden Rogers with priority and a need of a 4.84. Can he do it? We're gonna find out with the back half of the semifinals after these messages.
We'll be right back.
Good stuff.
We're out there.
Anchors up, we're out there.
The place to be. A couple micheladas this afternoon after work, Kaipo. A nice cold Pacifico. I'm down as always.
Yeah, it'll happen.
Beautiful summer weather right here in SoCal.
Coming back to the action, and when we left, we were waiting for a set, and guess what? We're back and we're still waiting for a set. Hayden Rogers with priority and just needs basically a 5-point ride to turn the heat on Jake Marshall.
Well, it's been exceptionally consistent this summer right here, and you know, luckily we've had waves for the entire period, the 9-day event period that we have right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. It's, I'd say, atypical that we usually have waves that are above head high for 9 days in a row wherever you go in the world, Kaipo. It's just been nonstop. We've been so fortunate to have that. Still super fun out there, but as we all know, the swell on the decrease. There's wind swell out there right now, so there should be a good amount of lows in these heats, especially with those 35 minutes available. Got to be able to know how to compete very well in these types of moments too.
Yeah, and just be able to maintain your focus while you're sitting through these lows.
Manage time, manage expectations too. And that's where that last wave of Marshall was quite important when it came down to, you know, the outcome of this heat. You get something that's close to another 7-point ride, I feel like there's going to be a lot more pressure intensified right here on Hayden. Whereas Marshall's still, you know, in a position where he's not only leading, but has a small backup. So he can really play the game of using the inside to his advantage, Kipes.
Down to 11 minutes. And not a lot going on out here, but that's something that a young Hayden Rogers is accustomed to. He's no stranger in the jersey. He's gone through the whole ranks. He's been through a lot. He's actually been through a lot of challenges. Remember, he got knocked out. Hayden, as a kid, got knocked out at Pipeline and had to get rescued. It was a heavy moment. I was actually there. It was, and then that could be a traumatizing moment, but Hayden just comes back and shows, you know, that determination. And what I'm seeing right now in all the heats that he's been surfing so far, he's shown that determination. Never give up.
Moment of resiliency right there from Hayden.
Yeah. Let's go down to AJ McCord in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Kaipo, this place is popping today. There are so many athletes who have come down to watch the best in the world at Huntington Beach. And this next matchup that we have on the men's side between Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi, you would think that this is a CT battle. On the championship tour, Griffin owns the head-to-head against Kanoa. But here at Huntington Beach, Kanoa has one more title than Griffin does here. So I've been watching them get ready. It's the same thing that you would imagine. They're both locked in. They're listening to their music. Kanoa just grabbed his jersey, is heading down to get in his mind space, and these two both want this win very, very badly. And of course, on the women's side, we have another battle that is coming in between Sierra Kerr and Isla Huppitz. Those two right next to each other. So it is so crowded in this Red Bull Athlete Zone that the competitors are almost trying to be squeezed together where they can find these quiet moments to prepare for what they hope is going to be a moment they'll never forget.
Thank you for the reporting, AJ McCord. Yeah, trying to find anywhere quiet in Huntington Beach on a weekend, pretty hard. The matchup between Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi on the CT. 6 times they've matched up. 4 times Griffin has taken the win. 2 times Kanoa has taken the win. That's their head-to-head history on the championship tour.
And, you know, expect to see Hayden there at one point in his career, too. He's looking to qualify in his first full season on the Challenger Series, too. At the moment, only needing a 4.84, and, you know, going back to the topic of having to compete in conditions that are similar to this, when you approach the QS, especially here in North America, there's a lot of locations that have, you know, underperforming waves. You know, there's some big events where you have to do really well at, and the quality of waves isn't great. So I think the fact that he's been able to go through that process multiple times, eventually qualify at only 20 years old right now, and now get at least one keeper result in the Challenger Series in the first 2 events says a lot about how adaptable and how much he's adjusted on the fly, Kaipo. And outside of that, too, getting back to the topic of resiliency, you're absolutely right. I mean, the kid's lucky to be alive right now. I think he's made the most out of his life so far in his young career. Brother Nolan, also a great surfer. And we see a lot of moments like that with professional surfers. I mean, Remember Leo Fioravanti broke his back right there at Pipe 2. There's been a lot of people that have gone through these different experiences in their youth, and eventually hitting adulthood, they've been doing amazing and exceptional things, Kaipo.
Yeah. And remember, for a surfer like Hayden, how the system works. 5 Challenger Series events throughout the year. Your top 4 finishes counts towards your rankings. Top 10 on the men's side graduate to the championship tour. However, with performances like Kanoa Igarashi, Griffin Colapinto, and Jake Marshall, CT surfers, we could see the possibility of double qualifiers, and that would push the qualification line down even further than those top 10 rankings. So it's a great story that we're going to keep track of this year. All the conclusions going to happen at the final Newcastle Surf Fest that's going to happen early in 2027 to set the stage for next year's championship tour.
Yeah, and if you know that they're in the event, you can't get spooked. You can't think that it's overwhelming to see them compete in the same one as you, because eventually if you are going to qualify, you're going to have to surf against them anyways. So you got to keep, pressure is a privilege, as a lot of people say, and you got to maintain that kind of focus leading up to an event where there's multiple rounds to surf within the very same event, and especially on a day like today, finals day, you're having to compete and surf 3 times in different, eras and stages of what the day is providing. Smaller swell on tap right now, different tides on tap too, Kaipo, and especially with that wind about to be picking up later on this afternoon, use it to your advantage if you got that air game.
And this Challenger Series, it's a long road. So after the conclusion of this event, there's a bit of a break until September 26th. That's when Challenger Series stop number 3 is going to happen at São Sebastião in Brazil. So there's going to be a bit of a break. And then when you look at the entirety of the tour, it doesn't end until March 1st, 2027. That's when the Newcastle Surf Fest is going to go down. So it's a long road, and you got to be paced. You got to stay injury-free throughout this long road on the Challenger Series. So it's a grind. There's our schedule right there.
Well, and that's a brand new venue too. So they've had QSs there before, but for the majority of the Challenger Series surfers, it's going to be their first time going to that location. So big wild card right there. We all know how good Edeseda can get. It can also be one of the most complicated waves to surf on the planet. And to me, the most difficult one out of the 5 on the schedule, Kaipo. And as you said, a large gap between Edeseda and Newcastle. That is really the most important event on the schedule right there to really capitalize on those opportunities to qualify.
Yeah, think of all the pressure that you're going to be feeling from October 2026, not until March 1st, when you're actually going to know who's qualifying.
And
there's so many moods to Newcastle as well.
That's why I think it's the most complicated out of the 5.
Yeah.
It can break on the outside, it can be a short break, and can be really inconsistent. It picks up a lot of different wind swell. So it is not an easy wave to surf at all. It is not an easy wave to prepare to either. Although I will say, where Hayden's from, T Street has some similarities to what Newcastle does too. Can break on the outside, be really good over there, but a lot of times you really surf in the shore break.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, you're right. But as a whole, Newcastle, I feel, gets more swell than T Street.
Oh, T Street, good wave, bah.
Nothing against T Street, man. I'm just telling you, like, Meriwether bombs sometimes out there,
It does. You could be riding a proper board out there.
Yeah.
But it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I think, the addition of a brand new place on the schedule too, São Sebastião over there in Maresias. It's a quality wave, a wave that can really barrel too. Hayden now, been waiting a long time, Kaipo.
All right, let's see what he has for us. Hayden Rogers goes to the air, nifty air reverse, needs a little bit more. Remember, just needs basically a 5-point ride, and that wave just runs out of juice. So right behind him, Jake Marshall, pretty whippy on that first turn. Marshall zigzagging through the flats, hoping to make the connection. Zigzagging on the Sharp Eye surfboard, loads up, gets a nice carve, a paced approach as he hits the oncoming section, finishes up very, very business-like for Jake Marshall.
Absolutely.
Guaranteed he's going to get rid of that 3.33.
Meat and potatoes type of surfing right there. Basic, but so well done. And with 3 minutes to go, a necessary answer, because it's likely that Hayden's going to take the lead with this last one right here with the big air on the outside. And Jake needed to improve on the low score, Kaipo. Tight in the pocket the entire time. The big tail slide into the one whippy right there, as he said. Foam climb up and over the whitewater. Just great job managing the speed, getting the inside reform right here, right next to the pier. Very impressive. Really on a swivel the entire time to get, you know, these extra points in the short break and the 2 for 1. Basic, well done. That's CT level caliber surfing.
So right here, likely Hayden gets the number that he needs, right, to overtake the lead from Jake Marshall. So that was why it's so important for Jake to respond immediately.
Yeah, on the very next wave. And if Hayden wasn't going to go on the first one out of the set, Jake definitely was.
Hayden on another one. All right, so now we got some catching up to do score-wise, Mitchell.
Yeah, judges have 2 minutes right here to make a decision on who's going to be advancing out of this heat. And nice to see some activity when it comes to motion in the ocean, Kaipo. Some more waves on the horizon for these two gentlemen. I mean, because it was really about 15 minutes where it went pretty much dead flat right there. Hayden had to wait a long time to get that 5th wave. So this one, number 6. Going right for the first time this heat. Outside of the incomplete air at the beginning of it. Gets the reverse, a little bit of a flatter section. Makes it back into the section that just has a bit more sand on it closer to the pier. And adds another air. Good pop on that one. And no struggle whatsoever to ride out cleanly. So he did change the situation with this previous one, Kaipo. And now looking to improve on a 5.5 as the current backup. But I mean, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to the progressive element that Hayden has in his game. One of the best in the world at it.
Marshall. Still waiting for the previous wave score for Jake Marshall, but he's not going to wait around to find out. You have to go under the assumption that you need a score every single time.
Yes.
So that's why Jake's going to stay busy no matter what, especially knowing the little time on the clock. Oh, man. We have a mystery novel right now.
Little Tom Clancy kind of action out there?
We have a mystery to solve because we need some scores to come through. Okay, Jake Marshall, 5.27. Jake goes back into the lead. But now Hayden Rogers needs a 6.51, and we're waiting for last wave surf for Hayden Rogers to see if he got that 6.51. And to make things even more mysterious, we have another score still for Jake Marshall to see where he ends up on his score line.
Well, really, the important one right here is Blues last. And just based off of initial reaction, I feel like it's going to come short, Kaipo. I just think the air on the inside was great, but there's not as much risk involved doing that on the inside in comparison to the outside. You're immediately to your feet, you're standing up, the section's got to be right there. And really, if you fall, you're losing the entire rest part of the wave. And Jake right here, as you said, with the intent of knowing that you are in a vulnerable position, you need to surf every wave like you're still searching for the lead. Jake did that right here. First turn on the outside, it was beautiful. Really difficult to be able to get to the inside short break. He's done it multiple times here, and the end turn isn't great, but I mean, at that point, all he's wanted to do is put the cherry on top. Not enough on the last one to Hato, though.
No, so Jake didn't need that last wave. He's already going to advance into the final. Hayden Rogers coming in under with a 5.03, needed a 6.51. So it will be Jake Marshall going into his 2nd U.S. Open final.
And he actually seems like he's going to improve on his last one, too. So good surfing right there by Jake. Very strategic, Kaipo. Looking excellent so far. One of the most informed surfers of the event. And once again, just outside of requalification on the Championship Tour, he's at number 23. Top 22 requalify at the end of the season. So this is a big moment for him to gain some points on the CS. But career best result for Hayden Rogers in only his 2nd event on the CS, Kaipo.
Yeah, congratulations, Hayden. He'll be walking away with Huntington Beach with an equal 3rd and 6,000 points. Jake Marshall, it's time for him to prepare himself for an upcoming final, and we're going to prepare for that final. Going to break here. Who's going to be against Jake Marshall? Griffin Colapinto, Kanoa Garashi will be battling for that spot when we return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. pier is packed. Finals day at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Semifinal number 2 out in the water. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar, talking you through the action.
Been a fun one today, Kaipo. Potentially crowning new champions out there on both sides, and got another action-packed heat right here. And there's a reason why the pier and the beach are so crowded. We got another star-studded one.
Griffin Colapinto up against Kanoa Igarashi. Igarashi, a 2-time US Open champ. Griffin Colapinto has won this event before back in 2021.
And one of the times that Kanoa won back in 2018, this was the final. So history between the two of them right here at this venue for that specific reason. They competed a long time together in the amateurs too, Kaipo, growing up in SoCal.
Yep, back-to-back US Open wins, 2017, 2018 for Kanoa Igarashi.
And also a bit of a rivalry when it comes to the board riders battles too. HB, San Clemente, of course Encinitas represented with Jake Marshall in the semis as well. San Clemente, one of the hotbeds of talent worldwide right now. And Griff won this event back in 2021, his first major victory at this level, Kaipo.
Yep. Griffin ranked number 12 on the championship tour currently. 8 years on the CT for Griffin Colapinto, 28 years old, just had a birthday. 28 years old also with Kanoa Igarashi, number 9 on the CT after the last event for Kanoa. Kanoa a little bit longer on the championship tour, 10 years on tour. The one thing that both of these guys have in common, Mitchell, they both drive Lexuses.
They do. And Lexus House, every day, 2 and 3 p.m., there's raffles over there for all that Yoki shop gear. But that board is getting raffled today.
Nice.
That one Yoki. So single fin, it's at 3 p.m. over at the Lexus House. It's right here in the activation area. It's going to be really sick.
Nice. And you can check out the LX 600 luxury model. You can check out the Lexus GS model. You can check out the Surf LX model that has special racks and compartments and charging features on it. And you can watch the action at the US Open of Surfing.
It's completely
like all these guys.
Completely free to be there. There's food available. Once again, raffles 2 to 3 p.m. Got to be there pretty quick though, because it seems like standing room only at the moment. Packed house. Good to see.
Yeah, and thanks Lexus for all of their support to professional surfing.
Absolutely.
They've been a wonderful partner for the past few years.
They've been, you know, a real blessing to us so far, and hope to continue that tradition for years to come too, Kipes. So no waves ridden so far in this one. Seems like Griffin trying to get the pure bull advantage right here, looking at the right.
Yeah, these two, no stranger to competing against each other. They know each other's habits. They know each other's strategies. They know each other's strengths and potentially knowing each other's weaknesses as well.
Oh, absolutely. You see each other on tour every day. You know, something's going to stick when it comes to all that. Good friends, too. I mean, that's something that both of these guys really know about each other. They're good ambassadors to the sport. First wave's coming through, Kaipo. Seems like Kanoa might be in the right spot for this right. Griffin potentially looking left.
We're going to stick with Kanoa. Finds the right, and he's been so dependable on those front side air reverses. So got the move out the back, looking to make the connection onto the inside. Weaving the tractor board through its paces inside, and again, just so dependable, Kanoa Igarashi.
You know, it's almost like a repetition of what you see every day out there with him. He's so good at that, just making the transition all the way to the inside short break too. Oh!
Whoa. Amateur judge on the...
Yeah, I don't know about that, but...
Hey, I love it. Get fired up. He's already thrown a 10 at the beginning of the heat, yeah.
Well, we have seen 8s today. Don't think a 10 by today's standard is going to be impossible to get, but wow, what a maneuver on the outside by Kanoa. And then you see the read right there. Had a chance to probably redirect earlier if you wanted to. I think he just wanted to get closer to the whitewater, knowing that there potentially was another section available on the outside to hit. And then right here, what a read. I mean, deep bottom turn, a little stuck coming out of it, but he's going to drop a major number.
Double peace sign. Oh, maybe that guy was saying he got a 4. I don't know. Here's Kanoa in the slow motion.
Well, I mean, picture perfect technique right there. Big spring when it comes to using that epoxy to his advantage. And see how, for a moment, he looked like already fading to the white water right there. Makes a subtle adjustment to get closer towards the shoulder, potentially sinking one more turn on the outside. It doesn't happen, but he does a major one right there on the inside, completely releasing the fins. A little hung up coming out of it, though, Kaipo. But a great combination to start things off.
Yeah, 7.33. That's a great start for Kanoa Igarashi. Now the attention falls on Griffin Colapintos. There's a spread from our judges, 3 7.5s and 2 7s.
So you throw out the high and the low, you average the other 3 out. And boy, both these guys look comfortable right now. I mean, talk about 2 juggernauts of the sport of surfing, Kaipo.
Taking a look at the history on the championship tour, head-to-head matchups. We said 6 times these two have matched up, with Griffin with the advantage. 4 wins versus 2 wins of Kanoa Igarashi, and Griffin actually leading in every category: average heat score, maximum heat score, and max wave score as well.
That is accurate and pretty close right there. I mean, both in 13 points when it comes to the average heat score. Pretty standard for both of them, but they're at least getting a 6 and a 7 every single time they match up, Kaipo.
And not only that, I think that both of these guys have just come off a surf trip together before this U.S. Open.
That was Leo and Jack that went up.
Oh, it wasn't Griffin. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, but I would think that he probably would have liked to have been invited.
Yeah.
But no, other types of commitments. I mean, especially for Griffin right here. Tour's long, dude. Tour's long. 4 events in Australia. After that, you're barely spending any time in between events.
You're telling me.
You've barely been home too. So any ounce of being at home that these guys are going to take, they're going to really use to their advantage. I mean, and psychologically, that does a lot for you. As we all know, travel takes a good amount out of you energy-wise, Kaipo, but you got to embrace it. This is the career that you've chosen. It's a lifestyle that is second to none, truly, around the world, and you get to go to some of the most beautiful places in the world, exchange cultures, get to meet new people. So for them, I think if you ask them if they would change it for anything else, it would be an absolute no.
Yeah, I agree. Let's check in with Tanner Gudauskas. Tanner.
Yo, what's going on, boys? Hey, so I'm down here. I'm just loving the commentary and all about the rivalry with Huntington Beach and San Clemente. And Mitch, you know this pretty well. Everybody takes it to the board riders because that's like the hometown factor for competitive surfing, but actually it goes a layer deeper. I remember being in San Clemente High School. We have high school surf teams here in California, so we've competed against, from San Clemente, you compete against Huntington Beach like since you're in 9th grade. But I always remember some iconic battles that would go down with the Huntington Beach crew. Like they had Coach Verdone, and they just had this huge stable of athletes. And so this rivalry that you're seeing play out in front of you, it's scholastic as well. It's not just it pertaining to competitive professional surfing. It goes way deeper, and that's why the cultures of these different towns in California, it's like woven into the fabric of them.
Totally. Hey, Tanner, when you won the Pro Junior here back in 08, conditions were actually pretty similar to how it is right now. Any kind of adjustments these guys need to make right here?
Well, it's really interesting because as the swell size goes down, you start to see everything condense, and the athletes are competing directly at themselves because the football field size that we had a couple days ago is really shrunk down. So for me, I do remember one thing in particular, and I'm seeing a bunch of people standing right on the sand in front of the umbrellas, that even though you're not getting the big crazy sections out the back on the high tide, that inside bowl becomes super important. And when you land it on finals day, it's so crazy because you can actually hear everybody cheering from the beach and the pier. And that's like, for me, I always look back and like, that was that iconic US Open feeling, because when you're growing up, it was all about those crazy crowds on the weekends. You get these sunny days, so people are naturally coming to the beach and they want to engage with the contest. And it's like, it's pretty unique that you can stand like 15 feet from like a ton of people and you're in New Jersey. It's a bizarre one.
All right. Thank you so much for all that insight.
Tanner.
Yeah, Tanner. Yep. Standing in the shore break, remember to shuffle your feet.
Absolutely. Told you the other day, I've gotten hit 3 times in my life. They're not fun.
Hey, what's the count right now? How are we looking?
I think we're doing pretty good this weekend, but we can always do PSAs.
No, but the water's warm, so doesn't that bring?
It does.
Bring
yeah.
the stingrays.
So still keep doing it. Shuffle your feet. Be very smart about that approach. But it's a beautiful day, though. I mean, talk about gorgeous conditions, Kaipo. 34 feet, playful, best surfers on the planet, looking for a championship right here at the Open. Griff might be catching his first.
So Griffin goes right. Kanoa takes the left, split peak. Griff with his own version of a nose pick style reverse. And looking speedy on that new Griffin model from Lost Surfboards. No problem making the connection. It's a fast rocker. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mitchell jumped out of his seat.
I was going crazy there.
Crazy.
Did you see that extra hop that he got right there to hit the inside shore break?
It's a fast-looking rocker.
He was
on that
flying.
Model, yeah.
And Kanoa had to give way right there because Griffin at that point when they both set up had higher priority. So if they both made the inside connection, Griffin was going to have unconditional right away right there, Kaipo. Big turn on the outside, pulls that air on the inside. Would have been an incredible wave. And right here, I mean, you can just see, as you said, a nose pick, reverse on the outside, good pressure on the front foot to make sure that those fins completely spin. And right here, at this point, you can see Kanoa about to kick out in the background. At that point, he had to give way because Griffin had a higher priority when they both set up. But that, I mean, that one hop that he had in that middle section to get that extra bump of speed was so impressive. And as you said, the rocker perfect for this wave. But you can just see this nose pick is so technical because you want to get as much weight on the front foot as possible to give that release of the fin so they can breathe and they eventually spin around by themselves, Kaipo. Perfect technique by the former champ out here.
Yeah, and this is kind of where you see the speed right here. No problem getting over this.
That hop. I mean, it's an extra little hop, and it's one of the longer ones throughout the wave, and it set him up perfectly right there. Got the extra pop, just didn't stick the landing, Kaipo.
So it was a split peak. Here's our look at the left with Kanoa.
And this is going to be his backup right now. Smart to be able to get a wave right there with how slow it's been in the past few heats. Just want to make sure to get a quick backup and see he recognizes immediately. Don't play with that fire right there heading into the inside.
Still gets a 4.77 backup. That's solid. And a 5.07 for Griffin Colapinto. So you can see the needs column. What Griffin needs is a 7-point ride. However, Kanoa with heat control because he has both the lead and priority just under the 20-minute mark.
Hey, for one turn to get close to a 5 and holding that as the backup right now, that's good. He's got 12 points on the board so far in the first 16 minutes of this one, Kipes. Good heat. Love to see it.
Mitchell, I'm signing you up. You see, we have a new sponsor right there, Surf Dating.
I'm already in. I'm already in. As soon as I got the news that they were sponsoring this event, what'd you think? They're poster boy.
Yeah, ladies, if you want a tall, dark surfer, Mitchell Salazar, find him on Surf Dating.
Oh, it's been a good week at the pier, Kaipo.
It has.
It's been a good week at the pier.
All right. Well, right now, what should Kanoa's strategy be right now, Mitchell? Just because he's got control of the heat, in my eyes, with that priority and the lead.
Well, the smart thing here, I think, at this point, you've already been patient enough to get a backup. You split the peak with Griffin. Might as well try to improve and get something similar to the 7 because you're still outmatching Griffin, knowing that you have the best wave of the heat. He only has a 5 on the board. So I think 6 or 7 plus would be way better for Kanoa right here. I think patience is going to be implemented by the 2-time champ.
Let's hear for a 2-time finalist. Jake Marshall's just made the finals from winning the semifinals. Rosie caught up with Jake Marshall.
Jake Marshall, you're into the final here at the US Open. It's been since 2023 that you were in a final of this caliber back at Ericeira. How much validation do you take out of the fact that you're going to be here competing for an event title?
Oh, it's great. I mean, that's why we do it, is to try to win these things. So I'm super excited for the opportunity. It should be fun.
It got really exciting towards the end there with yourself and Hayden. Talk us through the final moments of that heat.
Yeah, I had a wave earlier in the heat that probably would have kind of sealed it almost, just because there wasn't very many good waves coming through and I fell. So I knew he was going to come down the wire. Hayden's he's got so much X factor with his air game, so he can kind of turn an average wave into a big score really easily. So I just kind of was I'm just going to surf whatever wave I get my best, and hopefully he just doesn't go too big and make it. So yeah, but I'm super stoked for him. He's had such a good event. and it's really cool to see all these California guys doing really well.
All former finalists here at the US Open, the three surfers that are left. You got Kanoa and Griff in the water. We know that it could be a rematch of the 2021 final with Griff and Colapinto. Who would you like to match up with in the final?
I mean, a rematch with Griff would be insane, but both these guys are super good, and they're good friends, so either way, it's going to be really fun.
What does this do for your confidence heading into the back half of the season?
Oh, it feels great. I mean, it kind of just validates, like, I felt like my surfing's been good this year. It just hasn't really been happening for me in heats. So these last two events have kind of just, like, helped me, I guess, reestablish, like, my confidence and my momentum, and hopefully we can close it out with a win.
All the best in the final. Thanks for the time.
All right, Jake Marshall. Encinitas in the house.
Absolutely right there, though. There's been a few heats that haven't gone his way. You want, that self-belief to be as high as it can be, especially on the championship tour. You need that confidence to be able to succeed at that level, Kaipo. But for Jake, it's really a sense of validation, right?
Well, and
belonging.
And not to mention Jake, Kanoa, and Griffin, they're going to have to pack way different equipment and hop on a plane real soon to get over to Tahiti for the next championship tour stop.
Yeah, that starts in less than a week, August 8th to the 18th, the Outer Known Tahiti Pro. So should be real fun and exciting. We're going to have plenty of swell on tap too. Most people either leaving tonight or tomorrow for that event, so should be real fun. And then, it's such a completely different style of surfing too. You go from surfing a beach break that requires a lot of physicality, being so much more active. There, it's really just putting yourself in harm's way and being under the lip and charging those ones.
All right, we're going to take a break while there's a lull out here in semifinal number 2, but we'll be back and find out who's going to meet Jake Marshall in the final.
The buzz in the air when the first horn goes off, people are going to get the waves of their life.
The amount of energy that comes over that reef, there's no other wave really like it in the world.
Yorana, that's the next stop on the championship tour, the Outer Known Tahiti Pro presented by IC. August 8th, the window kicks off at one of the most famous and dangerous and exciting waves in the world, Te Ahupo'o, Tahiti.
We excited or what? I mean, it's the end of the road. It's going to be pumping. Action-packed stuff heading into that week.
I'm a little scared.
Supposed to be pretty large, so
yeah,
going to be fun. And both of these guys going to be right there. Kanoa at number 9 in the rankings, Griffin at number 12. But I mean, the three guys that have really stood out in the semi so far, Jake, Griffin, and Kanoa, they all come from the same age group right here, competing against each other in SoCal.
Colapinto under priority, trying to make something happen. Needs a 7-point ride to get on top. That means he needs something pretty spectacular on the inside here. Again, that Griffin model from Lost Surfboards looking so fast. A stingy finish there for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, it was. Real emphasizes that last turn right there. The crew in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Jet Schilling, Eli Hanneman, Cole Hausman, a lot of the San Clemente crew here in support of Griffin. They know what's at stake, Kaipo. Winning 2 is a whole lot better than just having 1 in their trophy room.
Yeah, they're preparing for a potential chair up. Here's Griffin, needs a 7-point ride out of this.
So just the 1 major turn on the outside, but given how the wave was, especially at a point of the heat where he's needing an answer right here, he's at least trying to improve on the 5. At this point, really, it's that low entry rocker that you're saying gives him that ability to make the inside connection very easily, gets a floater, and then a stinging finish right there at the end. So perfectly executed the 2 for 1. Big fan of this turn right in the pocket from Griff though. Deep bottom turn into the lip, gets the blow tail. Remember in his quarterfinal, dropped an 8-wood surfing similar to this, Kaipo. So he's on his way to a big number right here. Major answer against Kanoa at a really important part of the heat, really, when you look at it with time winding down. But that is a huge finish for Griff. Big momentum builder, confidence through the roof at the moment.
Still waiting for the score to come through for Griffin Colapinto. Clock under the 11-minute mark right now. And I really like the look of that board.
So do I.
Griffin commenting saying, hey, this is more like a wave pool or small wave board. So typically it'd be a little bit wider, maybe some hips in the back and actually that lower rocker. And you can tell that lower rocker for the second time, really watching it, how he's able to skate through that flat section right there.
You don't have to do the hop.
Yeah, there was no hopping.
It's all using the rails the entire time. And I don't know if you saw on social media, but when they released the AI Pro model, which is a limited release too, he took out the original one to lowers and was ripping on that thing.
Yeah, but even with that AI Pro though, you could tell what was holding it back, because those were back in the days where boards had a lot more tail and nose rockers, especially a lot more nose rockers. So it fits in the curve of the wave, but you can also see, you know, with an increased rocker on a board, how it's kind of can look a little bit sluggish too, especially if it's a narrow board. You know?
And that wasn't that long ago when you think of it, less than 30 years ago when that board got released.
No, so things move fast.
Exactly.
Needed a 7.01, Griffin Colapinto gets a 6.5. So he's reduced the requirement, but he has not taken the lead. So heat control still with Kanoa Igarashi with the lead and priority. Kanoa's been surfing a really smart heat, just being stoic there and just controlling the lineup, not using his priority.
Yes, he has, and when he needed to split the peak with Griffin, he did, got the backup at the 4.77 at that point of the heat. And Griffin right here, I mean, he did his job when it came to that exchange, using priority in a very intelligent way, and especially needing to convert at that point of the heat too. We're talking about under 10 minutes right now. Both these guys are tacticians, and there's not a whole lot of them when it comes to being at this level and maintaining that consistency for close to a decade for both of them.
And then you heard Jake Marshall in the last heat on the limited opportunity there and how much it hurt when you blow a wave or when you don't make the connection.
Yeah,
when
and
you fall on a turn.
The thing is, you're never guaranteed more opportunities later on in the heat. You know, you could be looking at long period south swell where it's pumping, there's a ton of waves in the previous heats, you paddle out and it goes completely flat for those 30 minutes. Does that mean that you're gonna stop surfing because a wave isn't in front of you? No, absolutely not, especially if there's not a restart. So you have to go out there, manage the expectations, surf what's in front of you too. I see so many people get ahead of themselves and think that they're gonna drop a couple eights every time. That's not the case when it comes to competing here, especially on the south side of the pier, Kipes.
And Kanoa lets this one go to Griffin. Griffin on the left. Just kind of skating down the line. No major maneuvers as of yet, but doesn't need a major score. Needs a 5.61, but still, the hindrances, has been no major outside maneuver, so that's not going to be it for Griffin Colapinto. And how well does Kanoa Igarashi know this break? He let that go. He kind of had a peek of it, and he said, no way. He knows that thing wasn't going to be a score.
I'm surprised that Griffin actually stuck with it after the first couple of pumps and, you know, realizing that the wave never did anything on the outside. for you to be able to get a big score with just the one maneuver on the inside, you got to do something crazy. And you really got to impress the judges because they're really emphasizing being, you know, on the outside in those steeper sections right here. So you've seen it really throughout the week. You've seen it with the 7.33 and with that 6.5. But you can just see it's flat the entire time when he actually rolls through into it. And it never gave him any major scoring opportunities on the outside. And right here, I'm like, okay, you haven't done anything yet. It's got to be something ridiculous for you to be able to get that 5.61 that you're needing. Never materialized, Kaipo.
Yeah. And the judges have been really consistent in their scoring if you needed that outside maneuvers, because we've saw some brilliant turns in the shore break, but it didn't really fetch those major points. It seems like the major points always came from a big outside maneuver. It's a necessity.
Well, they hold you to the standard, especially knowing the names that are out there in the water. These are CT level surfers. You have last year's runner-up to the world title, and Kanoa Igarashi, who's been a silver medalist at the Olympics in Tokyo, and also a former member of the top 5 too back in 2022. So they want to see you on the biggest, better waves out there in the better and steeper sections too. And outside of that, these guys recognize, they know what a 5 or 6 feels like in their head immediately. So they still got 6 minutes. But I think you're spot on right there. Kanoa surfing pretty much a perfect heat when it comes to just being going out there and competing, adjusting on the fly to the conditions, Kipes.
Yeah, and he's been in control of this heat from the get-go. He won the opening exchange. He got that big 7.33. You can see up there in the scorebug. And then after that, played priority really well. Did what was necessary. Got a 4.77, splitting the peak with Griffin Colapinto under priority. So he got his backup surfing under priority. Then once he regained priority right here through this back half of the heat, he's again controlled the lineup.
Well, he did make a mistake against Luca in the quarters. Let him go on a wave right there at the very end. Luca nearly got the score to advance into the semis. I seriously doubt that he's going to make that mistake once again, Kaipo.
No. Well, it's decision time right now. Is this worth it for Kanoa Igarashi? And he says no way, and Griffin Colapinto can't even paddle into that one.
And he recognizes, I mean, before the wave even breaks, you can kind of see where it starts to feather, where it starts to really lift up and, you know, steepen up a bit more and hits that bank. But at this point of the day, we're nearing the high tide. So it's not a huge one, but it's just high enough to be able to taper a lot of these waves off. So if you're not really getting anything major on the outside, recommendation would just be kick out, make sure that you're living and dying on the outside section, Kaipo.
Coming up, our women's final, where it's going to be Isla Huppets, our reigning World Junior Champ, up against Sierra Kerr, a former World Junior Champ. It's going to be Battle of the Juniors out there in our women's final coming up next.
And a rematch of that final over there in the Philippines earlier this year for that World Junior title too. Gonna be a great one. I'm extremely impressed with Isla Huppet so far, the way she's been able to compete and manage her nerves, especially in big moments at the end of the heat. We got to be expecting the same thing from these two guys right now. And just going back to the topic of them growing up in the same region together, I mean, this isn't anything new for the both of them, Kaipo. Through the amateur ranks, we've seen them do it plenty of times.
And I liked how Isla said, hey, my history with Sierra, you know, even though I beat her in the junior champs earlier this year, that doesn't mean anything. This is a brand new day, it's a brand new heat, it's a brand new opportunity. So she recognizes that it's going to be a big challenge for her, and anything that happened in the past is not applicable at all.
Clean slate.
Clean slate.
Job's not done. Got to go out there and perform in those 40 minutes that you have available in probably, without a doubt, the largest crowd that she's ever surfed in front of, too.
Yeah, it is a packed house here at Huntington Beach. Enjoying beautiful Southern California weather, Surf City, USA. Thank you, Huntington, for having us as well. So much to do here in addition to surfing at Huntington Beach. Very, very iconic beach town, iconic California beach town.
Yeah, and a lot of legends that have come out of here, people that have had long careers. Timmy Reyes, of course, one of the first CT surfers from the area to qualify. Griffin had a lug, tried to bait Kanoa into using priority on that one. No going, Kaipo. Excellent recognition by Igarashi to let that wave go, knowing that it was already feathering right there.
Yeah.
And wave start this heat in the back end. I mean, they've both struggled to get any other wave outside of really the backup and the 6.5 right there for Griffin. So that's why the few opportunities that you have out there right now really matter. Seems like Colapinto having a look, potentially doubling up in the shorey.
Yeah, there's not going to be an outside maneuver.
That's one of those waves where you get into it early, but it doesn't have enough push to keep that momentum down the line heading into the short break. So really got to emphasize being on a proper wave out there. And at this point, maybe there is a chance to come in and surf to shore break. I mean, because what if you don't get a guaranteed opportunity out there?
We've seen it in the past, right?
Yeah.
We've seen people go to basically the backup plan, which is move in, and but to do something on the shore break, you need to do something miraculous.
And
you need to do something like the Seth Moniz Spider-Man air.
And it's much harder because you don't have the same entry point with the same amount of speed that you're getting from the outside connecting section. So there you got to be much quicker to your feet, and really you got to get to the lip as quickly as you can. Pretty much what we had seen on the outside section in previous days with the lower tides. This heat might be over though. 90 seconds.
See anything, Mitch?
It's got to be a two-wave set too.
Yeah.
Because you know that Kanoa is definitely going to block him on the better looking opportunity. If there is a two-wave set, he's more than likely going to go on the first one. Couple of lines, they look pretty small. If there's a place where we've seen a buzzer beater before though, Kaipo, it's been here, especially in recent years. So multiple lines.
Maybe.
Gotta add pressure. If you're red right here, you gotta try to bait him into anything.
And this one off the pier bowl. More swell energy. It seems like it's heading a lot further south. Griffin Colapinto on the hunt. See if he's probably going to want to sell this to Kanoa Igarashi, and Kanoa's not even taking his wallet out of his pocket. He's not buying that at all.
Well, that wave barely broke. There are a few more though. 35 seconds. I mean, what a way to manage time. What a way to manage the heat at the end of it for Kanoa too. He's been doing this for about 20 minutes now.
Here we go. Maybe two waves here. This one's going to break.
This is the one. I think he's got to block him on this.
It's got to go, and there you go. So we talked about tactical heats at the beginning of the day with the reduced swell. Smart tactician, high heat IQ. He's controlled the heat from the very get-go. Kanoa Igarashi tosses it up. Griffin Colapinto is going to take an equal third place at this event.
Major momentum builder for Griff, just outside of the top 10 on the CT. Looked excellent all week long. Props to him. And, you know, once again, returning to competition at the US Open after his victory in 2021, but smartly served. Very intelligent for the former two-time Open champion, looking for number 3 at the end of today, Kaipo.
That's right. Men's finals all set. It's going to be Kanoa Igarashi up against Jake Marshall for the US Open title.
What a performance. That board looks amazing. Jason Stevenson and the crew doing a great job with their team, not only solidifying their team, signing new members, including this guy the last year, also riding the prototype fins from Futures. Looks incredible.
Coming up next, women's final. It's going to be Sierra Kerr up against Isla Huppitz. When we return, Lexus US Open of Surfing.
We are into the women's final here. Sierra Kerr and Isla Huppitz. These two just faced off in the Philippines at the World Junior Championships. The same final, the same two. In that matchup, Isla Huppitz got it. She comes into this, the reigning junior world champion. Sierra Kerr, world junior champion from a few years ago, 2023, down in Oceanside. So what a cool matchup. Two young surfers, their stars are rising and make the final of this historic event, 50 years of the WSL.
right, so we are about to witness a rematch. Throwing it back to this World Junior Championships. This was over in the Philippines. Sierra Kerr v. Isla Huppets. Isla, 2025 World Junior Champion, and guess who she had to surf through? That's right, Sierra Kerr, the runner-up this year. So both of these surfers already coming through with massive resumes, a lot of hype, and it's all well-deserved.
And this final was extremely close, you guys. We're looking at a 12.67 heat total for Isla versus a 12.17 heat total for Sierra Kerr. So not much in it to take that World Junior title.
And look at the rankings too. Number 1 and number 4 currently on the Challenger Series. This has the makings of an instant classic. We're talking about the future of surfing happening now in front of our eyes. 40 minutes on the clock. Sierra Kerr v. Isla Huppets. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge and Tanner Gudauskas. Conditions slipping just a little bit, but as we saw in that last heat, there is still opportunity in the lineup, but you have to make every single wave count.
Well, you know what I did notice too is that even though we're seeing less hot action on the outside, then it brings it right on to the people right on the beach, which you saw Kanoa at the end of that last heat just throwing an air for fun, but the crowd literally erupted. So we're getting that classic US Open feeling as we go into the afternoon.
And we've just hit the high tide. 12:30 was a 4.5 foot high tide, and there's been a big shift in that tide. All week it's kind of been a lower coefficient. This time the bathtub is full, but it's so cool to finish on the sand, feel that energy. We've definitely seen this crowd grow.
Look, I love to watch the veterans perform out here. I love to watch the, the CS stalwarts, the QS grinders, but to me this is the perfect pairing. We just saw these two go head-to-head in the World Junior Championships last year. Now we're seeing them at the highest level here on the Challenger Series. We're looking at two future world champions in the making right now. So whoever gets the win here in 2026, of course, they are one step closer. They're literally knocking on the door of qualification for 2027, but also to win the US Open. Coming out of the junior ranks is just, the word phenom just does not say enough about these two surfers.
It speaks to the opportunity that is presented through the US Open, and it's been baked into the culture of this event. We talked about Malia Manuel being one of the youngest to ever win it, and there's a special sauce here for these juniors that basically on-ramp themselves into surf stardom. And arguably both of these surfers, we already know, they're globally known, they're incredible, but to get them clashing for the final is exactly what we all wanted.
I went into the competitors area about an hour ago. I just was going to talk to some Aussies, get a little bit more intel about these two surfers. I turned the corner. Isla and Sierra are literally sitting elbow to elbow. Neither one of them acknowledging or addressing the person sitting next to them. They sat next to each other for a good 45 minutes, just both staring into the water. I'm like, is this manufactured hype? Is this some kind of like, did this get set up? But it just happened like that. And I love this, when the behind the scenes build up starts in that way, it makes for the best show.
Isla is gnarly. I'm looking at the way that she carries herself, chatting with her now twice on the glass, and just seeing her energy. I asked her, I was like, hey, were you nervous? Because she had a clutch performance in the semifinals, and she was like, not so nervous that I felt pressure that I was going to fall off. She is just so in that moment. She's so even keel, and that is just something special when you see someone that doesn't let the moment get on top of them, but they're on top of the moment.
Yeah, and I like because there is a difference, and we've seen it for Sierra. She's had to compete against veterans this entire event, but when you yourself are coming up against somebody who's a phenom that you're evenly matched age-wise, you want that skin in the game against them. You want to keep them down and get yourself over the top. We saw she already beat Sierra for the World Junior title, so she knows how to do it. So she would have a certain level of confidence and bravado coming into this final to approach somebody like Sierra.
Sierra wants revenge for sure, but to your point, Rosie, like I said, I was in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Isla's coming up from her heat, and I kind of lifted my hand for the high five, but she had this look in her eye. I just put my hand down. I'm like, just do not engage.
Put it on ice.
In the zone. So maybe after we'll get that high five. But I was straight up intimidated. she had the eye of the tiger like you've never seen before. So it's all about now who strikes first. So 33 minutes left. No waves have come through. We wait for our first surfer to activate their powers. When you think of the tail of the tape, right? They both have a ton of support in the athlete zone, of course, from Australia, global support. They both have firepower. They can both do crazy airs. They're both super consistent, and they have high heat IQs. They've been competing since they were 5, 6 years old. They know every trick in the book. They know every rule in the rule book. So we're going to see not only like a tactical standoff, but also, you know, hopefully fireworks from both these girls. They just need the opportunity.
Oh, definitely. And there's still plenty of opportunity out there. Just also recognizing the crew that Australian surfing has brought to support their athletes. We have Peter Duncan, who is an Australian high performance coach. He's been very successful at the ISA levels to lead those surfers to gold. Former championship tour surfer, Tanner, Wade Carmichael. I mean, he is such a hammer.
I couldn't even imagine having him in my corner. Just being like, hey, what was it like when you did that? Hey, what was it like when you did that? So that's like, it's also on a governmental level in Australia. They are Surfing Australia. It's presented. They, as a country, have done such a great job since the beginning of time. There's your 2-pack looking Steely Dan on the camera.
And also Adam Duffner right there. He's also a coach out of Australia. So that's a really good team right there.
But a little secret sauce in the mix for Isla Huppets. I, after the last heat, went back to the village and randomly ran into Bradley Gerlach. And the Ger took me aside and said, hey, just for you to know the backstory with me and Isla, we first met because Brad and his family was living in Victoria, as was Isla. Then they moved to the Goldie, and then Brad actually moved to the Goldie. So they worked twice, individual times, worked together in Burley Heads, which was Isla's first ever victory. So there's a little bit of a secret thing, but he doesn't, he said he doesn't go into the heat strategy or the coaching in that side of it because she has such a strong backing there. What he brings to the mix is body technique, body mechanics. Of course, we talk about wave key all the time, but he was so proud of Isla because he said they've actually been working on that specific move that she used to make that last semi. It was that big radical turn on the outside, and then the body mechanics, he said, were very similar on the inside. And he said a lot of surfers get their nose stuck in those tight transition pockets, and he's unlocked the secret code. And I was like, well, how'd you do it? He's like, well, dude, I competed out here for like 3 decades. So he's a great guy. He has so much passion, and above all, he has a deep love for surfing, and he was so stoked on this matchup. I think we really all are. When you distill an entire event to see 2 young phenoms going head to head for the podium win is such a cool thing.
So we are getting down to the time where we could see it. Yeah, and that's it. So you saw 10 minutes added back to the clock. It's official. We have a restart. You know what? Nothing wrong with that. I want to see more waves ridden from these 2 surfers, so I like that. And the rules basically are clear. If no rideable waves come in the first 10 minutes of these heats, especially the final, we have the ability to just click reset, add 10 more minutes back to the clock, so now we're at a full 40-minute heat again. So a restart for both these surfers in the water. I mean, they got to be relieved too, because that 10 minutes sitting out there can do a lot for your psyche going into a final of this magnitude.
Yeah, fresh clock, fresh 40 minutes. I mean, it's so clear that there wasn't a rideable wave there, but yeah, we're just going to get right back into it. It just feels like you've just turned the page
just
of a novel.
Build the drama a little bit more.
Building the drama. You're just sitting there, just expecting that first ride.
It's almost don't even want to put it out in the universe, but it's super rare to see a double restart. So I have a feeling, you know, with the tempo of the ocean, with the cadence of sets we see rolling through, 10 minutes can be a big difference maker, right? You see heat on, heat off, heat on, heat off all the time. But with that 10-minute little breather we just had, you could see the ocean start to flare back up.
For me, the big challenge starts to feel like a mental challenge. If you're in these massive heats, this is a final, and you've been sitting for 10 minutes, you've extended what the entirety of a final is. And Rosie, we were talking about that the other day, where look at Sierra's looking at her watch. She's, I think, trying to check back in and be like, hey, I'm in a final. It's all actually on the line here, even if it is slow. And you need to find the way to recenter yourself, recenter your focus, because you're looking ahead of you, not behind.
Also, sometimes, we don't have the luxury of being able to do a heat restart because the time in the day gets chunked away so much. We've been able to give 35 minutes and now 40 minutes for the finals, and just owing to the fact that we were able to get through so many challenger heats on the beginning half of the event. I mean, we ran 20 heat days, 2 days in a row to get to this point where we can really pick the eyes out of the conditions. It is a little bit slower this morning. We know that that swell is going to trend downwards with that energy, so being able to have restarts, longer heats, this all gives the competitors more opportunity to surf.
And I feel like when we were first starting those rounds, the surf was cranking, and we were saying, hey, this is bizarre, like the Challenger Series is all about that diversity through the event, and you're getting conditions that are so wide on the spectrum, and you almost couldn't believe that if you sat down for the final, you would be dealing with slow enough conditions that you would need an additional 10 minutes. So that speaks to these guys and girls needing to be very well equipped, not just mentally, but like board equipment and physically being ready to have so much thrown at you on the Challenger Series.
With 36:55 to go, I had a couple of years of experience competing here at the U.S. Open. Both of those years were scary, like get a job type of situation for me. But for you two, I know you've competed here a lot of times in the past, starting from a very young age. You've dealt with every type of condition. Rosie, as an announcer and as a surfer, we've seen conditions like this in the past. So what does the surfer do in case of emergency here? Do you paddle to the inside and just maybe try to get one score, or you just sit out there and wait?
This is a classic Huntington day. You know that in a 40-minute period, or now going down to 36 minutes, we're going to have opportunity. When you look at what the swell is doing, there is going to be energy that comes to this lineup. You're going to find those two opportunities. Will we see them transition into the inside? Perhaps. We have seen that happen in the past. But for now, it's all about the outside, finding those peak waves. But like I said, it is the peak high tide. About 12:30 was 4.5 feet of tide coming into the south side of Huntington.
I'm actually thinking back, and I want to get the narrative correct here. It was a final with Yaden Nickel and Kelly Slater.
Oh, no.
Do you remember that? It was like a super slow heat. Who was it there?
I hope Yaden's not watching right now, because that was a really hard lesson for him. He did not catch a wave in the final.
Okay.
And Kelly got 2 quick ones.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so that was slow, and that's to my point. Like, if you're in a final, you're both dealing with the conditions exactly the same way. So your game plan needs to be pretty flexible in that situation.
And I remember years where Courtney Conlogue, Sally Fitzgibbons, Joanne DeFay did have to transition to that inside, literally the shore pound, to make their heat. So there is that mindset that you've got a plan A, B, C.
We'll see. 35 minutes to go here in the women's final. One guy who knows this lineup inside and out, any size, any tide, any day, is Kanoa Igarashi. He's on the glass with AJ.
Kanoa, what a matchup between you and Griff. How did you get the edge there in the semifinal?
Man, me and Griff always have really good heats together, and we were definitely we knew we were gonna match up against each other if we made it all the way through, and it's just one of those days where it's just such a classic California afternoon, and we were both super comfortable, and it's funny, we were looking at super similar waves, and we had super similar sort of, I guess, approaches in the water, and it made it really hard because there was no no getting away, or there was no secret strategy. It was like we were on the same program, and yeah, I'm really happy to get that one on him. Obviously, when you get this far, you want to get to the finals and be on the podium. So we both really wanted it, and yeah, I'm really happy with that one.
As you should be. It's a 2-time winner. You're already on a hallowed list of names, but to do it 3 times would put you into extremely rarefied air in professional surfing. What would it mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've said it all week, but Huntington Beach is so special to me. It's, I mean, I grew up how to get barreled out here, believe it or not. I mean, the shore break right there is where I, first started learning how to grab my rail and get low, and, this wave has given me so much, and, now to be able to represent Huntington on tour, and, going to places like Chopu next week, and really, and showing that, a kid from Huntington Beach can surf in those kind of waves too. So, I feel a lot of pride surfing this week, and you know, having a shot at another U.S. Open title is something super special. And you know, early in the week, if someone would ask me, is like, hey, like, you think he'll be on the podium on Sunday? I truly, as much as I would have liked to say yes, you know, I think I would have said like, hey, it's going to be really hard. I wouldn't give myself the best chance at it, just because, you know, it's a tough event. It's a long event. It's you know, you have so many competitors and competitors that I'm not used to competing against. I had a lot of challenges throughout this event, just because, you know, there were some really unique surfers that I came up against and really pushed me to the edge. So, you know, going up against Griffin and Jake now is it's a little bit more comfortable. I know exactly what they're gonna do. I know how they surf, and I'm looking forward to this one with Jake. We're both in a pretty similar situation. We're on tour, and maybe he needs a little bit more of a result, but you know, this is a great result already. So I think you know, there'll be no pressure on this final for both of us, and we'll be both going for US Open win.
Cannot wait. Before we let you go, 今のヒートどうだった？
いや、今のヒートは本当にまたスローヒートで、やっぱりスウェールもちょっと下がってきた感じで、潮もちょっと上げてて、本当にもうちょっとチャレンジのコンディションだけど、その中で、なんだろう、その分波がない分に作戦が大切なので、1本目にちゃんといい点数出すことに集中して、それを今日できて本当に嬉しいです。また次のファイナルに向けて頑張ります。
おめでとう。
ありがとう。
Great interview. And just for the record, that was not me standing behind Kanoa, nor was it my uncle. Handsome guy, though.
Little doppelganger.
That was funny. 31 minutes, 28 seconds to go. So Kanoa, I love that. He's just feeling free. This is so fun for him. In his backyard, this is where he grew up. I love that he said, this is where I learned how to ride the barrel, right in the shore break. And you've seen what he can do at Pipe. You've seen what he can do in Tahiti. So just another great example of why Kanoa Igarashi is such a great ambassador for surfing, you know, on a global scale. And during that interview, nothing happened in the lineup. But guess what? Opportunity's knocking. Who's going to answer? Sierra Kerr. Whipping into this left-hander, setting things up to start. She's going to try to fight to make the connection here. That wave goes completely flat. So a strange occurrence here as we reach that just past that high tide mark. It's 10 till 1 p.m. here, Pacific Standard Time. We have a wave ridden, so no chance of a double restart. Sierra Kerr's on the board. It's not going to be much, but it's a start.
It is a start, and it establishes that priority, like you said, and it's just it's something to relieve that little bit of tension.
It definitely forces the hand. Like when you're Isla, and we don't know if they would have double restarted right there, but if it's under a minute away from that, and Sierra chooses to surf that wave, which it petered out mid-point, so it definitely wasn't a set wave. She says, no, I want this final to start. I want to start it myself. So now we're engaged with whatever else is going to unfold for the remaining of this final.
You're right. A wave was ridden. The final is on. And speaking of being on, the Red Bull Athlete Zone's going off. I have an idea for Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, grab a bunch of Red Bulls and pour them in the ocean, and maybe then we'll get some wave energy. Do you think that will work?
Hey, there's always a possibility of something like that, Chris. But right here in the Athlete Zone, I can tell you the Red Bulls have been flowing. The energy is up and high, and guess what? The beach is packed. The pier is packed right now. Let's get more people even down here for the men's final too. It's going to be going off. Two-time event champion Kanoa Igarashi going up against former finalists. And guess what? Huntington Beach High School coming up against San Diego Academy. I'm calling you out, Chris. It's HB versus Encinitas. And outside of that, Hall of Fame, Walk of Fame, just across the street, Jack Surfboards, HSS. Get your gear, paddle out, watch the final. You can watch it from the north side too. Everything's going down right here. It's finals day, baby. Let's go. I'm ready.
Mitchell, so we got two Australians in the lineup right now. Do you have a sense of the crowd favorite right now, or does it feel pretty even?
Nah, it's even, dude. It's even. They're going for both of them. They just want waves. I mean, I want some of them to pop up. And speaking to your point, Rosie, I have seen a couple insiders on the double-ups that have broken with some good shape. You know, at this point, we have 28 minutes and 40 seconds. I feel like maybe another 15 go by, and then you really make your way inside. But there's definitely a few peaks available. I feel right now we just hit the peak high tide. Let that go. Still wait outside at least another 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Mitch, can't spell Huntington Beach without Mitchell Salazar. Maybe you can, but Mitchell surfed out here a ton, and when he talks about the potential for somebody to paddle in and get one of those little wedges. I mean, you could probably pack a 3 or a 4 into one big quick turn, even like a air section on the inside, which we both know both these ladies in the water have total firepower. So I'm almost like, of course I want to see them ride a lot of waves, but this is also kind of exciting in its own way. What a time for the ocean to go flat during the women's final with so much at stake, so much on the line. It's just, now it's become a soap opera, pure drama.
This is surfing. I mean, you put in the ever-moving playing field, and it just adds to the drama. It adds to the difficulty factor of the sport.
So I was just thinking, making that kind of a call in a heat with this much impact, sometimes you come across that in Europe for a different reason. The tide is so large that you'll be surfing one bank and then it balloons to the next bank further out or inside, and you have to have a strange confidence and forecasting to be like, oh no, okay, now's the time to readjust. I don't know if we will see these surfers paddle the inside. I hope not, because what you're doing at that point, it takes away the priority factor of giving yourself the opportunity to ride the set wave, because whoever stays on the outside gets the pick of the litter. And then if they do get the turn outside, that just dwarfs what you're doing on that inside bar. So maybe I feel like we might see it as somebody surfing something from the outside on one wave and staying inside, backing up, getting a second score, so that then you can go back outside and just feel a little bit more comfortable, because these weights are super long.
Sierra could have found a little moment here. Nice turn out the back. Trying to get as much speed as possible to make the transition, and she has done it. Here we go. Sierra Kerr now building speed into the inside. Nails it, blows the tail. Can she ride out clean? She does, into a sea of fans. We've got a big start on our hands now. Sierra Kerr with the classic Huntington Beach outside slash to inside bash. That's going to be the biggest score on the board by a mile.
Just surfing into rhythm, just applying that pressure, making sure she's on these waves, finding this wave kind of mid-range, midway in from the outside peak, Tanner.
When it's like this, I honestly feel like you're going to take anything that breaks out the back, and you're going to do whatever you can out the back, because it then starts to create the emphasis for what you need to deliver on this inside maneuver, and I liked that. I felt like there was a lot of pop.
For sure. I mean, this board looks perfect too. She didn't have to work too hard to make the transition from the outside to the inside. And this is a lot of emphasis on this turn. Boom! Blows the tail. That's the turn that got her to the finals. And what I like about, these smaller conditions is that we're getting to see the entire package of all of our surfers, right? Let's not forget that Sierra and Isla, as well as Kanoa and Jake, they had to surf through 6 to 8 foot heavy, gnarly, sometimes closing out waves here in Huntington. They had to surf through those afternoon wild heats where there was a river coming through. So you're going to have to rely on the entirety of your skill set to get the win here. And if you kind of look at the overall package that both Sierra and Isla have put together from day one to day now, I mean, that shows us they're apt in any type of waves.
It's a gauntlet, and just looking at that number that Sierra's dropped, I mean, a 4.5 is a good way to settle into this heat. We can stop speculating now kind of how the judges are going to set the scale, because that's kind of the benchmark. And Sierra's going to be feeling, just that little bit of relief of tension.
Well, what I love, and Chris, you spoke of it for the entirety of the event, and that strategy that you have to have, but on a finals day you actually have to have that condensed. You have to zoom in and present it, because each heat is an opportunity to move forward to an event win, which is so special. And I like that Sierra's flexible enough to say, hey, 4-5, good enough for me to get going on that, because her semifinal had more opportunity. The tide was a lot lower. So sometimes if you get too rigid, possibly in the case of Isla Huppets, the heat starts to incrementally run away from you. And the last thing you want to do is have anything over a 10 total, which is 2 rides, in this slow of conditions in a final, because it's not a one-wave event anymore. You can't flip the heat into your advantage with just one ride.
And this is also pretty cool because, sometimes for these events you get that big champagne supernova Pacifico shower on stage. That's not going to happen for the women's final. These are teenagers out there, and they have taken down the world's best all the way to this final. So for Sierra Kerr, sitting on a 6-point total, well, you know, 3 days ago when it was 8 foot out here, yeah, that might not have seemed like a lot, but now that it's dropped to this size, that 4.5 could be super meaningful. That could be, and there is a lot of time left, but that could be the most important 4.5 of her life so far. Is that saying too much?
No, I mean, like, if you could believe it, this is, she said in one of her first post-heat interviews, her dad always said that the U.S. Open is the one to win because of the profile of the event, the prestige, the lure, all of it that comes with winning with this trophy today. So, yeah, call it a 4-5. Might as well call it a 9-5. Like, that's, you just need 2 opportunities and you need to cash in. There's 22 minutes remaining, so we're coming up at the halfway point in this heat, and it's kind of, it's pass fail. You know what I mean? Like, you either win or you don't, and that's just the takeaway. So I think it's a great call on her part to get that under the belt now so she doesn't have to worry about it later in the heat, and maybe she's going to start throwing more radical maneuvers in the mix.
Sure she will. I'm sure they both will. We've got plenty of time left, 22 minutes, 14 seconds. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to get the culmination of the women's final for the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing. Stay tuned.
You'll find an alien, drive across the great expanse of nothingness. Tanks of gas and water, and just hope you make it.
Well, here we go. A little bit better looking wave out the back here. She's waited a long time. Gonna go up and over that one. Brent staying busy here, coming at us. Her. Nice wrap right there. Good timing. Looking to make the connection. It looks like this one will do so. No problem. Look at this. Staying it. Coming back at us now. This is a young lady. No stranger to go above her lip. Probably going to drop it. Get straight up into it again. That's exactly what she does. So Kerr getting stronger here in the final. 20 minutes, 50 seconds to go. She will finish to 1.5. Start to extend the lead.
No, I think her game plan is working out perfectly. Staying busy, getting them up to school much more early. So now she's
It's worked out that for sure after the restart to build off that 4-5.
We're back, we're live. Sierra Kerr is ripping into her 3rd wave of this final. And it's looking like she's got a nice, clean path towards the inside shore break. Building speed. She makes her way to the most critical section of this wave. Bottom turn, snaps it, throws the tail. Sierra Kerr now applying the pressure. We've yet to see Isla ride a wave, but Sierra just seems to be so in tune, finding those crumblers out the back that just give her enough projection to fly into that inside section. That was awesome surfing.
3 waves caught, and she is improving that scoreline, pushing that number out of reach for Isla. That looked a lot like her 4.5, but just with an added little extra on the outside section.
You can tell she's surfing with just a little bit more confidence to this wave because she should be. Isla hasn't even stood up on her surfboard, and here we are seeing Sierra traverse into another great score, which is just going to apply so much pressure to her competitor.
All those split-second decisions and redirections set her up perfectly for that inside section. Look, you're looking at this wave, you're going, where would anyone even go? And Sierra just comes around that section, and it's just like it magically appears right in front of her. It's not magic, that's pure skill.
That's kind of been the maneuver choice of the event for the women's. I feel like that up and over, releasing of the fins, knifey in the pocket, in a short amount of space. Like the right angles of that turn are just so precise. Well rewarded there for Sierra. And like you said, Tanner, as soon as you eclipse like the 10-point total, you've put your competitor in such a precarious position. They are essentially comboed, and with just a slim amount of time remaining to fight back in this heat.
And another thing is, as soon as you get over the 10 total, you're hearing the beach announcer say, blue, comboed, needs a combination of scores. not specifically saying blue needs an 11 total. That would equate to a 5-5 and a 5-5. So it's subconsciously you're starting to believe that you're way behind the ball. And Sierra has taken this heat and run in front of you, but I don't want to sleep on Isla. Like, she came back in such a clutch way in that semifinal, which proved to me that she's steely in a way. She doesn't mind waiting for her opportunity and delivering on it. This is a very big ask. She has been sitting now for 30 minutes on her surfboard. So are you feeling good? Are you feeling cold? Who knows? I hope we can find out sooner than later.
We'll see. 17:45 to go. Let's go back to Mitchell Salazar in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Guys, things are starting to heat up right here. We got the men's follow coming up, and Jake Marshall just downstairs. He's been warming up for several minutes right now, and guess what? Eli Hanneman, the former event champion, has kind of been in his ear, giving him some tips. Working with Chris Gallagher, one of the best in the business too. Feel like this could easily be Jake's biggest moment. He's made a CS final before, guys. That was in Edisada a few years ago, and he actually matched up against Griffin back in 2021, where he finished runner-up at this event. So really could potentially get his first victory just north of his home in Encinitas. Seems like more waves on the horizon, Chris. Great action out there. Should be a fun one for the men.
All right, Isla's in the mix now, standing up, but the wave goes nowhere. I love that report from Mitch and the visual of Jake. I mean, he's literally under a magnifying glass right now. He's so exposed, but you can tell he's not hearing, he's not seeing any of it. He is so in the zone. What do you think of that decision for Isla to go on that wave? She kind of had to, right?
She did have to, but it's just like such a bummer when you've been waiting that long, and to turn and go when you feel like the pressure's mounted so much that you almost take off on anything, and it wasn't the right decision for me personally.
I know, a little part of me, that's heartbreaking decision-wise, because now we see the game has completely changed to predator and prey for Sierra Kerr and what she will be playing towards Isla, because she's going to stay with her for the rest of this heat and try to engage her opportunities to take them away from her. And even though an 11 total isn't the highest, it's actually fairly good for what we're dealing with condition-wise. That 6-5 is definitely a wave of substance. So if she's able to be around Isla and get another good score, it's 2 birds, 1 stone.
And Sierra Kerr, again, in perfect position to keep Isla off this wave. We'll see if it equates to a big score. So a couple turns out the back, setting things up. She's had a masterful read so far of the connector, and it looks like she's got it again. Jams the tail, comes through to the inside, hits it again. I lost her in the umbrellas. Seems like she made it. They're stoked.
Yeah, we kind of lost her in the umbrellas there, huh?
Just listening over my shoulder, the beach announcer saying that she wasn't able to ride out of that maneuver.
Wow, Rosie, so she did so much work on that wave. What's your take if she didn't end up pulling that last maneuver?
Well, you can tell in her body language there. She's kind of doing the self-talk, a little bit disappointed that she didn't, but she's going to reconfigure as she heads to the outside. But yeah, every time you're getting up on your board at this point of the final, you're trying to improve your situation. You're trying to edge out your competitor. So for Sierra, you know, she's got those couple turns on the outside. This is the first time we've seen a 2-turn combo on this inside section. That would have been really nice, and looking for that moment of improvement.
When she's going into a sea of humanity right here, it has to be distracting. There's so much happening with the convergence of water here. So she hammers it, the wave just collapses around her, and she's literally like washed up to the ankles of 50 people.
The only bummer on that maneuver selection for me with Sierra is that it's so radical and she pushes it so hard, but then you leave the nose of your surfboard in a precarious spot because it's such a tight section and a tight bowl, and we saw that as she would have cleanly ridden out if it had been just a bigger wave or a bigger section. And you know, you see a lot of times competitors just kind of stuff the board up and then get right over the tail block, put your weight and body behind the fin so you just kind of coast through it. But you know, she already has the 4-5 and the 6-5, so maybe she's thinking I still have to push forward to get those bigger scores.
I will say too, like there's so much happening in your peripheral when you're heading into that inside section at Huntington. You've got the pier on one side, you've got the oncoming shore break section that you've worked so hard for, then you've got the crowd and you know that tricky kind of undulation underneath you. So you're really just you're flying blind in a lot of ways and trying to be like just trying to surf on instinct, but it's so tricky to do with so much head noise around you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a straight wall of humans. Some kids building a sandcastle. You're trying to run up the beach to get back to your heat. It's mayhem in the best way possible, right? We've been calling it peak of summer all week long. Well, this is the peak of the peak of the peak of summer. Sunday at the U.S. Open, you know, the culmination of all the hard work that the surfers, the judges, you know, the contest staff, the camera guys, everything put together for this moment. 12 minutes, 42 seconds left. And it literally takes an army of men and women to make this event happen. We thank everybody. Isla Huppets now up and at it, trying to fight back into this heat. One good turn on the outside. She's building speed up. And it looks like she is like a rocket straight to this inside. She nails it. Wow,
yes.
So a potent two-turn combo for Isla Huppets. That was clutch surfing at its finest. And we have a final on our hands, folks.
Whoa.
Isla was in a combo spot. That's definitely going to help her out. She's going to need another score, but that was really refreshing, radical, high-speed surfing from Isla Huppets.
Does that eclipse the 6.5, the high mark of Sierra?
I mean, she looks springy coming into those inside turns. This is a testament to what Isla Huppets is as a competitor. She's deep in the nosebleeds in this final comboed and has the wherewithal to make this inside section and not only stuff one major turn, but make such a dramatic end play with this final one crushing through the lip. I don't know, Rosie, what's your take score-wise? Where does that go?
I think, you know, she is looking so lively on that board. It just is operating so well underneath her feet, and she's able to get really radical in quick succession. Two high-impact maneuvers. I think similar to maybe if Sierra had finished off her previous ride, the 4.1 is where we saw two turns on the inside. I think she's going to get better than Sierra's 6.5. That's my initial reaction. Oh.
Well, you're right. Here's the reaction from the score. That was the Kerr camp. They just got news that Isla Huppets earned herself a 7.33, completely changing the scenario of this heat. Now Isla Huppets is looking for a 3.67, which she was comboed 30 seconds ago, and now she's totally in the driver's seat. Sierra Kerr has to play some defense now and put together some offense to better that 4.5, because when your opponent now is sitting on one higher score that's higher than your highest score, you're in a precarious spot.
Yeah, super precarious. Not only is it just based off the merit of the scores, but the energy. Like, it feels like this whole story is starting to flip to like, wait, is this possibly going to happen? Is Isla coming back? And we're feeling it, we're saying it. People on the beach are thinking that. Sierra Kerr is thinking that too. And she's starting to think, oh wow, she's well and truly in this heat. She has the highest heat score of this final so far. So you're going to play the game a lot more tight.
Is she going to back it up just immediately after locking in the 7.33?
Seems like. Nice cutty on the outside. Some flare. She makes her way through to the zone that got her the 7.33. Here we go. The wind up, the hit. Deals with a double up, tries to force the second turn and just can't quite ride out. Was it enough for a 3.67? Did Isla Huppets just flip this heat? I mean, we knew she was up against the ropes, but to mount a comeback that quick, in the span of about 30 seconds, to completely flip the momentum, and we know Sierra Kerr is going to have an answer back, but now it's up to the judges. Did she do enough to get a 4-point ride?
Oh my God.
These guys are pointing at each other.
I don't want to take it. Oh, guarantee if she pulls that last turn, yes, the score is on the board for me. She did a great job. More than anything, she snatches this wave quickly to just double down on her energy, which sometimes in these finals, that's the timing you need. And so if she gets a 3.67 and turns this heat, Sierra Kerr will now, for the first time in this final in a very long time, be in second place.
I think she's going to get it just based off the fact that Sierra got the 4.1 with the incomplete on the inside with the 2-turn combo. That was so crazy. Okay, and I'm gonna say, so my goal when I do sideline interviews is I am mining for emotion. I'm mining for bits of information, and I don't think I've ever met someone like Isla, or like to a level that she is like the most even-keeled competitor that I've come across. Like I'm like, that was intense, that was crazy, and she is just so like,
yeah,
like just absorbs it all.
I've noticed that.
Yeah, that was just so indicative of her quick performance right there.
And the score comes through. It's a 4.57. It's enough. Sierra Kerr now needs a 5.41. We're nearly in a tie situation when Isla Huppet's heat total 11.90. Sierra Kerr 11 points. Plenty of time left. Sierra's out the back with priority. Like literally, like, balls in your court. Your turn. Take a wave. There hasn't been like 2 wave sets in this final yet, so you can imagine it must feel like a lifetime when your competitor rides a wave all the way to the beach, everyone's cheering, ah, and you're sitting out there wondering what they got. Well, it goes pretty dormant, so you basically just sit there and wait and watch as your opponent slowly makes their way back out, scores drop, crowd level rises. It's just like so much time to think about everything that's happening in the moment.
You want to know what I think Sierra's thinking about as well? It's that 4.1.
Yeah.
Her 5th wave of this heat, 4th wave of this heat, she came to the inside, and if she had actually ridden out of that second turn, it would have made the ask for Isla more. And I think psychologically, going from first to second, she's been out there, out the back, like, I'm surfing a great heat. I literally can feel the trophy in my hands, and now it's been taken away because Isla, with a quick, frantic almost energy of creating that heat and delivering once again, put Sierra on the blocks.
Can I flip that too? Just thinking that Isla locked in the 4.57 and it was also incomplete on the inside. So there is like, you could slide a credit card between these two heat totals. You got the 11.9 versus the 11, and both of these women had opportunity to nudge the lead a little bit out of reach.
6 minutes now. Sierra Kerr needs a 5.41. She does have priority. She's just a bit to the inside of where Isla's sitting. That gives her full visual of what Isla's doing, of what the sets are doing that are coming in. Absolutely packed, raging on the beach. The village is going off. The sand is filled with people, and I love that it's just full focus on the lineup. A lot of knowledgeable surf fans here, knowing when to cheer, knowing when to worry. You know, it's a lot of big moments happening in the span of these 40-minute finals. This could be another one. Sierra Kerr, she frees the tail off the back. And she's setting herself up, slingshotting towards the inside section, trying to fight to make the connection. She does. Building speed, hits it once, comes around the corner again, nails that white water, rides out clean. Sierra Kerr with the answer back, looking for a 5.41. That wave felt pretty good.
Oof, this is so intense, I can't barely even handle it. But as soon as she stands up, I just want you to look at her body language. She's looking lively on the outside. She's getting that first turn in. Coming into that inside section, that last turn almost felt a bit tentative to me, Tanner. Like she really wanted to make sure she finished on her feet and reserved some of the radicalness, but it was such a great answer back.
Yeah, and these are those type of heats that are so fun to watch unfold because it's a volley. Isla needs a score. She gets a score. Sierra needs a score. Will she ultimately get what she needs here? And I do agree with you, Rosie. She looked a little tentative here, but you could imagine being in her headspace. It is scarcity mindset with how many waves are being ridden for scores, and she's already fallen on that inside maneuver. So a great little autocorrect to see herself getting what she can and putting that on the board.
I feel like she did one of the best turns we've seen on the outside, that little tail slide. And with the strong finish, it's enough. Sierra Kerr now with a 6-point ride, adding to her heat total. She now has 12.50. Now that means, this is weird, Isla needs the same exact score that Sierra just needed, a 5.17.
I love this heat so much. Maybe one of my most exciting back and forth exchange that I've seen in a handful of years.
It's kind of rad that we had that spooky flatness at the beginning too, right? It totally elevated these dramatic moments. that we're getting to see now with 3.5 left. Isla Huppets, reigning World Junior Champion, out the back with priority, needing a 5.17.
And now she's probably reflecting on the 4.57 that
Totally.
she didn't get the completion on.
Yeah, it's crazy when you're dealing with attainable scores in these like juggles, these back and forths. It's really fun for a different reason because it's tangible for the surfers to be flipping them consistently rather than it being those massive scores. Sometimes you watch heats, it's like, oh, they need an 8, they got it. They needed a 9, they got it. And that's like dreamy. But what we're dealing with here is a bit of like a workman's approach through this final of you go, I go, let's see what you get, let's see what I got. And now we've seen it switch back and forth, back and forth. So I'm assuming Isla is feeling comfy. She's delivering under pressure consistently, and she's just so hopeful that a wave comes in so she can show her surfing.
Yeah, the past 20 minutes, we haven't even had a chance to blink. The action has been going wave for wave, and it looks like Sierra Kerr, looking at this kind of medium-sized middle wave, goes nowhere, but just the fact that she stood up on that wave, the beach announcers are talking about her. You know, Isla hears it. She did not even look back. 2 minutes, 14 seconds now. Isla has priority. She's taking a deep look at this wave, definitely paddling for it. Forming up, looking like it's gonna be a right. Crumbly on the start with a big slip. Not the time for malfunction there. So she just handed priority straight over to Sierra Kerr with under 2 minutes to go. That one was a stinger.
Was that the first mistake she's made?
Probably.
Ever.
Yeah, that was tricky. And now, I mean, what a commanding position for Sierra. Like that is like that error, unforced error that your competitor makes that you can see Sierra's just voodoo dolling her way there. But yeah, that's the first mistake I think Isla's made.
Ouch. Yep, same reaction. I'm sure there's a lot of people watching that did that. Oh,
yeah. You know,
all this buildup, all this drama, and it's like, here's your chance, and it comes down to a slip.
Ultimately, if this does end up going Sierra's way at the end of this heat, it will feel that much sweeter because she came out so strong. She built up that great total, put pressure on Isla. Isla, in her own regard, brought it right back to her, flipped the heat, and then Sierra was under the gun, and she had to deliver, and she did. So if she does win, she's going to look back and feel so good because she really did earn it.
Yeah, I'm super impressed with both of these women. I think they both are just, like, they're finishing on their feet, right? No one has, women's surfing's in a great place. Like, this is so rad to watch teenagers do battle for the US Open title, and it's just so indicative of where the level is headed.
The future and present of professional surfing is in really good hands. With 22 seconds left, both of these surfers with the Phenom title coming into this final. But it looks like as the clock goes down, we are just seconds away from crowning our 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion. And to make it official, it's gonna be the one and only Sierra Kerr, your Lexus US Open champ, ripping her way all the way through to the finals, gets a 6.5, backs it up with a 6. Isla nearly mounted the comeback with the high mark of a 7.33, but at the end of it all, it's Sierra Kerr lifting the trophy, putting her name on an illustrious list for surf history as the US Open champion.
What a comeback. Sierra Kerr, just incredibly proud of her.
Oh, proud dad moment. How sick is this? This is such a good feeling to it.
And, you know, having two Australians in the final is huge as well. You know, we're seeing the rise of two incredible surf superstars with Isla and Sierra. And, I mean, this is just the beginning. This could be a story we tell for a long time in terms of a rivalry that is definitely going to get up to that championship tour level between these two surfers.
Yeah, many, many more finals lay ahead for these two women. They can be extremely proud of themselves. Phenomenal final here at the US Open.
It's great because this event brings those iconic clashes. Always in the history, it's like woven into the fabric, and this truly is another one of those. We'll probably look back and remember it.
Sierra with the victory lap on the Red Bull ski. I mean, both of them talked about the belief in themselves, and now it's time for Sierra to celebrate. She's gonna get mobbed by friends, family. There's Dad. I'm not crying, you're crying.
Oh, I'm for sure gonna cry. This is everything. This is everything. Like coming in and meeting your family that have given you this chance to be at this level. I can't wait to see. Oh, there's Nikki. This is what I want to see. The mom hug. How special.
Not a dry eye in the house. Emotional moments.
I mean, this moment right here represents so much. Like, we watched the Nowadays trailer this entire event. You're dealing with a prodigal talent cashing in and showing everybody it's so beyond the real deal. She can do it in any type of conditions, and now she's winning these events. She's rated #1 Challenger Series. It's just going to go and keep going.
To me, it's safe to say both these surfers are going to make the championship tour. I mean,
yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's going to be, remember this. I love the sportsmanship too. Isla's been incredible to cheer up the champion now to the step and repeat. I cannot wait to hear from Sierra because I just think this is such an overwhelming, emotional moment for her, and to let that all bubble up and come to the surface and to hear that initial reaction.
Yes, Sophie McCullough getting in on the love. Yeah, Rosie, like you said, she's been challenged not just in the jersey, outside of the jersey. And now you can see she's just feeling that elation. Like, that moment is so iconic as you're making your way up the beach with crowds of people. Obviously, you're not touching the sand because you're on the chair. You're getting the spoils of victory. It's so fun.
It's so cool that Isla's part of the chair.
I love that. And a 5th place in Bolito, and now a 1st at the US Open. I mean, she has just extended herself on those Challenger Series rankings, and then 3 events left. Like, you're stoked.
Think of all the other little girls on the beach, too.
Yeah.
Saw the dad carrying the kid up. Huge, huge win for Sierra Kerr. And more to come. One champion crowned, one more to come. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back with the men's final. Stay tuned.
Australian sweep in the final. few oys there. Congratulations to our champ, Sierra Kerr. She can add a U.S. Open title to a long list of achievements, including a World Junior title. But now this is her day. It was Australians' day, actually, for the U.S. Open in the women's division. Kai Pogorel, Tanner Gudauskas. Mitchell Salazar, your takeaway, Mitch.
Well, yeah, as you said, very heavily dominated on the women's side by Australia. 3 out of the 4 semifinalists from there. Isla Huppet, Sierra Kerr, the youth is on display right here. Biggest win of her young career, Kaipo, her first CS win for the former world junior champion, Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, that was a brilliant news. Actually, I'm going to say this, Tanner. Both Isla and Sierra are the future of women's professional surfing.
Totally. We were mentioning that very rarely do you see those like prodigal upstart energies match in the final. You normally see that earlier in the event, and it was a great final. It started slow, and then the inertia started happening and caught fire, and there was a great up and down, and ultimately Sierra Kerr took the win, which is incredible. She started so strong, so just fun to watch, like just surfing on full display there.
Jake Marshall up against Kanoa Igarashi in the men's final. Kanoa Igarashi, known as a 2-time champ here. He's gone back-to-back, 2017, 2018 for a title. Jake Marshall, this is his second final at a U.S. Open. It's going to start off with Marshall. A couple of zippy foam climbs on his Sharp Eye. It's a file 50 model. And he just skates right through here. Stings a finish. So that's a nice start for the surfer out of Encinitas, California.
It is a strong start right there. I was able to catch up with him right before he paddled out. He looked really focused, dude, and I'm just telling you right now, if anybody's motivated to win right here in front of the guy to beat, it's definitely Jake Marshall. But way to start off, literally right off of the buzzer too, Tanner.
Yeah, I mean, competing against Kanoa must be so challenging. He is so much more than just the it guy and the local legend. He's now competing to be the 3-time champion of this event in this specific heat. So Jake, I think it's really interesting that he's starting by the Pier Bowl. His last 2 heats, he's kind of stayed further south and utilized those lefts to his advantage. And I wonder if this plays into him surfing directly at Kanoa and maybe taking away some of his opportunities. Did a really great job of arcing into those first 2 turns, but for me, the way he came in and just stabbed this inside backhand hit was making the most of a small section.
One good inside-outside rail work right there too, Kaipo. Kept the flow the entire time, was able to get a stinging maneuver here on the inside.
You know what's and I'm going to pay off the score, 5.33 for Jake. You know what's an interesting note for Jake Marshall? He's on the Sharp Eye surfboards, right? His model that he's been riding during the U.S. Open is the File 50. The File 50 is actually Kanoa Igarashi's model when Kanoa was on Sharp Eye. File 50 named after Kanoa because Igarashi in Japanese means 50 storms. So it's interesting that a model that Kanoa developed is being ridden by his opponent in this final.
Yeah, and good friends too. They've known each other for a long time, competed throughout the U.S. Junior Tour on the amateur side for a ton of time. I agree with you though, Tanner. I think the smart move was go straight at him. Here's the response though, Kipes.
Oh, well, that is not the start that Kanoa Igarashi wanted. Again, we talked about Kanoa Igarashi, a 2-time U.S. Open champ. Brett Simpson's on that list, going back-to-back as well. But that list, it turns around, wants to get a rebate? No.
It's been slow.
Yeah. But that list, the 2-time, we're going to get back to the list because Jake Marshall's making a decision right now. And we talked about Mitchell being tactical. And today, in a receding swell, a rising tide, things being slower, you have to have a tactical approach to all of these heats.
Absolutely, and these are 2 of the best tacticians on tour as well. No slouches when it comes to really strategizing things before they paddle out, knowing how to maneuver, how to manage time and their opponent very well too. But coming out of Huntington Beach, this guy surfed this wave on the north side and the south side. I mean, I'd say probably 500,000 times, Kaipo. So experience in his favor, despite Jake growing up in the area too, having competed here a ton of different times when it came to the amateur series as well.
And support. Look at the crowd bringing out the Kanoa Igarashi sign. Proud Huntington Beach resident. But back to that list of 2-time champions that Kanoa and Brett Simpson are on. There's other great names on there. Kelly Slater's won twice. Mark Akalupo's won twice. Felipe Toledo's won twice. Andy Irons. and Sonny Garcia, all on that list. But Kanoa has a chance to win 3 times U.S. Open title. That's a much shorter list. Tom Curran, 3-time champ, 83, 84, and 88. Rob Machado, the only other 3-time champ, 1995, 2001, and 2006. A big spread for Machado, by the way.
Yeah. Well, Rob the Mob, there's a reason why he's got a peak named after him over here to the south. Here goes K-Man again, Kipes.
Kanoa. Big, lofty spray coming off of that in a fairly weak session. Overpowered that, but came through. Now, the hop to the inside. Working the JS Industries. It's a monster model for Kanoa Igarashi, and a nice snapping finish. Jake Marshall doesn't want to let his lead get behind him or give away his lead. And he has to just tap dance there, and Jake gets the finish. Nice exchange between the two, Tanner.
How stoked are we, by the way? Like, come on.
So happy.
Yeah, like to see finals go down, and I just love these seesaw conversations. And Kanoa, my goodness, does he know how to do it. Every single one of those maneuvers on that last wave had a unique persona or personality to it. Like the first one to me felt like it had a lot of squirt, but then once he came into the inside, he delivered a fireworks spray, and then his third one had a bunch of punctuation on it.
It's a stabbing motion right there on the outside too. It's not like he goes into it, you know, just trying to approach it on the softer side. As you said, overpowered that section, Kaipo, makes it all the way to the inside, and this wave has multiple personalities, as you're saying, Tanner, but to be able to tag it 3 times in a row, but especially that first one into the last one, my goodness, there are very few people on the planet that can surf a wave like this as well as Kanoa did, especially with that first turn on the outside. I think that board looks amazing. I mean, that's a JS, it's an epoxy that he's been riding, the Monza 10 model, slightly modified to his specifications, but I think this work on the inside, Kaipo, this is world-class stuff. This is looking like a 2-time Open champion getting to work early here.
Yeah, the difference, I would say, for me looking at that first turn is he slaps the board and then disengages the rails so he doesn't get caught up in any of that chunder out the back. And Jake with a little bit of a different approach. He is rail to rail basically at every point. His surf style is very fundamentally sound, and he uses a different approach on the inside, releases the tail, almost pokes the nose, but ultimately pulls it.
Yeah, you can tell right here. This is kind of, like you said, fundamental bread and butter surfing in that exchange. But the sparkiness of Kanoa Igarashi gave him a little bit of an advantage. 6.67 for Kanoa checks in on that last ride. A 5-point ride for Jake Marshall. Jake does have the lead, but Kanoa, what he needs to take that lead off of Jake Marshall, very small score, just a 3.66.
High level stuff going on right here between these two guys. You know, we mentioned them growing up. You know, they're pretty much the exact same age, and I feel like Jake right here now has to respond at a point, Tanner, where I know there's more than 30 minutes on the clock. There's nothing wrong with managing time and expectations in the back end of the heat. But you just know that 6.67, the likelihood of that changing as the backup score too is exponential right now. So got to get to work on the next exchange right here and be on one of the better waves of the final.
It's interesting as this tide is filled up, it's almost made it a little bit more simple in your game plan. It's either the right in the pier bowl, or we saw Sierra Kerr able to get a right a little further down the beach. But the back, so Jake, this entire event has utilized the left a little further down the beach, swinging himself into that pier bowl energy. And so now I think if you're competing against like a guy like Kanoa Igarashi, there's really no way to hide from it. You kind of have to sit right around him and play the exact same game. Jake was saying earlier he had Crosby Colapinto. He's had some crazy draws with guys on their forehand that have the aerials in the bag, and so he just said, hey, fundamentally I'm going to stick to my game. So this is a different landscape for him. He's got to deal with it a little bit differently and kind of go toe for toe with one of the greatest in the Huntington Beach history.
Yeah, and you talk about the simplicity. I'm looking at the water right now. Another thing that I think is very simple, if it breaks, ride it.
Truly.
If it breaks, you gotta go. So you don't have to think, okay, am I gonna go on the first wave or the third wave of the set? You know what I mean?
If it's got a line on it, you got to be paddling for that wave right there.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it right now. I mean, we saw a restart in the women's final. They let a couple of waves go even at the beginning of the second restart too. So right now, that's an accurate point, Kaipo. Go on anything that breaks.
You know what, you guys? Let's hear from our women's U.S. Open champion, Sierra Kerr. She's with AJ.
Sierra, you are the U.S. Open champion, cheered up by your dad, the Aussie chant on the beach. What is the emotion you are feeling right now?
I think I'm like almost numb to it. I was just like, it's been the hardest year ever. I never would have expected to be able to be back here winning this event. Yeah, there were a lot of times where I didn't know what the future would hold. A lot of times no one saw the tears, the pain, just the not being able to get out of bed. Oh my. And now just getting cheered up at the most prestigious event in the world. I just can't believe it. So thankful.
Sierra, at this time last year, you had so much doubt of what the next year would look like, of what you would be able to do. And now you have done something that is so rare, so honored in surfing, to be the U.S. Open champ. What would you tell Sierra a year ago who was filled with those doubts?
You can do it. Just keep getting to tomorrow. That's like the goal. Keep going. And no matter if you're going backwards at that time, if you're going forwards, just keep getting to tomorrow, and there's always the chance that tomorrow will be better. Yeah. Oh, it's better right now.
It certainly is. There was also always a chance in that final. Every gamut of emotion. You had a restart. There were slow moments. There was a flurry at the end. How did you stay focused on what you needed to do and accomplish it?
Honestly, I was just trying to go for a surf, but it was pretty hard when there was no waves. But me and Isla had a really tough heat in World Juniors at the beginning of this year, and it was honestly pretty similar, and she got me at the end, and I was like remembering that she's such a good surfer, and she could get a wave on whatever, so I was just trying to control what I could control, and yeah, worked out.
It certainly did. Before we let you go, do you have anything you want to say to friends and family watching back home?
Thank you to everyone that's helped me get to this point, from the lowest point of my life, my family, especially my mom, my dad. I wouldn't be here without you guys, how much you fought for me with the hospitals and everything, my friends supporting me through it every day, sponsors, everyone that just stuck with me because you didn't know what the future would hold, but we're here right now.
Yeah, we are. Enjoy every single moment here. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, you.
Congratulations. Pretty emotional moment. Sierra Kerr contracting Lyme disease, had a long time off of surfing because of that illness, and having to fight back and come back, and she's come back in a big way. Quarterfinals in Bolito, a win here.
One more result.
I'm not saying that you're qualified, but you're pretty close to qualification.
I think one more quarter or semi and she's there, and she would be a fantastic addition to the CT2. The schedule works out in her favor, and yeah, what a moment, but super emotional. I got teary-eyed just by seeing Josh, embrace her right there in the shoreline and get her cheered up the beach. But what a great response right there, with priority from Kanoa Igarashi too. This is going to be another big number. You'd think that at this point I'd just be shocked by seeing this pretty much done every single day. But this is high-level stuff, man. I mean, just making this hop right here to the inside, Tanner. I'm telling you, this board looks incredible. It's so springy, too, off the bottom.
Specifically for me, Kanoa, that turn and into that turn, those are his patented, nobody else can do that, because he places his board and then pops the lip to create that spray, but he's able to stay, he keeps the degree of difficulty very manageable. He was able to utilize an air reverse out the back, which was, there's so much risk in doing that because the wave's energy is petering out underneath you. And then as you see here, watch this, pop, stays over the board, doesn't engage the rail, so he keeps the speed going down, and he's basically using a floater and then creating a lot of personality in it, so it looks unique.
I like to point down. Igarashi saying, my house, you're in my house right now, and he's got the keys to the house. We're waiting for a score. I am thinking it's going to be a great, there it is. It's in the very good range from two of the judges, waiting for judge 1, 2, and 3 still to drop their score.
Well, the comfort that he just presents, I mean, and we've seen it since the very start of the event too, Kaipo. Every time he pals out, every time he's put the jersey on, he's just looked so comfortable, and it seems like it's just another afternoon out here for Kanoa at the moment. I know the guys over there at Station 61, Kevin Schultz and crew watching over there. Our great firefighters, our men and women in uniform watching, and, you know, looking at these guys right now. I mean, if he drops something in the 7s right now, Kaipo,
he's on his way.
Jake's got to drop something close to it on the next wave. And I told you, 25 minutes sounds like a long time, but touching on your point, next thing that breaks, you need to be on, and you have to convert right now.
100%. There's no missing with, you know, kind of the waves being a commodity in this final. Still waiting for a couple of judges, the Basque judge and the Australian judges, shake their chair, wake them up. There they are. Finally put it in. And like you said, 7.4 for Kanoa Igarashi, and now the need for Jake Marshall is up in the excellent range.
That is so punishing.
Yeah.
You know, if you're Jake Marshall, you already know you're dealing with the apex predator of this event, and now they're well and truly running. They're galloping for the final win. And what you have to do is what we saw Isla do in the last heat, is snatch the narrative and bring it back to you. This is unique for the landscape of this tide today. You're seeing a lot of surfers just go straight to the carve. So Kanoa making the very, very most of that outside section.
And what I really like right here, too, as he touched on earlier, I mean, this first turn is great, but he uses a floater and then chooses a second angle right there when he's coming out of it, too. That provides a lot of creativity. It's a major point of difference, too, and it's just emphasizing things a little bit more on the inside shore break, too. I think, you know, the addition to the JS team right there, working with Jason Stevenson, fantastic addition. It seems like the boards have really worked out in the favor of Kanoa.
They look good, but then also Kanoa's approach is a bit more sparky. It's a bit more electric than Jake. Jake's, like you said, Tanner, incredible rail surfing. Great flow, great fundamentals. But I feel like next time we see Jake on his feet, he needs to bring a little bit more spark.
Yeah.
He's got to surprise us.
Well, I think when I think of Kanoa Igarashi, he's a showman. He's actually part entertainer, part competitive surfer. He knows how to rile the crowd up. So his maneuver selection right there is indicative of it. Not just the air reverse, but that pop and floater on the inside just gets people frothing.
Check it out, the Pacifico fan picks, pretty close. Almost up the middle. You would think Kanoa would have way more of a percentage, but San Diego's in the house at 46% with Jake Marshall, and that's an emotional pick too, because this would be his first U.S. Open victory, but 54%, Kanoa Igarashi.
Well, I think you're absolutely right in calling things out, with the left being the preferable way for Jake, especially starting off that way. And what it does at the beginning of the heat, at the south side of the pier, you start out on the left, and it eventually takes you to the other peak anyways. So it's a better starting point in that sense. Unfortunately, it's not available with the tide that we have at the moment. So he's got to rely on the rail over at the pier bowl. The one thing I will say, if there's a proper set that does come through in these next 23 minutes, there is a shorter option available right there on the pier bowl left.
We got to get that tanker out of the way on the
blocking the swell.
Blocking the swell right there.
Yeah, and
call the captain.
In no way do I want to dogpile on Jake Marshall right here. He probably will flip the script in this heat, and he's working with Chris Gallagher in this event. They've had a great relationship over years. Chris Gallagher also was working with Levi Slauson, who we shouldn't forget is one of Jake's really good friends in the same area, and he won this event last year in kind of similar conditions. So you're able to tap into that collective mindset and become winners. You really want to close these events out, and when you are a winner, winning these events, you're going to be challenged to take the trophy. So Jake, he's a World Tour surfer. We're speaking so highly of Kanoa because he is giving us things to talk about, but just because Jake's sitting, it doesn't mean he's not engaged with his heat. He's just working his strategy at a different point in time.
And both of these surfers, I feel, have different motivations. Kanoa on the championship tour, number 9 in the rankings. He's looking good for requalification halfway through the year. Jake, on the other hand, number 23. That's below the end of the year cut line. So this insurance policy for Jake Marshall is really important. And 10,000 points. That almost gets you to qualification.
Absolutely, and you know that's the topic of conversation when it comes to requalifying right there. But I just feel with the back end of the season, especially where Jake's been in the rankings the last few years too, he surfed his butt off, man. I mean, just outside of the top 10 multiple times. Great at lowers, of course, right here at home. But we got 2 events where he's underrated. You know, heading into Tahiti, he's excellent in Fiji too, and that's his bread and butter on the backhand too, Kaipo. An excellent barrel rider. Kanoa has also made it deep into those events over there in the South Pacific. Remember the year he qualified for the finals? Clutch performance in the round of 16, made it into the quarters with an excellent score, dropping a big barrel in the process too.
I was speaking with Jake the other day, and at that point was just saying, hey, this is great, you're getting a lot of rhythm. It was before the finals day conversation, and he was really stoked because being in that middle range world tour, having to do the Challenger Series is a lot of stress. Actually, it's a really unique perspective. You're very scattered mentally. And he said if he can get a good result here, it takes that pressure off of his Challenger Series conversation, and now he can focus on a 3-event leg with South Pacific. It's Tahiti, Fiji, Lower Trestles, and then you'll kind of, from a more sober perspective, understand if I'm qualifying through the World Tour or if I need to really knuckle down on the Challenger Series. So this event, it's a crutch for some of these guys to build up a little bit more ease, which will allow them to do that surfing on the tour again.
Yeah, you're right. After the South Pacific and lowers, Jake will have to make that decision whether to go to Ericeira or not. The one thing that also works, if he did need to, he's had great results there in Ericeira. So he's going to go to another wave that's been very, very good for him and really applicable towards his style of surfing.
Well, the way this result is working right now for him, it's basically a bridge between both tours. And you have Marisia San Sebastián before that one too, so you have the 3 events on the Championship Tour schedule, and then right after that you have that one in Brazil, which is a big wild card. It's a new venue on the Challenger Series. And then even further deeper than that, you also have the addition of the Philippines as a postseason stop on the tour.
You know what, thank you for bringing up mentioning that, because the Brazil event, you're going to have to probably make your decision as a Championship Tour surfer to go to that Brazil event before lowers, because of the entry window that all the pro surfers have to abide by. So actually, you're making that decision. A lot of these surfers are going to be making that decision after the South Pacific.
Based off of those results right there.
Based off of Tahiti and Fiji, really.
And that's why this one just relieves a ton of pressure for him, whether he wins the event or he gets second. So it's a major momentum builder for him, and hopefully, he's able to answer back within the next 18 minutes to get a potential 9-point ride.
Well, we got to take a break right now, and we're going to see if Jake Marshall can indeed come back in this final, or is it going to be the 3rd U.S. title for Kanoa Igarashi. Conclusion of the finals here at Huntington Beach after this. Jake Marshall looking left at the HB Pier. The Encinitas surfer using priority needs to come back against Kanoa Igarashi in this final. Flowing through, redirecting, tap dancing into the inside. Jake Marshall wants to have a spectacular finish, an electric finish. Nice layback there for Marshall to get back into this heat against Kanoa Igarashi. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar and Tanner Gudauskas, calling the final here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Welcome back.
Well, just what the doctor ordered right here. This is what I was talking about, Tanner. This left, it's on the pier bowl, but it's closer towards the pier, but 2 steeper sections outside, which made it much easier for him to follow momentum and get the inside reform too.
Yeah, I love how you said follow that momentum, which swings off of the pier, and I feel like that's why he was able to create so much emphasis on that inside turn.
Oh, back to Kanoa, just over torques that front side snap. Igarashi knows how to make the connection, looking solid on his feet right now. He's been providing us with great finishes in the short break. Let's see what he has here. Pops it in the air, goes for the lean air, and unable to ride out.
Well, the one thing that's immediately noticeable right there on that wave, he is totally energized right now. He's building off of the energy that everybody's providing on the beach and on the pier, and of course looking for number 3. I think that is a huge answer right now, though, from Jake in this point of the heat. 15 minutes on the clock. He's probably going to recover priority before Kanoa makes it back out. So big difference maker at this point of the heat, needing close to a 9. It seems like he caught this one paddling back out too, as he said, over torques on that one. Brings it all the way around. Makes it easily to the inside too. And at this point, you already have a 6.67. You need something pretty major to improve your situation with the backup score. I don't mind this approach, Tanner. Go for something different.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. And I think probably Kanoa assessed, in some regards, he I don't want to say overcooked this first carve, but he pushes through and then he has to autocorrect right at the end and kind of stumbles himself back into the wave. And so when he's doing that, I think for him, he sees, okay, I need to really lift on this inside section to create a score that I will be keeping. So utilizing a different grab, which he didn't come down with, but maybe that's the psychology of why he chose there.
Yeah, I feel he needed to amplify it with what he already did, and so he needed something a little bit extra special going for that. So likely the score line for Kanoa Igarashi will not change. What has changed is the requirement for Jake Marshall. Jake just put in a 6.77 on his last wave, that left go right wave, and Jake Marshall now just needs a 7.31. So he did his job. He's chipping away at Igarashi's lead.
He's in a really good spot on the heat now, especially with priority and plenty of time out there, just under 14 minutes on the clock, and needing a 7.31, it would have to be the second best wave of the heat. And historically speaking, I mean, you mentioned Levi Slauson winning last year, Raul Machado winning the 3 titles too, and Encinitas has always done extremely well right here at the Open. For some reason, I mean, you see a lot of these Groms come up and do the amateur events, but all in the past, there's been great performances by this guy, but a lot of others from that part of North County, San Diego, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's right. And these two guys, I mean, they're used to each other. Like I said, they know their strengths, they know their weakness. They've been competing against each other for a long time, a long history, both coming from Southern California up through there. And here we go, looking back to 2011 at the U.S. Championships, where Jake Marshall took a win and a U.S. title. He was in that final with Kanoa Igarashi. In the middle of them, Taylor Clark, who, oddly enough, is now shaping the boards for Jake Marshall.
Yeah, and also sees that Reef local. Oh, yeah.
Long history there.
And Taylor had the chance to compete here at the junior level for a long time, too. I'd say one of the best surfers to not qualify for Encinitas as well. How cool is that, though? They've been doing this for a decade and a half right now at this level, and really great to see them both succeed on the championship tour level, and of course right here looking for a title at the U.S. Open, Kaipo.
But yeah, that's right. And Tanner, you know, that's what surfing is, really. Everybody comes up in a group in a generation, and you know the same guys from the time you're 10 years old to the time, you know, for me, in 50 years old, you know?
Yeah, totally. And it's a really unique experience being a professional surfer at this level. So for you to know somebody, like we just saw the photo, that was so cute. These guys have known each other since they were 10 or something, and now to be this far, this engaged with the entire system of competitive pro surfing, and you have that familiarity. Whether or not you hang out every day, at least you know they know.
Yeah.
And there's a camaraderie that gets built in. Jake, this year on the Challenger Series, has been traveling with Crosby Colapinto and the whole San Clemente crew. So at a certain point, you start to dissolve your hometown, and you're out there traveling the world, and you're looking at it from a broader lens, you know, whether it's a Californian lens or a United States lens. And we saw that as a perfect example at the end of that final. Could you imagine coming in as an Australian surfer, then being surrounded by all the Australians in the event and doing that chant? But it means so much to this collective crew, these wins and these big event titles. So it's really bizarre getting to know them from, like, you know, it feels like a brother or a sister of sorts.
For sure. And you know what, Mitchell? You got a lot of stories along the way that happen. It's a long journey, you know. It's a lifetime commitment.
Absolutely, and at one point it becomes surreal, you know, that you get to do this for a living with some of your best friends, and eventually these guys become family too, you know. I remember when you guys were doing it on tour, Tanner, you, Pat, who was it, Mike Todd, a ton of that crew, Joel Centeo too.
Yes.
And for me growing up, Kaipo, I mean, when Tanner won the Pro Junior here in 08, I was 14 at that time. Seeing you beat Julian in the final was something spectacular. Then the very next 2 years, Simpa wins the event back-to-back. And it's those moments where you have these generations from certain areas of the world that elevate their game. You saw it in the 90s from the U.S. with the Momentum generation. It's been the Brazilian Storm lately. But so far, I mean, we've seen it with the Aussies on the women's side as well, Kaipo.
Mitchell, one time there was a little Mitchell Salazar in that crowd, just like those Groms right there watching the U.S. Open.
It was pretty amazing when I came here for the first time, and I remember just seeing everything in person. And as an outsider, it's very intimidating too. You show up and it's a big area right here. There's a ton of different activations in the village too. You look up and see the crowd, and especially how tall the pier is in person. It's pretty amazing to actually experience it live for the very first time.
I will say that it's unique in a sense that Huntington Beach brings down a very hardcore surf crew, and then they get mixed into like the greater culture of just humanity. Like a lot of these people coming to the beach and watching this are experiencing, you know, possibly a surf contest for the first time. And that sort of interaction, the cheers, sometimes you hear like a big floater getting a cheer or a wipeout getting a cheer, and like competing in that energy is super fun. It's lively. It makes it feel more like a festival that you're a part of rather than just a specific event.
Yeah, and feeding off of that energy. And I'm sure someone like Kanoa Igarashi, who's had to quiet himself, so, you know, he has this routine where he separates himself and quiets himself before the heats. But in the heats, I'm sure this energy is something that Kanoa is playing up to.
He finds motivation in these situations, you know. He likes being the spotlight. And right here, you're the star of your own hometown. Everybody's supporting you. And outside of that, too, when you think about it, what do you really have to lose? You have a lot more to gain than to lose right now. You're number 9 in the world on the Championship Tour rankings. You're looking for number 3. You already have 2 titles. You were going to be in here anyways because of your sponsorship commitments. And I think this is a perfect way for him to really surf the back end of the year on the Championship Tour. But, you know, getting number 3, as you said, that is a very short list that we've had here of former U.S. Open champions that have won at least 3 events, Kaipo.
Yeah, it would be another just checklist of accomplishments that Kanoa Igarashi's had. I mean, he's had so many accomplishments. He's made the Final 5 before. He's survived for a decade on the Championship Tour. He's got an Olympic bronze medal.
Silver,
silver medal.
And another thing too, I mean, he's made all 3 finals at the different stops of what the Triple Crown used to be too. I think that goes very overlooked because he never won one of them. In his very first year on tour, made the final at Pipeline.
Runner-up at Pipeline.
He's finaled at Haleiwa before, and he's been multiple-time runner-up over there at Sunset Beach too. Jake.
Okay. Priority with Jake Marshall, and he uses it. Starts with a hook on the backhand. Got some flow of this left into the pier. 7.31 is what he needs. 3 outside turns. Needs to make the connection and needs to do something exciting in the shore break. Weaving through the flats, hoping for something to stand up. Needs to time this perfectly. Throws the tail, and
that's complete.
Wow, that could turn the whole situation right now.
Oh my
Talk
word.
about an answer back. Talk about an answer back. Jake Marshall, cool as could be. I was on the edge of my seat that entire ride.
This kid knows how to make a comeback. What an excellent use of positioning and priority, Tanner, under pressure. Boy, What a good final right here.
This is exactly what we're talking about. Jake was quiet, and we were painting this picture of Kanoa Igarashi as the 3-time U.S. Open champion, but Jake was just out there waiting for the wave he wanted to surf. So he's delivering on this ride with pure confidence. This is why you start to see those veteran competitors dealing with situations like this. He could have hit the brakes here, and instead he just chose the gas and had to ride over a really funky mid-wave bobble. And when the theme of, for me, watching Jake surf is if he claims it, it's definitely going to be a wave of substance. He's a pretty mellow dude, so when he comes out of his skin, he knows, and we know he's delivered a big score.
Yeah, he looks like he put everything on the line there, and timing that final section was so key, because that's so difficult when you're weaving through the flats and coming through and needing the number. The number needs to be coming through here and across the board. Mitchell Salazar, an excellent score, an 8-point ride. Marshall goes to the lead.
Yeah, in the biggest moment of the final, too. So leading by close to a point right now over Kanoa, and his opponent now needing a 7.38 to retake the lead. And I mean, he had more than 10 points in the first few minutes of the heat, so he had surfed good, but he needed to elevate these performances, and he's finally found, and on back-to-back opportunities right here, his 2 best waves with now 5 minutes on the clock. And we all know that at a beach break, 5 minutes is a long time, but given, you know, the lack of swell out there, how inconsistent it's been the last few minutes, you know, it's going to test his patience right here for Kanoa.
7.38, you can see the need. Priority is with Kanoa, so that's great, because it looks, we've been having one-wave sets. We know he knows how to surf this wave. Now it's kind of that moment. This is you know, the sliding door moment, if you would, in this final. What an impressive comeback by Jake Marshall.
So impressive. And now I'm so excited to see Kanoa and how he handles the remaining time in this heat, because he's one of those competitors that when he gets caged with his shoulders on the wall, he kind of likes the challenge. He loves to be forced to have to throw things down and get the scores and get the big wins. He's I can't even believe that stat you brought up, Mitch, that he's been in every Triple Crown final. That's like so understated. He's been in the game for so long, and at that top level, that's what you deal with. You deal with these kinds of heats where it's almost unbelievable now that Jake could manufacture that 8.0 ride, getting 3 turns out the back. We haven't seen that for well over an hour. So now it's like, okay, buckle in. What do we have? Which we know Kanoa has a huge arsenal of maneuvers that he's going to go to.
Yeah. This has been a tactical final. It's been exciting because how clutch it is. Check out our heat check, where we have our high score for each of the surfers, the individual scores from each of the judges and the countries they represent, and then all the waves ridden. Highlighted are the top 2 waves for each of the surfers.
Yeah, and out of the 8 waves that Kanoa's caught, 5 have been less than a 1, so he's been more active, but a lot of them have been real quick waves, really just looking at them to see if they eventually reform on the inside. And that goes to show a major point where Jake Marshall's super lethal at. His efficiency out there in the water. He's caught 4 waves, everything a 5 or above, Kaipo.
Under priority, Marshall just takes a chance there. Wave doesn't, just dissipates near the pier. But under 3 minutes for Kanoa Igarashi.
See how he competes under priority with the lead now? Now he's trying to improve on the backup as soon as he can. Anything that's moving that Kanoa doesn't want, Jake's gonna be on right here. It's a smart move, Tanner.
For some reason, I don't know why we've kind of had Jake Marshall as this underdog or like a dark horse pick through this round today, and even in the draws earlier. He's been in the first heat every single day, and he kind of catches guys off guard with his consistent approach. He always sees himself up in that 14-point total. So for Kanoa, here we go.
Hold the horses. Kanoa Igarashi tosses it up there, reverts out. Looking to make the connection. 7.38 is what he needs. Stomping down on the tractor board. That epoxy board flying through here cannot make the connection. And that is going to make the difference in this final.
Pretty sick air on the outside, though.
7.38.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
He needs pretty much the exact same score that he currently has as his best, and it was a strong air. I really like this one. Bigger set wave, too. Big blowtail air reverse. I mean, I think if he gets an inside connection, there's pretty much no doubt if he gets something explosive that he was getting the score
This wave, in comparison to the other ones where he's made the reform, I mean, right there you need to make it over that one hop, and just too much of a double up on the inside for him not to project down the line.
Well, not enough. Comes in at a 6.1, so not making that connection is what cost that score and kept it simmering in that 6-point range when he needed it in the 7-point range. Now, this is Jake Marshall's event to win. He's got priority, he's got the lead, he's just got to hang on for a minute.
Well, that minute's going to feel like an hour. I'm going to guarantee that.
I'm just holding my breath right now because I see a couple waves on the outside, and these two guys are expert salesmen, Kaipo.
Well, I feel Jake
is going to let him go.
Let him go. I was going to say, I feel like Jake needs to go. Got slippery on that first turn, but Jake saw something in this wave that he didn't think that Kanoa was going to get the 7 on. Kanoa does make the connection to the inside, needs a huge finish here. Big air, lands it. Right on the sand. Was that the 7.38?
You see what I'm saying about the showmanship, the entertainment factor that Kanoa brings into these heats?
And was that a big mistake by Jake Marshall not utilizing priority on that wave?
I don't blame him for not going, honestly. It seemed like on the outside it was fully flat, and you know, he did get the connection and the air was sick on the inside. Be smart for Jake to at least get to his feet right here and ride something before the heat ends.
Hands have to,
and this counts.
Slippery again, sliding through that carve. Zigzagging, tap dancing, looking his way onto the inside. There's another blocking swell in front of him. He doesn't make it. Likely he's not going to improve upon his scoreline. The needs should remain the same, I feel, for Igarashi.
Yeah, no, he's not going to improve on the 6. Talking about Jake right there, but he made things very interesting, you know. Kanoa, as you said, he's a showman. He likes to give himself an opportunity counter. The 6.1 with the big blowtail reverse on the outside, and here much more projected air. It was on the inside though, although he did have a snap on the outside as well. Good surfed wave. I mean, you couldn't have surfed it any better.
So what you're seeing play out in real time is very unique for the US Open. Kanoa's standing on the sand for the win. He's literally surrounded by the entirety of Huntington Beach, hoping that he's able to get the score on this wave. That's an incredible air. Did he do enough on the outside? This is literally the drama that you're gonna wanna come down to the US Open for, because you're basically touching Kanoa if you're on the sand right now. He is waiting for a very tense moment. Look at this. Look, you can't see him. You barely see that Quicksilver logo. Yes, this is amazing.
Where's Kanoa?
Yeah, so I remember there was a final with Nathaniel Kern and Tim Bull where it was like this, and the drama was literally palpable.
You know, but throughout this event, we've seen the judges score higher for the outside maneuver and not the inside maneuver. The inside maneuver hasn't been as important. We're waiting for scores right now. Scores in, and for Igarashi, he's going to hear the news, not enough, a 6.13. There's a spread from the judges, and it is a giant victory for Jake Marshall here, your 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion, Encinitas Jake Marshall. Congratulations, Jake.
It's pretty amazing to see this kid finally win an event right here at this level. What a way to do it on the south side of the pier, getting embraced by his brother Nick and the rest of his family, but very deserving of this victory. A guy that has been through every trial and tribulation on tour, on the Challenger Series. He's made multiple finals on the CS, and now his first major victory, Kaipo.
Well, HB was hoping that the trophy would stay here, but it's going to take a road trip down to Encinitas, California with Jake Marshall. What a win, what a clutch performance, Tanner, and just having nerves of steel to perform when he had to get a score and got that 8-point ride.
If you win the US Open, you're wondering what's that feel like? And we literally just saw the win right here with Jake Marshall and the loss with Kanoa Igarashi surrounded by people. I'm like actually getting emotional about this moment because it means so much to Jake to now have his name on that list of surfers that have won the US Open. that is truly one of the most special victories you can take away, being a domestic United States surfer, actually just globally taking a win here at the US Open. It puts you on the main stage, and he was so challenged this whole event. He had humongous draws. He had top names, veteran power, and he just stayed steely. His approach was just clinical. And at the end of the day, for him to be challenged and come up with an 8.0 ride is sweet.
Incredible story, and also this winning feeling I feel for Jake Marshall.
Oh.
That's going to carry in his heart. He's just got a few days until the CT starts over in Tahiti, so he's got that feeling, and he's going to keep that bottled up inside of him when he gets to Te Aupo'o.
And you don't want to lose that anymore. I mean, you feel it once, you want to feel multiple times again, Kaipo, but you know, the real thing here is that it was a comeback. You know, he was trailing the majority of the final. He did it on back-to-back waves with a 6.77, then dropped the very best score of the final to the only excellent score as well, an 8-point ride, Kaipo. So major comeback. He proved himself from very start to the finish of surfing in the round of 64 up until the final, making it through, winning heats, and of course here on finals day, he won all 3 that he surfed, and decisively as well.
Big day for Jake, and that feeling is coming to him. Congratulations from Crosby Colapinto, Cole Hauschman,
Eli. This is the feeling right here, Kaipo. Getting embraced by your friends, your peers, people that surf at the same level as you.
And coming back after being trailing in the final for a lot of the final, and coming back in a big way with an excellent score. There's Coach Chris Gallagher. Well done, Coach.
Yes. He's golly. Those two have worked really hard for a really long time. And to see Jake get a win right here on the big stage, that's got to feel so good for Gally.
Hey, but as you said, for somebody that's actually from the United States, winning here at the US Open, there's no bigger privilege, Kaipo.
And he made all the right decisions, right? He told us earlier this week, hey, I'm not going to make the commute down to Encinitas. I'm going to get a hotel room here. I'm going to commit to this. I'm going to focus every day. Surf early morning heats throughout this entire event, but he made it happen in the afternoon here when it really counted. Let's hear from our champ, Jake Marshall with AJ.
Jake, what a moment to get chaired up here at Huntington Beach. You've been talking about the confidence that you have gained from surfing here at the US Open. What does it mean to put the cherry on top and become a US Open champion?
Oh my God, I can't even put it into words, honestly. Just coming in and having both my brothers here on the beach is like, it's a dream come true, you know. So I've never won a WSL event ever, so even like Pro Junior, QS or anything, and it's just like, just keep grinding, keep trying, like come up short so many times and just keep putting my head down, keep working. Yeah, it's only right. I mean, earlier this year was one of the hardest like competitive years of my life, and to win this event like means so much to me. Just to win, like, just I don't know, I can't even say. So, and all my friends and family are down here, and yeah, it's an amazing moment. It's really cool.
To go through everything you did on the championship tour this year, to keep grinding, to keep believing in yourself, how much does it validate all the sacrifices, all the moments that you doubted yourself, to be standing here now?
Yeah, I don't even know. I was just sitting in the ocean, just waiting for that score to come in. Like, I let Kanoa go on that wave, and I was like, heard the beach go nuts. I was like, well, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But I don't even know. Yeah, just to have like my family, my wife, like just everybody here, and so many people have supported me. Like even when I like was just like, I don't know. I honestly can't even talk right now. So yeah, it's unbelievable. Like I can't believe it.
Well, start believing it, because you are the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico champion, Jake Marshall. How does that set in?
That sounds amazing. Yeah, I don't know. Can't wait to have a beer after this. And yeah, shout out to Gally. Like we were doing events out here when I was like 15 in NSSA and stuff. So feels like it's came full circle. So shout out to Gally, shout out to the whole team at Sharp Eye, making me amazing boards. Taylor, like my best friend down here in Clayton, and my wife, like my mom, my brother, everybody's here. So yeah, I don't know, it's an amazing moment.
Well, I'm not going to stand between you and the celebratory beer. Congratulations, Jake.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to Jake Marshall. And you know what, you guys? He made that big point, and I didn't realize it. He's never won a WSL event.
Yeah. Yeah, which is
crazy. Crazy to think so. Well, he won a big one here.
Yeah, he did. The biggest one there is to win outside of the championship tour stops that we have, Kaipo.
Wow. And just, you know, just reflect on the week for Jake Marshall, Tanner. How many heats he had to serve, going from 4-man heats in huge, sweepy south swell hurricane conditions to this, a really grindy tactical final.
100%. And in that interview too, we can reflect on where he's at in his career currently. He's been challenged. He always has felt it is surprising, Kaipo, that he hasn't won these events, because he's always in that conversation. You always sort of bring up Jake Marshall and his attributes, but for him to close out an event of this magnitude is massive for him right now. But the implications into the future, now he's a winner, now he's actually a closer. He had a crazy draw when you look back at it. He had a Crosby Colapinto. He had to come through Kanoa Igarashi in the final, who was the it person looking for his 3rd victory in Huntington Beach. And so you had to assume that Jake felt that pressure mounting up against him, and to stay strong in his game plan and belief, saying, hey, this is gonna be the first event that I win, is incredible to see come to fruition.
And what do you think, Mitchell, that this is going to do for Jake when we get to the outer known Tahiti Pro?
No, I just think, as I said before, you get this feeling once, you never want to lose it, Kaipo. I think it's given him extra motivation heading into the second half of the year, but more importantly, you know, you want to ride that high heading into great waves. As we all know, it's going to be pumping over there in Tahiti. He's no slouch whatsoever. He's dropped multiple excellent scores in his career. I feel like he's going to have a great event and needs to be able to use this moving forward as something positive and try to requalify through the championship tour as well.
And Mitchell, you know, this is a launching pad to a win here. We saw how it turned the game in 2021 for Griffin Colapinto. We saw in 2019 how it launched Iago Dora. Could that be the same case with Jake Marshall?
I absolutely think so. I don't think those two guys would be where they're at if it weren't for winning this event right here. So great call out right there, Kaipo. Sky's the limit now for Jake. Potentially a top 10 finish in his future, maybe even a world championship after that too.
Absolutely love this, and we're going to celebrate the day. We're going to show you all the highlights. 8:05 post show on its way right after this. Again, congratulations to Jake Marshall. 8:05 post-show finals day, Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, and we got a tremendous show for you because we are going to crown our 2026 champs. Jake Marshall taking it for the men, and Sierra Kerr taking it for the women. Incredible moments here, the crescendo at Huntington Beach Pier. What a day, what a crowd, what the energy. We're awaiting our awards presentation, and we have a lot to talk to you about here at the 8:05 post show. Really enjoying the week. I'm Kai Pagro along with Mitchell Salazar, Tanner Gudauskas. Tanner, what a week we've had.
Oh, yeah, and just watching that replay, that's about as iconic as it gets for California competitive surfing. Seeing the victors get cheered up the beach with the pier in the background, and it's just a swarm of people. It was really, really fun to call this entire day, but those finals had these really beautiful back and forth stories that played out, and it was a real treat.
It was a treat, and this tradition, Mitchell, is incredible. I mean, since 1982, we've been having this U.S. Open of Surfing and another celebration of California surfing on display all week. But this finals day, even though it dropped a little bit, the drama was incredible.
No, and really fun, and I almost thought it was an extra challenge that everybody had to face too. And it's a challenge that you eventually have to have right here at the south side of the HB Pier 2. That's why this place is so iconic, because we all know that it can change faces, not only throughout a day, throughout a week, of course, and it did it multiple times, Kaipo. I thought it was epic. We had 9 days straight of waves. That's unheard of right here when you come to the south side of the pier. It was so fun, so stoked, and of course, crowning 2 brand new champions as well.
Yeah, and big waves too to start off. So you had to be, our champs had to go through a lot of different phases here at Huntington Beach to reach the podium. And speaking of the podium, let's make it official. I'm going to throw it to our official awards presentation with Chris Cote. Take it away, Chris.
Thanks, team. What's up, Huntington Beach? How we doing? Gather around, surf fans, gather around. It's time to celebrate our champions. After an incredible week of surfing, the waves were absolutely firing. The crowd came correct. Give it up for yourselves one more time for bringing it since day one. We want to start off, the WSL would like to formally recognize that Huntington Beach is the traditional homeland and shared territory of the Ashaman and Tongva peoples. It's known by the place Luku Pagma in the Ahashaman and Tongva languages. The Ahashaman people have lived in this place we call Orange County for over 10,000 years and are still here stewarding the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about this shared coastline. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event. We want to say a big thank you to the Wahineño Band of Mission Indians, the Ahashaman Nation, and Adelia Sandoval, the spiritual overseer of the Wahineño Band of Mission Indians, also our leader for our opening ceremony on Monday. So please, a round of applause. And now we want to welcome you to the award ceremony, the moment we've all been waiting for. Who's been here since day one cheering these surfers on? Let's give it up for our longboard champions recrowned last weekend in absolutely firing surf. This is stop 2 of the 2026 WSL Challenger Series. And let me tell you, I can't remember a U.S. Open with so many waves, so many high scores, and so many big performances. We got to say a big thank you to Genevieve, that Category 5 hurricane that sent us this swell all week long. So one more time, Huntington Beach firing all week long. Of course, it takes a village to put on an event of this magnitude. We're super stoked to thank our sponsors, especially Lexus, our title partner, Pacifico, and all of our event partners, Red Bull, Hogue, 805, Sun Cruiser, Go RVing, Best Western, Board and Brew, Coco Love, FlexFit, Fun Guy, Gooder, iHeart, Kamalo, LA Golf Club, Lukey Labs, Organic Gorilla, Sandcloud, Seaglass, Sun Ninja, Surf Dating, Sweet James, Jack Surfboards, HSS, Surfrider, Open Water, and of course, Visit Huntington Beach. Give it up for all of our sponsors. Without them, none of this would be possible. I also want to thank Mari event staff who teamed up with us at the WSL to make this event happen. And of course, our host city, Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. helping us put on this amazing show for all the fans on the beach and everybody watching from all over the world. So we have some trophy models behind me. Give it up for these guys right here. Will Hayden Smith, our Director of Longboard and Regional Tours with WSL. We got Don Kennedy from the HB City Council. And your Mayor of Huntington Beach, Mr. Casey McKee. You got a special message.
What's up, HB? Dude, how good is this? No one does it better. I was up in the tent and someone's like, oh, this weather's amazing. It feels like Cabo. I was like, nah, this is Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA, baby. That's how we do it. It's the 50th year that WSL, it's historic. 50 years of PT Townend, HB Zone win the first championship. I was told by a judge, these are the best waves ever, the best water ever, the best US Open ever. We're breaking all-time records. Hope you guys have fun. Thank you.
Give it up for your mayor, Huntington Beach. All right, now let's start with our awards. These athletes, these surfers, had to surf in every type of condition. 6 to 8 foot pumping south swell, all the way to what we saw today. Perfect head-high, rippable waves. Definitely a challenge from beginning to end, but that's why we call this the Challenger Series. And now, your runner-up for the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing. You know him, you love him, your hometown hero. Give it up for Kanoa Igarashi! Kanoa, another stellar showing here at the US Open. You've been on fire all week long. This is your backyard. You learned to surf right here. What's it mean to you to make another final?
Yeah, first off, I just want to thank everyone that came out this week. You guys really brought the energy, and it's there's something really special about the US Open and being able to compete in front of all you guys. It brings an atmosphere that no other contest in the world brings, and I'm not just saying that because I'm biased and from here. I can speak on behalf of all the other surfers. So I'm really proud to be from Huntington Beach, and this is one of my favorite waves in the world, believe it or not. And this is where I learned how to get barreled, where I'll be doing next week at 10-foot chopes. And this is a really special wave for me, and it's a special week. So thank you guys.
Congratulations once again, Kanoa Igarashi. The women's final was dramatic. After a brief restart, things escalated in the water in a huge way. You got to give it up to these two finalists. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. It was an Australian match. Your runner-up for the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing, a rising star in this sport. Give it up for Isla Huppert! Isla, amazing showing all week long. You just seemed to find those incredible waves. You made it count each and every time. What did it mean to you to make a final here in the second stop of the Challenger Series?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite unexpected. I was having like the worst free surfs, and I was just kind of finding the waves and getting through each heat. But then to look at the crowd now and to be in the final with Sarah, I don't know, it's so crazy. It hasn't really sunk in yet.
Well, you did incredibly well. What are your goals for the rest of the Challenger Series season?
I guess we've got a little break, and then we'll start up again in Brazil and Portugal. So we'll just, I don't know, start training and then see what happens over there. But yeah, keen for a few more results.
The future is now. Give it up for Isla Huppert. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a hard-fought battle from day one, this championship tour surfer who is no stranger to Huntington Beach, he's been competing here since he was a child. But after a huge final against one of the best to ever do it, I want you to put your hands together for your 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion from Encinitas, California. It's Jake Marshall. Jake, I know how much this win means to you. You've been trying to get the huge victory out here since you're about 9 years old. What does it mean to be hoisting that trophy in front of this huge Huntington Beach crowd?
Oh my God, yeah, I don't even know. I can't believe it. Like, been competing out here for so long. Me and Kano have probably surfed like 50 heats out here, but since we were 8. So yeah, I don't know. It's just like an unbelievable thing. Like, my wife, my brothers, my whole family, all my friends, like, just like people who have supported me throughout my entire life are all here right now. And it's just amazing to win at home, like somewhere close to home where they can all be here, and to come in and everyone's like running in the water for me is like something I'll never forget. So yeah, I'm so stoked.
Jake Marshall is now in the history books, a U.S. Open champion. Congratulations. Encinitas goes back to back. And now, the phenom, an incredible surfer representing Australia. Airs, speed, power, she's got it all. And now she has a 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing title. Let's hear it for Sierra Kerr. Lift it up, Sierra. Hold it high. Sierra, what a final. Plenty of drama, so much action. You made it exciting all the way to the finish. What were you thinking as you paddled out in front of this massive crowd, knowing that you were one step closer to potentially the biggest victory of your career?
I mean, competing here is just a dream. It's the event you always hear about growing up. It's the one you go to bed thinking about winning, and yeah, I'm so blessed to be able to do it here today in front of everybody, and also friends and family that I grew up with in SoCal as well, so, and the Aussies and everyone, so I'm just blessed.
Now you skyrocketed yourself towards the top of the Challenger Series, and I know you and Isla have some competitive history. Is this something we're gonna see for a long time coming, you two go into battle in the lineup?
Oh, I bloody hope so. It means that we're all doing pretty good.
Well, give it up one more time for your champions of the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. It's picture time. Thanks again to all of our fans out there watching from the beach and everybody watching at home. The party is about to begin. I'm so excited to see what happens next. Surfing is the best. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Well, congratulations to our champions. It's been a great. I think this is going to go down in the history books as well, because we've had so much swell for this year's edition of the U.S. Open of Surfing. And thank you to Lexus for all the support that they've been providing to us.
It's a great picture right there. 4 people that are currently having excellent professional careers on the CT, and 2 young women that are probably going to have future world championships ahead of them too. Definitely some superstars right there that have made the final this year at the U.S. Open, Kipes.
Yeah. What do you think, Tanner?
Honestly, I'm just loving it. I feel like when you're on the podium on these big events, that's a moment that you're going to remember for literally for the rest of your life. Jake Marshall has competed for a really long time, but he hasn't gotten that win before. So I'm imagining his perspective right here. He's pretty much going out of body. It's the time he's looking at it from this point forward, bringing this energy back onto the World Tour and just capturing it and cashing in. He surfed great this entire event. All of these competitors were challenged through a different, every day felt completely different, to be honest. It was big and grunty. Then it got a little bit more organized. Then it was really high performance. And today had its own intricacies. So that's why these guys are on the podium. They had the skill set for every single day.
Yeah. You had versatility, right? And it was also a test of your quiver and your boards, because that equipment would have to change throughout this whole road to a win. And speaking of road to a win, let's take a look at Jake Marshall's road to a win here at the 2026 Lexus US Open. Our bracket's coming up here. All right, well, we're going to keep on talking about the US Open. Oh, here we go. We're moments away from it. Jake Marshall started this morning, Mitchell, up against a Brazilian surfer who's making a name for himself.
Yeah, Klausner was very impressive in this event. I think everybody noticed it as soon as he made it into the quarters. Jake definitely took advantage of his experience right here heading into finals day.
What about the semifinal finish for the young Hayden Rogers?
Totally. No, today actually Jake had to come up against that upstart energy in both of those heats. The round before, he had to go against Crosby Colapinto, so he has been tested in every single situation, but none greater than his final, coming up against Kanoa Igarashi. This morning was so fun to see how this was going to play out. And this is what we're talking about, Mitch. He was utilizing these lefts to his advantage.
Yeah, no, and it's really been the backhand that's the bread and butter for Jake Marshall over the course of his career. It's what he used to qualify for the majority of the events. But he was equally as impressive. I like the call this morning that he made, Tanner. You got to save the very best for last. We haven't seen Jake go to the air much throughout the week, Kaipo. He did it against Klausner, who's just been an air whiz so far this week. And look at the last 4 heats that he surfed. Only one was under 14 points that he had with his heat totals, including the final. He always had more than 14 points heading into finals day. An extremely impressive performance right here against Hato, too, who's an up-and-coming superstar out of North America, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's right. And again, coming through here, just nerves of steel. I think every time he came under pressure, he was able to perform, Tanner.
Totally, and he had to perform. Coming up against a guy like Hayden Rogers, Hayden has been like a one-punch fighter this entire event with massive aerial maneuvers. So Jake really had to focus into how he was going to approach this heat, which he did a really great job. And this heat was really amazing to watch unfold, which then gave him that rhythm and that inertia coming into the final.
And then, you know, setting up for the final, Mitchell, is a big task, especially when you're coming up against a 2-time champ here in the way of Kanoa Igarashi, and you got the crowd all rooting for Kanoa, but Jake Marshall silenced that.
And this is a perfect example with the image on screen of how much the conditions changed from this morning up until this afternoon. He also changed the surfing. He adjusted on the fly when he needed to. But I think the use of the last, especially this wave right here, the 3-turn combination that got him the only excellent score of the final en route to his first Lexus US Open of Surfing title, Kaipo, saving the very best for last. He did it in spectacular fashion. Back up against the wall, the volume puncher Marshall, a winner today.
That's right, and the chair up by friends and family. And an 8-point ride in the final. You see 14.77 for the win, Tanner.
We talked about in the final, like Kanoa, we started to develop the story of, oh my goodness, he's going to go for his 3rd US Open title. And we then realized that, wait, Jake is still surfing his game plan. He's just not currently riding a wave. So I feel like this day in the finals bracket, Jake Marshall did a great job of going out there and competing for himself with his own strategy. In each heat, he was able to come over the top of his competitors. And it was the best example in the final because Kanoa put him on the blocks and he had to come up with that 8-point ride to get the win.
For his maiden WSL win also, you know, so this is
crazy.
Which is crazy, but this is a crazy one for Jake Marshall. On the women's side, Mitch, it was a teenage final, teenage phenomenon. It's the next generation on display here. Taking a look at Sierra Kerr's road to a title here.
Yeah, I mean, defeating Alyssa Spencer yesterday in the quarterfinals. Today she took out who I had thought had been the most informed surfer in the event, returning from motherhood, Joanne DeFay. Great result for Joanne. But then defeating Sierra Kerr in a rematch of the World Junior title final. That was an impressive performance, but I mean, absolutely just decimating every section that she got available, Kaipo, especially in these afternoon conditions.
And a lot of buzzer beaters, Tanner. A lot of times Sierra was making it through heats on the last wave surfed.
Well, she even spoke about that. She said, oh, I've never been a buzzer beater surfer in the WSL events, but if I am, I'm actually okay with it. And I think when you're challenged like that in the beginning of these events and you're still moving through the brackets, it creates this momentum that you carry into the finals day where you're okay being challenged. And she came up across, we were looking at that in the draw, some great competitors. So I was really interested that she didn't go to the aerial maneuvers more. She actually kept it in the power surfing realm with huge turns like that. And it just shows the variety and the depth that Sierra Kerr has in her quiver. And I'm sure this is honestly the start of a World Tour campaign.
Yeah. Well, great results, 10,000 points for a win here, semifinals, and then she moved in to a final, a young final. Teenagers former World Junior champs up against each other in the final.
Yeah, and they had to go through a restart too, and after that, happened 8 minutes off of the clock, we'd be thinking that there was going to be a second restart too. Sierra said, nuh-uh-uh. I'm going to start catching waves, moved a bit further inside, used the pier bowl to her advantage, and she did so well to really use the outside and inside sections as well as you possibly could, given the afternoon chop that slowly started to trickle in, Kaipo. But I mean, the conversion on these two waves right there in the final, where Isla made things interesting right at the end, the biggest win of her young career for the former World Junior champ.
Oh, yeah. And a look, whether it's Isla or Sierra, a look at the future of women's professional surfing and a sweep in the finals, Tanner, by the Aussies.
Yeah, rightfully so. They've been ripping this entire week. Both of these girls just on fire. So we were talking about it earlier that rarely do you get to see these big upstart energies drawing in the final. You normally see that earlier in the event. So it was a sweet treat, and that back and forth created so much drama. It was such a slow start that for it to finish with that much speed and fire was just so fun to watch.
Yeah, pretty tight final as well, and a lot of challenges. Isla still put up the single highest wave score in there, so it shows you how evenly matched that final was. But both of those surfers collecting some points and looking good for their World Championship Tour bid to get on the Championship Tour in 2027. Well, let's take a look at our women's rankings after stop 2 on the Challenger Series right here. And we can tell you right now, with a quarterfinal finish and a win, 14,000 points, Sierra Kerr is over halfway there.
Yeah, and Kika Veselko, she's coming off of the second place over in Bolito, got a 9th red here, so not a bad combination for her.
Isla up 19 spots, Tanner.
No, that's exactly the movements you want to be making. You've got 5 events and you're going to be keeping 4 on the Challenger Series. So to be able early in the year to pack out these massive results, it just takes the stress away so that you can enjoy the rest of the experience, but also just cash in and make it so that you're on the World Tour in the following year.
Yeah, that's right. We take the top 6 here, and Sophie McCulloch jumping into the top 6, up 21 spaces for McCulloch.
And look at where Eden Wallace sitting right now at number 5 too. She got a 5th over there in Bolito, another one right here too on her birthday, Kaipo, so just under 10,000 points for her. She's inside of qualification. But look at the youth within the top 6. I mean, a lot of people that are still either in their early 20s or in their late teens right there in the top 6 spots on the CS rankings.
And also for Sierra, you're looking at Teresa Bonvalo, who actually lost out really early in this event. But when you get those event wins, she's sitting on 11,700 points, still in the top 3. With just the merit of one result.
Yeah.
So that shows you the importance of on finals day taking it all the way.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Sierra's over halfway there for a qualification for the championship tour. On the men's side, Jake Marshall came here for insurance policy to stay on the championship tour, and he finds himself on top of the rankings heading out of event number 2.
That guy's got 2 keeper results already. He's got a shoe back in on the CS to qualify, up 5 spots right now. But look at the other members right there too, Kaipo. Hayden Rogers, 55 spots he moves right there at number 9.
I love that you made that observation. Man, look at all the C tiers. Cole, Mateus, Kanoa. Those surfers could be double qualifiers as well, and that can change the whole story when we're talking about the top 10 at the end of the year.
Totally, Kaipo. It's a really good point. Not only would you go further down the line, but these guys are absorbing those top points and taking them out of the game. So it changes the landscape up, and I think it's a really good point for the WSL to include those 6,000 point events so that these surfers on the Challenger Series can get scrappy if they need to, because everybody wants to make the World Tour.
Great point, Tanner. Kanoa Igarashi didn't need a result here. He's taking 7,800 points off the table.
Yeah, but he did his job though. Everybody else needs to step up and perform the way he did this week. So, I mean, he came here, ended up runner-up, and look at David Silver right now. He moved up 9 spots. Mateus Herdy pulling double duty as well, still doing his job right there.
Well, you guys, we have a new award, and it's the PT Excellence Award. It's for the highest heat total on finals day, the 1976 champ, awarding that award to Griffin Colapinto with a 16-point heat total. Let's check in with AJ. She's with PT and Griffin.
And now we welcome to the stage the one, the only, PT Peter Townend, who is a former champ here at Huntington Beach, because the WSL is celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. Huntington Beach is now the home of the first event World Surfing Champion, PT, for this year. So we are awarding the Peter Townend Excellence Award, and it is for the surfer who has the highest heat total on finals day, which is none other than the former winner of this event, Griffin Colapinto, in the quarterfinals against Mateus Hurdy, scored a 16-point heat total. PT, what would you like to say to Griff?
Well, it's an honor for me to present this award on behalf of the WSL in 50 years. It's pretty crazy to think that I was awarded this title for the World Championship 50 years ago. And it's an honor to present it to Griff, because I've known this kid since he was an NSSA champion. I can remember him coming up here, and he was just a little grom, and today he's one of the best surfers in the world. Here, mate, it's a PT Soul Arch at sunset. You can put that on the mantle.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's an honor to get this award. PT, legend of the sport, of course. And yeah, I mean, this is the first time they've given out this award, so to be the first one to get it feels pretty cool.
Just like mine being first on the first title list, right?
Well, that's your story, right?
Well, that'll be your story for the Excellence Award.
A pair of excellent trailblazers, both of you in this sport. Congratulations, Griff. PT, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Congratulations, Griffin Colapinto. Griffin actually got to drive home to San Clemente, pack his bags, get on a plane, because it's coming up, you guys. Next stop on the championship tour, the Outer Known Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. That all starts just a few days from now on August 8th.
The buzz in the air when the first horn goes off, people are going to get the waves of their life.
The amount of energy that comes over that reef, there's no other wave really like it in the world.
Oh yeah, can't wait to get that going. That's going to be a challenge, and the forecast is looking good from what I've seen so far from Surfline. So fingers crossed, we have some epic end of the road, epic Tahiti coming up. Stay tuned to WorldSurfLeague.com. Of course, it starts the 8th is when the window starts, and I think we get right at the beginning of the window. You guys, we have a lot to celebrate. And one thing that we like to do every single day, it's become a custom for us, is the Board and Brew Top 5. This is the top 5 moments of the entire event, and it was an action-packed event. Our top 5 moments brought to you by delicious Board and Brew. Number 5, we got to talk about Hurricane Genevieve, bringing us some solid surf in the opening of this window.
Definitely pretty good. I mean, you talk about getting some waves throughout 9 days in a row right here at the Lexus US Open. Not only did we see plenty of waves, we saw plenty of wipeouts, a lot of carnage right here too, Kipes.
We had to call in jet ski assists even. Oh, Tanner.
Yes. No, we had it all. It was chaos on these first couple of days, and I think this is great. Give Mother Nature a high 5 in the number 5 spot, because in the booth, it was so enjoyable to call. You really didn't know what was going to unfold in every single heat, so makes it a memorable U.S. Open, no doubt.
Along with the beatings came some tube glory, Mitchell.
A lot of them every morning during the free surfs. People were getting barrel. Jackson Bunch right there. Mihimana Bray, that guy knows what a barrel feels like, coming from Tahiti as well. How good were the waves, though? We had multiple swells in the water, including the one from Genevieve. I haven't seen many of these waves lately right here on the south side of the pier. It delivered for this event.
Number 4, Tanner. Mom Power, the surfing of Joanne DeFay. She's back in the jersey, and she looks like she hasn't skipped a beat.
Oh, yeah, and it was, as Chris put it earlier, Mom Power versus Grom Power. She had to really come up and be challenged against that upstart energy in women like Eden Walla, and they had bouts that were phenomenal to watch, but she had an ease about her through this event. So great to see her back competing. Honestly, she's one of the crowd favorites. She's a fan pick every single time, but she looks like she's snapping into a new gear.
You know what's even scarier too? She's got more to give afterwards. I know this is great. but she definitely knows what she's capable of, and she can maintain that consistency throughout 12, 13 events. One of the fittest surfers on tour. She's going to be returning next season full time.
Great waves, great performances. The round of 32, heat number 3 did not disappoint. It was a supercharged heat, Tanner.
Yeah, so this right here, what you're watching, is Alonso Correa going for literally broke, and he came up with a decimated surfboard, actually. But he then reset on his backup board, got probably the best barrel I've ever seen in Huntington Beach. Doggy doors out, and you're thinking, guarantee he's going to win this heat. This is a 9.6. However, this turned into like the heat of the century. There was multiple 9s. Lucas Cassidy threw down pocket 7/8s with some huge errors. So this one, as we look back, speaks to everything that Huntington Beach can offer in its glory days.
Number 2, congratulations to Jake Marshall, our men's event winner.
Very deserving of the victory. We talked about him grinding on the QS throughout the region to be able to qualify for the tour years ago. He's made multiple CS finals leading up to this one right here, and finally gets his first major victory. So crazy to think that, you know, seeing him when he was 11, 12 years old, winning US champs back in the day, and now finally getting to get cheered up by his brothers, his whole friends and family right here on the south side of the pier. Name etched into history in Surf City, USA, Kaipo.
That's right. Incredible. Family, friends, brother, carrying him up the beach, getting the feeling of winning. And number 1, look out. Here she comes, Sierra Kerr, our women's champ.
Well, this whole week we watched that Nowadays trailer, the new all-female Red Bull surf movie. So you knew Sierra could do it at Chopu. You knew she could do it in Hawaii and Indo. But now she's proving that she can do it both in the Jersey and at Huntington Beach, which in many ways proves her prodigal power as a surf star, puts her on the main stage. And I know for a fact, she even mentioned it in her post-heat interviews, how much it means to her winning this event.
Yeah. Incredible. And an inspirational win. I mean, she was battling an illness last year, couldn't surf, and coming back in a huge way, Mitchell.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we can all relate to being family men ourselves. I got teary-eyed seeing Josh embrace his daughter right there, especially after everything they've been through the last year and a half. Kaipo, what a moment for the Kerr family. Big moment and momentum builder for Sierra in her possible shot to qualify for the tour later on this season.
Yeah, looking really good when we look at the points for Sierra Kerr. And a crowd favorite as well. What an inspirational story with Sierra Kerr.
Not many people get to do that when they're in their teens still. Sign some autographs right there. Jake with Zeke and Remy Jabori, the rest of the crew from San Diego as well. Huge moment for him.
Huge moment for him. Yeah, wonderful. Well, you guys, I kind of don't want it to end.
Yeah, no, let's go again. Let's put another heat out there.
Final thoughts, Tanner.
Final thoughts is that I'm actually just amazed at the level of surfing in these events. The hustle that comes through those first rounds, it's incredible with those 4-man heats and how it transitions into man-on-man surfing. And the takeaway after the finals is that I do think that the surfer with the widest variety on offer in this event has come out the victor, but they've been challenged in these great battles. So I'm super stoked, and I'm looking forward to just tuning in for the rest of the year.
What about you, Mitch?
Wave quality-wise, probably the best U.S. Open ever. It's as simple as that. I thought the performance has elevated because of it. Everybody had chances. I thought the equipment really shined, and I agree with Tanner. Best surfers won.
All right. Well, we're going to enjoy some 805. Thank you, guys. And remember to tune in to WorldSurfLeague.com. August 8th is the beginning of the window for the Outer Known Tahiti Pro presented by IC. And check out this. IC, some highlights coming your way right after this. Thank you. We'll see you in Tahiti. Yorana, aloha.
Good morning, surf fans. It's 6 to 8 foot spitting barrels this morning in Huntington Beach, and if your surf buddy called you and told you that, you might not believe it. But here's the proof. We are live. The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And yes, all the stars are here.
San Clemente's Eden Walla. Eden off the top and a strong back backhand hanger.
That one big turn just shows us how good Sophie is. To be able to hang onto your board through that airdrop is insanity.
That's the recipe for the US Open. That's what the judges loved.
It's absolutely pumping out there. Spitting barrels and the US Open, these are not words you often say together, but that's what we're seeing this morning. Waves are absolutely pumping, and that's
8-0.
How you start a heat.
Jake Marshall, big hook off the top, and one more time talking combo.
That was mean. Give it up to this kid, Kites. Klausner.
Gabriel Klausner making an impact.
Is exactly what Lucas Cassidy can do to you in your heat. That's wild. No grab, no need, no worries. I don't know if I've ever seen a barrel this good in Huntington Beach. He hit the brakes again, doggy doors out. An incredible performance for Alonso.
Down to 20 seconds, only one more chance. Sierra Kerr with a buzzer beater rope.
Return of Joanne Faye to competition after giving birth to her daughter.
Hard carve, Joanne Faye.
Welcome back, Joanne. Can you imagine if she wins this contest? That's something for the history books right there. A beautiful right-hander. He's gonna ramp out. Nice alley-oop to start this wave.
Wow.
Just when we thought Jake was gonna be stubborn and stick to power surfing, he goes ahead and throws a big alley-oop.
Here we go, Mateus. Oh, he's just on point right now.
Goodness.
Yeah.
You got to give it to this guy, though. Huge comeback after being in a combo situation.
Cranks it off the bottom, straight up into the lip. One of the most explosive turns we've seen of the day. Now we get to see a battle of the World Junior Champions.
It's a rematch of the final.
Sierra Kerr v. Isla Huppets.
Men's finals all set. Manoa Igarashi up against Jake Marshall.
It's gonna be Sierra Kerr, your Lexus US Open champ.
Your 2026 Lexus US Open Surfing champion, Encinitas Jake Marshall. Congratulations, Jake.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.